Know some things that you don't know. Know some things that you don't know.
Spread love. Good morning, everybody. I am delighted to welcome you to a day full of information and innovation here at the ETHDenver Virtual Innovation Festival. My name is Felix. I am most known as Professor Felix. I'm also most known for providing demonstrations of what appear to be psychokinetic metal bending. This has been the object of choice. I selected the most dangerous object from the dinner table, but I'm going to try to do this for you just now. This is what it looks like. We'll take just a fork. I probably ruined 10,000 of these in my time. This happens here, and on 3, this is 1, 2, there we go, perfect, 3. That's a great start, that's fantastic. I do like that, so I want to come back to it. In order to do that, I do like to add a little. We have to add a little drama. It looks the same way, so we're going to do this on 3 right here in the camera. This is 1, there's 2, and perfect. That's the 3rd one there. I'm very happy with that. That's good. This isn't going to function as a fork any longer, so I do like to just give it a base here, and that way it at least serves as a sculpture. That's a small demonstration of what I'm most known for. It was very recently that I was issued a challenge by a certain top hat wearing marmot who expressed the desire to see me attempt to do something like that with one of these. I have never done so, not in 40 years. I intend to do what I can with this, and I invite you to check back in with me. I promise I will check back in with you, and we'll see how this goes. In the meantime, do enjoy a very full day of information. Talk to you soon.
Good morning, Bufficorns, Pegabufficorns, and Spork Marmots. We are officially kicking into our mini summit catalog. And the way that this works is we have 4-hour windows over the next 4 days. That's 8 mini summits. You can check out which one's happening when on the official schedule at ethdenver.com/schedule. Today, we are doing identity. Let's see, make sure we are in the right place here. I'm pretty sure that I've not had much sleep. So usability, design, and adoption. Excuse me. So usability, design, and adoption is today. I'll be joined a little bit later by my co-host, Kent Barton. So we'll look forward to seeing you, but we're going to go ahead and just kick it off. So today we have, to begin with, a panel called The Evolution of Community. It's moderated by Manu, and we've got Amy, Vanessa, Lindsay, and Elena. Goodness, what a panel. So I'm going to go ahead and get off the screen here and say hello to our panelists. Hello, good morning.
Hello, hello.
Y'all ready?
Hello.
If you're ready, the floor is yours. Have fun.
All right. Yeah, hello, everyone. Super glad to see you all.
Happy Monday.
Oh,
Happy
wow.
Monday. All right, let's get started. I'm super happy to be part of this with all of you guys. This is amazing. I know that you guys are building communities within all the different projects that you're part of. So yeah, let's get the conversation started. The first question that I had was when your organization got started, what were the characteristics of the initial community members? Where did they live, and how is it now? For instance, Bitcoin got started from a cyberpunk email list, and now people from all over the country, from all over the world, are part of this Bitcoin community. So yeah, I wanna get started with that. Let's, Amy, you wanna start with that?
Yeah, actually, you know what'd be cool is if we can go in like order of like community maturity. I think that would be such a cool evolution to see.
That's true. Let's do that. That sounds like a good
Not
idea.
to put you on the spot, but I think Lindsay or Vanessa, I think it's Foundation, Cello, Electric Coin / Make the Foundation.
Zcash.
Yeah.
Let's start with Zcash then. That was, I guess, the oldest one.
Was it the oldest one, or were we, I guess, around the same time? But yeah, I'm happy to start. So
Elena.
yeah, and let me know if my mic isn't coming in very well. I'm currently in a apartment lobby. So yeah, I think it's a great question because it gets to this kind of crux of like, what is a community, who counts, and then how do you join or add new people? So I really don't believe that crypto communities in particular start out with one set of characteristics. That's maybe one way in which Web3 communities are so different from Web2 communities, right? Like you can have a subreddit for cat videos, but a decentralized protocol for virtual money is like quite an order of magnitude different. But that said, Zcash first launched in 2016. I think it definitely has always had a well-earned reputation for attracting people interested in kind of like the bleeding edge cryptography. So zero knowledge proofs to recursive proof composition, kind of like this really heady, super crazy magic moon math. And over the years, as the community has grown and more people have kind of joined, it's I've been pleased to see Zcash kind of expand its scope from outside of the, hardcore academic cryptographers to activists, people advocating for privacy and digital human rights, and also people just interested in seeing kind of like how do you design privacy within a like regulatory or compliant framework. So I think who counts in your community is an interesting question, but I'll leave it at that because I'm curious to hear how other people's communities have evolved. But yeah, we definitely started in the crypto world, and now we're growing, and hopefully all of crypto is growing into more mainstream audiences.
Elena, before we move on, can you tell us where did the community get together? Was it on a private chat or a blog? How did it get started?
Oh yeah, the origin story of Zcash. Well, so there were 7 founding scientists who first wrote. Can you hear me? Okay, yeah. So there were 7 founding scientists who first wrote the zero coin paper, and then that became Zcash. I think like the origin story, when Zcash first launched, it was in kind of like a rented house in Boulder, Colorado. And that was like where they first launched the protocol. I should know this story better. But then I think the physical community gatherings were at ZCon. And that's organized by the Zcash Foundation. The first one was in Montreal, and the second one was in Croatia. So yeah, it's cool to get together in person, and those conferences were awesome.
All right, thank you so much, Elena. Now, I guess Amy, Maker.
Yeah, well, I guess technically Maker should have gone first. Depends on when you consider starting the community. So in 2015, the kind of paper called what used to call $E was posted on Reddit. So it was really a kind of like digital first community at first. And I wasn't there at the time when everything started. So I can only tell you kind of the myths and the readings that I've gone back to the posts. And since then, when the Maker Foundation started, it really focused on the goal of like bootstrapping the MakerDAO and the MakerDAO community. And so where we are now is crazy leap, because a lot of times people ask me like, oh, what does the community think? And that's such a hard question to answer, because within our community, we have so many groups and so many subdivisions. Like you can start from the center, which is kind of like the more protocol focused. And that's like people who are actively participating in governance, who are like keepers, vault owners, MKR holders. Even the foundation itself is like a member of this like protocol community. And then that's like, even now we have domain teams or teams that are working like inside for the DAO itself. And then we even have like contributors, and they go from like developers to like people who are creating like DAI action groups that are going out and kind of creating local economies. Then we have like a user base, which is people who are kind of more focused on like the adoption side, and kind of their main thing is how do we integrate something maybe a business is using Maker or DAI. And then you have kind of like greater DeFi people or protocols as well, like DAO to DAO. So we've got this like very full community, and that's kind of crazy to see. And I'm really excited to see actually what that looks like after that, like what's the next level there. So that's kind of where we're at with Maker and Maker Foundation.
Does that mean I'm next chronologically? Maybe.
Probably, yes.
Probably. So status, nutshell, 2017, it got established. And obviously as far as status is concerned, it really has always kind of, well, it came to be and it continues to evolve based on its core 10 principles, which are very, very focused on, the idea of human freedoms, the idea of privacy, the idea of security, the idea of transparency, the idea of openness, all of the good stuff that we have somehow in the evolution of the internet and digital spaces have kind of forgotten that those are like the important bits that we should, build with and enjoy as users and as humans and so on. So for us, I think it's a very interesting evolution in itself, where we are seeing how the different elements of status are being used, how the communication piece is being used by groups that need that safe space to communicate in without fear of repercussion, without censorship, without being deplatformed and so on. The transaction elements where you do want to make transactions across borders without it taking 10 days and potentially, I don't know how many fees, although fees is a thing at the moment, but you want to be able to do that without needing recipients to be part of the SWIFT network. And by the way, not a lot of people are geographically part of the giant bank SWIFT network. And then of course the exploration of the Web3 space, right? That's a very important piece where you want to be able to, once you are in it, go for a journey around it, figure out where it is that you want to go, what makes sense for you to build, and get involved. So I think it's an ever evolving and ever, enriching experience, I want to say, just from the perspective of discovering all of this good stuff.
Amazing, Simona. Thank you. I guess now Cello.
Great. Yes.
Vanessa.
So Cello started in 2017 and then we launched in 2018. So when I joined, there was no community. But I think that the things that we did early on, like the first thing I did when I joined was create a code of conduct, and we developed community tenets and trying to create like some scaffolding. I know Elena was talking earlier about the differences between Web 2 and Web 3, but having been in tech for a while, I wanted to prevent a lot of the like negativity that I've seen in other kind of tech communities online. But I think the the best example of what our community is actually a retreat that we hosted that I got to hang out with Elena at, called the Prosper Retreat, which was in November before the world shut down. And we had 60 people from 20 countries. And it was this cross section of all these people who wanted to use this technology for good, especially around finance and social impact. And so a lot of our like validator community, a lot of our entrepreneurs building on Cello now were at that event. And so it was actually like 60 seeds that were planted that are now like starting to blossom. And I'm really excited to see these projects and individuals like continue to grow, but it created this like strong philosophical foundation for what Cello is and what we're trying to do, which is around prosperity, which we define as basic needs being met, people helping each other, and people growing along their unique path. And so all the projects being built on Cello kind of align to that ethos, with the goal and the technology being focused around adoption on a mobile phone. And so that's kind of like the other element or flavor is around usability and like products. And that's how actually I met Amy, because we did a lot of user research early on. And she was like, yeah, designers, research people. So we connected in Berlin and had the pleasure of working with her for a bit. And so there's definitely this like fintech kind of social entrepreneur, and then also like products and made for mobile and phones. Like Marco, who was at Prosper, built a UBI project on Cello that is now has distributed $200,000 to over 10,000 people in 53 communities around the world. And so these folks are actually getting paid in Cello dollars every month and being able to like buy food and kind of support their families. And so it's a great example of kind of that initial seed kind of maturing.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. How about you, Lindsay? How Foundation got started and where the community was living at that time and how is it now?
Cool. So Foundation started in 2020. We launched the end of May. I joined the day before the launch, so I got caught up to speed very quickly. But our founders had come from the DeFi space, but in their personal lives, they were really invested in the cultural space. And so they had this hunch that maybe they could put the two and two together. My background is coming more from the cultural space, auction houses, museums, galleries, working in the focusing on digital art. So we were all coming together, even as a team, I think reflected what we were trying to accomplish as a company, which was merging contemporary art and music and fashion and design with crypto. And our first attempt at that was we had this theory that we needed to abstract away a lot of the crypto elements in order to appeal to a larger audience. So we first started with this really clean product, and I was going out and talking with artists, and they were coming to Foundation, and it sort of looked like Web 2 marketplace, but it didn't function that way. It had a lot of exciting superpowers in the back end that were just hidden. And so what we learned over the last year was that the artists and creators, musicians, designers who are in our community were coming to us because they really wanted to learn about crypto. And the crypto space really wanted to get to know those creators also. So we relaunched last Wednesday, actually, which I think qualifies us as the freshest here in this group. We relaunched last Wednesday, and we're not hiding any of the crypto anymore. And it's been really cool to see the community adapt and become really sophisticated and be able to have these really fluent conversations with our engineers and challenge them and question them. And we're building much more collaboratively with our community now. So I would say we introduced ourselves in a way that almost had a roadblock, but over time figured out how to remove that roadblock so that we can really look at the technology as it is and have really powerful conversations with the creators and work with them much more collaboratively. So that's where we are now. We are very active on Discord. We're doing a little bit in Clubhouse. I don't know how I feel about that space, mixed feelings, but we're doing a happy hour there each week. Obviously very active on Twitter. But it's been really cool to see technologists and musicians and digital artists and painters and fashion designers like all come into this space and be learning together collaboratively. And that's really what we're about, is creating that intersection so everyone has a voice at the table and is helping contribute to the health of the community.
Great, thank you so much, Lindsay. Many of you said that there are sub-communities within this big community that you might have within your projects. And I'm wondering, what are the different type of tools and channels that you're using in order to nurture those different type of community members? And also, just to be mindful of the time, if you guys can also tackle the next one, which is basically how do you measure the health of your community with these different tools that you're using? Anyone wants to start with that?
I'll jump in on that.
Go on.
I think that one-on-one conversations are the most impactful way to develop and organize a community. I have my schedule is basically a list of one-on-one conversations with different community members throughout the day. And I find that that's really valuable on both ends because it helps us really dig in deeper on issues that people care about. And then with that, being attuned to all these different community members, I can help them find their common issues and weave together relationships that will allow them to feel more empowered to speak up in the more public spaces. And I find that's really important, especially for people who don't feel comfortable on Twitter or don't feel comfortable expressing themselves on Discord. So I think for me, it's less about going from 1 to 1 million. It's more about going from 1 to 2, 1,000 times over to really ensure to answer your second question, to really ensure that there's health, that people are heard and they feel connected and validated.
And I'll follow that with, this whole, because we're talking about the evolution of communities. Actually, I feel that that's what Web3 is doing, is empowering individuals and communities to achieve whatever it is that they want to achieve, right? Giving them the tools and the spaces and the power to achieve those things. We no longer have that dynamic of the centralized organization that basically tells it, hey, this is the way it is, you like it, you don't, whatever. This is all about, and as far as I'm concerned, at least, it's creating those spaces where people and communities and individuals feel empowered to communicate, to find the tools that they need, to access them, to use them for whatever it is that they need them for. And it's one of those, I think we're kind of moving to this 3D way of looking at people versus we're not flat anymore. It's not that one-dimensional space. It's multifaceted, and everybody has so many different sides to who they are, to what they enjoy, to what skills they have, to where they choose or what communities they choose to belong to. It's a proactive choice versus, oh, I'm born here, this is what I do, I guess I'm part of this community, right? It involves that choice. And I think, again, Web3 is about the choice and about the empowerment.
On the point of community health, Elena, you're we were chatting about this, I'm quite keen to bring some tools from more like self-assessment. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Wheel of Life, where you look at your personal finances and your relationships and kind of all these different measures for how you would measure yourself, how you're thriving. And I want to apply a similar thing to our community. So one thing we were talking about was organic contributions. So number of community members who are doing things without grant payments or some other incentives. And that's showing that the system is working as intended, that people are kind of aligned to the end objective of overall community health versus individual gain. And I think there's a lot we can learn from self-development there, so that we're not looking at strictly just Twitter followers or people in Discord or a number of people holding the token, etc. And there was I saw a question in the comments about how do you scale the one-on-one? And one thing that we've been talking about, we did some research with developers last December, and it was access to the core team is really important to also understand if the project is trustworthy. And so one of our design principles from that is scale the core team, in quotes, is how do you actually create, we have an ambassador program and things like that, but it's maybe it's rotational programs. It's how do you kind of instill the ethos and principles and kind of the structural foundation, and then let people do what may. But I think sometimes in Web3, we're oh, the old system is crap, let's just do the new one. And then we tend not to have a lot of structure. And then I think that's where things go wrong. And you have to have some sort of scaffolding for people to operate in. I was playing Monopoly this weekend, and I was this game is terrible. It's just take. And then 2 games in, I was I'm coming for you. It's people adapt to the system that you put them in. And so you have to put enough structure so that incentives are aligned and people are kind of working together in a way that is towards the objective you're trying to achieve.
Yeah, I want to chime in here because I think the nitty-gritty kind of tough part of community health is, as your community becomes more diverse, how do you negotiate or manage people's different values or different incentives? So one of the coolest things about Web3 communities is that there's a much stronger incentive to be an active contributor versus a passive consumer. So I'm not just scrolling through my Instagram feed. I'm not just kind of consuming memes as they're served to me. I'm really able to take agency and guide the project in a direction that I want it to go. The other side of that is that you might have a community that doesn't have 100% shared values. So some people are really motivated by a technological innovation. Other people are really motivated by social impact or real world use cases. And other people really just might be motivated for financial gain. Like, this is an alternative asset class. It's really exciting. It's a new type of finance. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to invest in that. And so I think like one challenge to keep in mind with community health, and Vanessa kind of alluded to it, is like, how do you create a scaffold that can align different types of incentives to kind of like an overall common objective or an overall common roadmap. And I think like the health of the community is, I love the metaphor of like comparing it to the health of a person. So there's some observable things you can see, like if you grow really fast, or if you're really, really tall, or if you're really, really loud, that might indicate that the community is doing very well. But it also might just indicate that the community is like on a sugar high, and eventually that isn't sustainable. And so something else might need to be kind of evaluated or explored. So yeah, I think like the tools, the one thing we haven't talked about on this question is governance, and like how decisions get made as a group. And I think for a lot of communities, the fact that governance happens in public and everybody can see it and everybody can weigh in and chime in, that makes it really challenging, but also makes the system more resilient as a whole. I know we've probably all felt some of the growing pains of governance in our own communities. But I don't think that has to be kind of like the wart or the thing that we're ashamed of, like, oh, just because our community disagreed on a really important point, whether it be minors or a certain feature. The fact that there is healthy disagreement is a really good sign of the power of the community, in my opinion, even though like it gets hashed out on crypto Twitter or on headlines in ways that you might not want to see it.
But that's evolution, right? It just,
yeah, it's
you
painful,
go through the
it's
phases.
messy, but that's how you know it's working.
Exactly. Yep.
All right. Just very quickly, is there any KPI that you guys are using within your teams for measuring the health of the community, and what's that KPI, if there's any?
Oh.
Very quickly, just Elena, Lindsay, Vanessa, Amy, Simona.
Oh man, KPI.
Any KPI?
Oof. It's that whole like, let's use Web 2 tools to measure the future. It's a little bit like, let's try to see if this works. I think the health of the community is definitely the way to do it. And I think being able to tap into those underlying measurements, not just how tall, how, just linking to what Elena said earlier, those very superficial metrics. Hey, we have 10,000 followers on Twitter. Hey, we have so many people in Telegram. What are those people talking about? What are the conversations? Are there things that you are seeing that people are using your project, your product, your protocol for, that is actually moving the needle in terms of leveling out the playing field, in terms of restoring human rights for people, the right to privacy, the right to transact, the right to access information without censorship and all of that jazz. That's the type of stuff that we should be focusing on. And maybe we need to, come up with a new set of metrics, call them something else. Web3 PIs. But yeah.
I love that, Simona. All right, just to be mindful of the time, the next question. Now that you have experienced it, how communities evolve so fast and so differently, what conclusions have you taken from this? We know that building communities is really, really tough. Are you optimist? Are you pessimist? Are we going to have a better world in our lifetime? Are we going to see global human coordination for making the world a better place? What are your takes on this?
I'm feeling really optimistic right now, honestly. I'm open for the pessimist perspective because I think that we need to have that too. But I'm feeling really optimistic, especially this week. We had a lot of artists who were pretty successful right out of the gate at Foundation, and immediately they came back to lend a hand to new artists who are coming into the space, to place bids on their pieces, to talk to them, to educate them, give them tips. And just seeing that immediately happen was really encouraging. And I think we're just going to start to see even more of that. It's redesigning how culture works and helping creators really help each other. It's awesome. Very encouraging.
Yeah, I'm forever the optimist. It's going to happen. We're good. We're on the right track.
All right. Yeah, I'm also super optimistic, as you can see with my big smile. So yeah, thank you all for this beautiful conversation, and I hope to talk to you very soon.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone.
Ciao, ciao.
I don't think we'd probably have a better group of community folks to talk to about that. So thanks for leading the conversation, Manu. We really appreciate it. All right, we're going to move on in the content schedule. We're going to be doing rapid fire this morning. We want to make sure everybody gets the appropriate amount of time. We've got another panel on global adoption, Where Are We Now? And our panelists will be Erica, who will be moderating, Chloe, Awasika, Juan, David, Angela, and Luke.
Hello.
And my apologies.
Hello, everybody.
One of my favorite people in the space. I'm going to do an apology on camera because I literally missed her on the list because she's been working so much with us on the content preparation. It's actually something that I missed myself. So apologies, Simona. We love you. Anyway, moving on. You guys ready to go?
Yeah.
All for it.
Take it away.
So hello, everyone. I'm going to be moderating a fascinating panel on global adoption. Where are we now? And a unique aspect of our panel is that community is an underlying factor in all of our backgrounds and that we're ever so scattered all around the world. So before we dive in, why don't we go around and share a short introduction? You can share your background and what you're currently working on, etc. Maybe I should start first. My name is Erica, and I'm the CEO and founder of Crypto Soul. It's a community building team focused on helping solid projects get decent exposure around the world through all kinds of events. So I was based in Seoul for the last 10 years, but now I'm based in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. And so I'm trying to build a new community out here, maybe Ethereum community as well. So yeah, thank you. And let's go around maybe to Chloe.
Sure. Nice to meet everyone here. I've seen a lot of familiar faces as well. I'm Chloe Lewis. I'm the founder of the Marma J Foundation here in Antigua and Barbuda. What that is an altruistic foundation where I try to use different Web3 technologies to support the local community. I also work with the near, blockchain community, supporting their different community initiatives and helping with some of the artistic guilds there. So that's a little bit about me.
Okay, Juan.
Hi, everyone. Here, Juan from Colombia. Super excited to see so many faces and to discuss this topic. I have been moving the ball here around Ethereum Bogota. Also, we are working in ETH Colombia, and right now I'm working for Status, building communities in Spanish and trying to solve problems for our communities. So this is my background. Also, I started in the Ethereum community last year. The pandemic was like a great experience and an opportunity to connect virtually with some of you guys, and also working in education. So this is part of the things I'm excited about.
Awesome, thank you. Why don't we go with Shoka?
Okay. All right, my name is Awasika Isolayodji. I'm from Nigeria. Okay, I entered the space 2017 when I think that was the airdrop era. And entering 2018, I saw a need to actually do more because a number of people, there was a number of gaps between the blockchain space and education in Nigeria. So I decided to jump on the education wagon thanks to those that were like we entered as a team of about 70 at the time. So we're doing a lot of advocacy, learning, teaching meetups. And at some point, I decided that okay, let's jump on Ethereum, stay focused on Ethereum because I see the robustness of Ethereum and how the community should be. So I started from there, and gradually I saw the developer gap. So I decided to do development education. Then that was what built Web3 Bridge, and since then we've been doing an amazing job. We've been doing cohorts after cohorts, bringing people into the space, teaching them about Solidity, getting them onto projects, and here we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela. Hi.
Hi, I'm Angela, and I am currently working with Gitcoin on kernel fellowship. So mostly my work surrounds making the experience of each fellow a little bit better each day, as much as I can. Before that, I was working with Matic Network as a developer evangelist / platform engineer. So it has been fun, my time in blockchain. So I started with one of these hackathons. My journey into blockchain and Ethereum started with one of these hackathons, which was ETHIndia in 2018. And since then, I could never really get out of the rabbit hole. So I'm really excited to be here. And also, can I mention I'm loving these colors in the background? I love.
Me too. It's rainbow. Thank you.
I guess I'll go next. My name is Luke Stokes. I have a background in technology, a major in computer science. I ran a company called Foxycart for a long time, an e-commerce company. So I was familiar with the payment space and got into crypto in 2013. So it's been a while for me. I've been very excited about it. Went full time in the beginning of 2018. Been involved in lots of different projects in the space. Part of the Steam, now Hive blockchain as a block producer there. Also part of EOS DAX. I've been very passionate about decentralized autonomous communities. So I'm very excited to hear about the different ways that communities are being built throughout the world with cryptocurrency. I live in Puerto Rico with my wife and my family, and I'm currently working on the FIO protocol. As the managing director, we're just trying to make cryptocurrency easier for everybody. And I'd love to talk about usability and user experience as it relates to adoption. So very exciting day today with everything that went on in the news with Tesla and everything. So it's going to be a fun conversation. Global adoption starts today in a big way.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So speaking of adoption, right, and we're in different parts of the world right now. And what is the crypto adoption sentiment generally like in your respective region? And, I mean, I think a lot of people are excited right now globally, but still, before this news happened, maybe what was the general sentiment like? Maybe anyone want to chip in?
Yeah, sure. So I think here in LATAM, we have like two types of countries. The countries that are experiencing the problem. So you might read in the headlines what's going on in Venezuela, Argentina. So for people in those countries, they already feel the pain of losing their purchasing power. In Colombia, Brazil, we need to be more creative because we have this like bullish market. So people start to ask you about, so what is Bitcoin? And then you start to explain what is a wallet. So that's like a natural way to, and this is like a really nice time to explain what is this all about. But we want people to come for the bullish market, but to stay for the technology and all the things that move around. At the same time, for those countries, like I mentioned, Venezuela and Argentina, crypto has been a real solution for a real problem. So we're super excited to see there how people are having an option to move around in an open economy. So this is also a way of how we see in LATAM those countries that are, for example, DAI adoption in Argentina has been like a interesting case study. For the work we are doing in Status, for example, we want to work with grassroots communities because, as you we all know in this panel, like the transaction fees are so high. So we want to understand how to onboard more people. And it's hard for us to tell them, okay, you can download a wallet, but you need Ether to start to interact with different dApps. So for example, something I also want to mention that is really particular in our region is that we have some centralized exchange that has a lot of convenience. So you have a trade-off between KYC, so you can use your credit card and get your first crypto, but at the same time, you are using wallets that doesn't allow you to move to the world that we all like. So peer-to-peer markets are also really interesting. One I think I would like to drop as a region is like, for example, the things that are happening in different economies. We have a lot of movement of people. So remittances are something really interesting here. You have people working in different economies, so you can bypass those laws that doesn't make sense. So you can use crypto for that. So this is a way to kickstart a conversation among our peers, to let them know that this is like a new currency that you can use in a better world. So that's the way that we try to educate people, because I said first, you can come here for the price, you have to educate and stay to build different things. So we have to think this funnel on how to direct people to the right community. So I would love to know you guys, how you are doing with like a specific niches.
Thank you. Anybody else?
So I'll speak quickly just on Antigua, just because I think it's quite different than what a lot of us in like the crypto space are used to in terms of like adoption. Being on crypto Twitter a lot, I feel like you get a lot of like this similar viewpoints of, there's a bull market, everyone knows what's going on, everyone's excited. Whereas in Antigua, it's a very small country, 80,000 people, local population. And so a lot of times when you talk about blockchain or cryptocurrency, a lot of those same news headings that a lot of us are used to, they don't really make it here. So a lot of the local population, they might be a lot of times are too busy to be on Twitter all the time, hearing about all this stuff. So the crypto bubble, even though it's getting larger and larger for a lot of us, here locally, you talk about blockchain and it goes right over their head. So it really comes to that whole one-on-one, trying to get each person, and what Juan was talking about, the education aspect. It really becomes a one-on-one educational like forum where you really got to make someone trust you before they can start trusting any protocol that you're talking about. And then, from there it becomes, okay, well, now that they trust you as an individual, how do you get them to actually put some economic resources into that? And so I think that a lot of what we've experienced, maybe 2016, 2017 in this space, is kind of how I try and look at things now, where we had a lot of, in 2017, the ICO market, we had a lot of scams coming out where, here, everything seems to be a scam. Unless it has like the government backing, it's all a scam. Bitcoin's a scam, Ethereum's a scam, just because people don't know what it is. And so, yeah, and I think like what Juan Dale was talking about, like the educational aspect becomes really important when people can't really go do their own research as easily as maybe we're used to.
I have a similar experience in 2013, 2014, when I started a Bitcoin meetup in Nashville, Tennessee, and it was a lot of excitement. And then when the price crashed from like 1,200 down to 250, kind of everyone disappeared. And so we're seeing a lot of excitement here in Puerto Rico. Crypto Mondays is tonight, and we have a great community that shows up every week. It's really amazing. But it's interesting because we have this dual community. We have kind of a lot of the US citizens that come here for tax benefits and to build something amazing on the island. And then we also have others that are local and are kind of like, who are you all? What are you coming here to do? And so it's really amazing to see people coming to say, we want to make this a test bed for how crypto can be used in Puerto Rico. And we have those same kind of like, I'll get in an Uber and they're like, Bitcoin, what is that? And I'm like, oh my, I found someone who's never heard of Bitcoin. Amazing. And I get to share my story, and it's super fun. But as you guys were both saying, with the high fees and just the lack of education and just the complexity, the big crazy public addresses and things, I think we have a lot of work to do as a community so that we can accelerate that onboarding process beyond just, one-on-one. Because I agree with you, so much of it is that one-on-one kind of building relationships, but obviously that doesn't scale very well. And the problems in the world today need to scale quickly as far as what we can offer with cryptocurrency and blockchain and decentralized autonomous communities. I think we have so much to offer. We just have to be able to onboard people quicker than we are now.
Okay, I think there are similar experiences we all have when it comes to the whole market craze and likes of them. 2017, 2018, you see a lot of people came into the space. Woo, the markets are booming, everything is booming. Immediately the markets go crash down, everybody left. Now it was as if nobody was actually in the space anymore. You talk about Bitcoin, it's like, no, scam. The government keep issuing regulations. And now that the market starts up again, I think 2 weeks ago when, what's his name now? When the Doge issue was rising, I see a lot of people who don't know anything about Bitcoin shouting, how do I buy Doge? How do I buy it? Like, oh, now the market is not happy. Now Bitcoin keeps going up, like, oh, how do I buy Bitcoin? How do I buy Bitcoin? Like the craze keep going up forward. But I would say that in Nigeria and Africa, the adoption rate is actually increasing, because the truth is that a number of systems are still not working. Like you want to transfer funds from Nigeria abroad, bringing fund back. The remittances is way worse. Like with cryptocurrency, you get it immediate. Like payments, a lot of payments are now made in Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. I think last week we had an issue where the Central Bank of Nigeria issued a statement where saying banks should stop interacting with cryptocurrency. Like the market came crashing down a little, but I discovered that a number of people became to innovate. Like between Friday and today, P2P transactions have increased. Platforms have innovated. Like, I think there's an NGNT USDC now. Like so it shows that adoption is actually increasing. People are using crypto on a daily basis. Although that's not rule out that there is need for education, because a number of people came for the bull run. They will not get the right education. They only came for the money. And whatever, by the time the markets dump on them, they are the ones that will go out to meet the government. Hey, I've been scammed, I've been doomed. But it was actually their fault because they didn't get the proper education. That's why on a grassroots level, we presently have like, I think 2-3 arms of education that is going on with Web3 Bridge, with other the groups I belong to. Like we do daily, weekly education. We do monthly education level to make sure that at the end of the day, by the time markets crash, you understand that there is a need to keep up with the trends, like the technology trend, not just the cryptocurrency. Thank you very much.
Angela, anything to add on your end?
Yeah, it's very interesting to know about how governments and how people are perceiving crypto at this point in time. In India, it's actually, so for me personally, it has been very contrasting, wherein at one end, virtually, I'm engaged with a community who is extremely excited to build in crypto, which is the kernel community. And on the other end, around me, right now, what the news tells us is that the government might might pass in a law that will ban cryptocurrency, that will perform a blanket ban on all cryptocurrency trading and withholding of any sort of crypto, not even stable coins. So there is scare around me locally, and virtually I see people so excited. So this sort of contrast has been very interesting to observe for me personally. And apart from that, like in my local community, the most difficult thing that I find in convincing people to get onboarded on crypto is the fact that if you lose your private keys, you lose your money. This particular fact has been so difficult for people to digest, because I was trying to onboard my sister in crypto, and she was super excited about ETH because of the prices. She was super excited about Bitcoin. But the fact that if she loses her hardware wallet, she'll lose all her money was so indigestible to her. Because I do understand, for a credit card, if she loses her credit card, she can file in a complaint. But for Bitcoin, there's no such thing as that. And till this date, I haven't been able to convince her that it's a feature, not a bug. And I'm still struggling with that. So it's a good thing that you have 100% control on it, but then with great power comes great responsibility. So this is one thing that I want to share. And also with governments banning cryptocurrencies, I feel that especially in India, I don't see the people would not come into crypto, like they'll stop trading or anything. Like right now, for me, around me in India, I feel the only killer app on blockchain is the crypto trading that people do. I feel there's a lot of volume being traded. I don't remember talking about any DApp to people, the technological aspects of Ethereum and any great decentralized application that people are excited about. It's mostly about crypto trading, which is also pretty interesting to me. So yeah, I'm excited to see how this unfolds, especially around me, wherein the government is right on track to completely blanket ban the entire cryptocurrency, and then in the virtual environment where people are definitely not going to stop. So that is like an interesting aspect to me.
Thank you. I agree with you. I think like for me, I'm based in Korea and Vietnam, but then in Korea, and as you may have heard, Korea was a heavily trading country as a whole. And when the kimchi premium was at its peak, people were just like crazy about what makes money. I think a lot of people are interested in investment, not mostly on tech. It's more about investment. And I think like in Korea, it's very difficult to find a very, I guess, avid, passionate, open source developer group. So it's very difficult to persuade them like, hey, this thing actually does work. Like open source community is the deal, but they don't really get that. So I think it's more like a corporate enterprise-based developer community, it seems like. So it's very difficult to have that community open sourced who's passionate about it. So I think that was a difficult thing to persuade. And also, now people are asking me, when Dogecoin, like when is it going to the moon, right? So it's very difficult to kind of fill in the gap between the understanding between, the typical VCs who are not into crypto, who just want to know about the price. When is it going to go up? Is it going to go up? So it's very, I'm always in conflict, first, like internal conflict, how to approach these people. So, I think when we come to like persuading people, not persuading, but educating these people, approaching people, what's your story like in getting them interested in crypto and Ethereum per se? What is your story behind it? What do you do to make them interested?
If I could go ahead and take that one. I've had an interesting process where for 8 years, I've been talking about cryptocurrency on social media, giving talks back in 2013 about how it's going to be more disruptive than the internet. And I had a lot of friends that I know were following me the whole time, like listening in, going, okay, it's interesting. I might, get that at some point, and some of them did, a lot of them did. And they thank me often saying, I'm so glad I listened to you back then. But a larger number of them didn't. And one thing that's been really interesting with the project I'm working on now, where they have this way to like sign up for crypto. They get themselves a field address and it's like, then it works for Ethereum, it works for Bitcoin, it works for everything. And it's something they can kind of connect to. And I was just really surprised in the last few weeks. I've been kind of pushing my friends a little more like, hey, sign up and I'll send you like $5 or something. And the number of people that are like, now I have my first crypto because you just sent it to me. So it reminded me something I've believed for a long time, that just making it easy is a really, really big part. It has to be as simple as PayPal and Venmo. And it's another reason I got involved in Steam and Hive, because it was easy to have this human readable address and I could blog to make crypto. And I think like even early on, the early faucets, I love seeing those posts. It's like a 5 Bitcoin faucet, right? They had these faucets where you could just go and get crypto really easily. And I think that's part of what works, is just making this easy for people. And at the same time, like through that process, educating them and helping them realize like, you do have to understand seed phrases. There's some personal responsibility involved. And yeah, fees can get you if you don't know what you're doing. So just hopefully making it easier, I seems to be the key that I've found a lot of people respond to.
Yeah, I think way back 2017 when we started, there was this pattern we use for education. I think we still do that now. Like before the general class, we do talk about setting up wallets. Then it was the airdrop time, so we do airdrop now. I tell people that the truth is that you cannot separate education in crypto with incentives. They go both ways. Like we do, I think in our community, in Web3 community, we still do the same thing. Tomorrow we're going to be having a class. Then on Thursday we're going to be having a quiz, whereby after the quiz, 3 people get to win something. So that way, if you want to win on Thursday, you come to class on Tuesday. So we are trying to marry both the education and incentive, and we have been doing that since 2017. It is after you've learned about the whole incentive, airdrop, setting wallet, then now start teaching you the in-depth of blockchain. That by the time you earn your first $1, it gives you interest to want to learn more. That hasn't worked for us, and it's still working.
Yeah, I really like that approach, actually. It just occurred to me that this is something I do with my friends as well, wherein, so this was one thing that got me interested in Bitcoin in the first place when I read the Mastering Bitcoin book. So it had this little thing that is when it occurred to me. So so getting a private key is not like you're opening an account. You're not signing up to a page. You can basically roll a dice 256 times and you have a private key. So that was one, like a very little educational experience for me, which was super interesting. So the private key doesn't really have to be on a paper or any account or anywhere. It has to be just in your head. You can take it anywhere in the world with you. So that is the one thing that I usually share with people. So this is like their first little lesson into cryptocurrency. and that is what gets them excited. So I'm saying them in plural in a way that I have educated a lot of people, but it has been 2 people successfully. So I'm pretty proud of that. So I'm really proud of that. So hopefully I can find some more interesting ways of getting people excited about this using education and incentive. That is a really good combination.
I will share my approach when it comes to storytelling. So 2 weeks ago, one high school teacher that she knew that I was working on a crypto company, she wanted to invest for the first time. So we arranged a talk for aunties. So I took like 5 aunties and told them what's like the thing with Ether. And the best analogy that worked was like to compare that to the Forex. In Colombia, people are used to travel to the States or to Europe. So they have this idea of how much is €1 or $1. So I start telling them that this is a digital economy, so you need to have this cash. And the next analogy that worked really well was the Uber search price system. So I have to explain them how you need to pay for your decentralization, and then that kickstarted all the conversation about what is important to know, to own your data. So using this storytelling for them to how you travel to a different world, to a different country, is to enter to a digital economy. So I was doing this. So you go to a mall here in Colombia, is normally you have some exchanges. So you go your Colombian pesos and you trade that for dollars. So I explained them now that we have a peer-to-peer marketplace, so you can have like a Uber that they can give you some money. So start to play with these analogies and examples, helping super easy for them to grasp. And also here, a particularity that we have is like our aunties in WhatsApp are super active. So we want to create like an army of aunties that are going to reply that using memes. So I invite you to play with this storytelling with examples, and also to identify the people that are going to be like to grow the ball, like the snowball. This type of active people is key to identify ambassadors.
Yeah, I think I really enjoy the marriage of like education and incentives. I think a lot of times though, like in the crypto community, we kind of go straight to economic incentives, which is not always how a lot of people in like everyday life are incentivized, especially here in Antigua. I mean, people are just used to sometimes not having as much as what we're used to having. And so, sometimes I think it's always great to use like NFTs as well. And so I think it gives a visual representation to some of the things that we're used to seeing digitally and we understand. But using something like an NFT where it's like, okay, you can use someone else's wallet and just try and create this token, drag and drop something, create some sort of NFT, send it around. And a lot of times teaching the simple things that we're used to, okay, this is how you send a transfer. It's going from one wallet to the next. Where instead of being economic incentives, it could be simply, creating a card for a friend and sending it to their address and having them receive it. And then maybe that will get them to, okay, I don't mind making an account, and I might lose my private key, but it might only be $1 in there to make some pictures for some friends. And so a lot of times it could be a short or a smaller stepping stone instead of going straight from a centralized bank account into like a completely decentralized world. That's kind of what I usually try and use to kind of take smaller steps for some people.
Absolutely. And we've been like building like crazy. All of these, panelists have been building and, been educating, and I'm sure you had your hurdles and your limitations that you faced while you were doing that. And can you share some of your experiences as our last question? And maybe you can share also what your future plans are and maybe overcoming that.
I guess I'll jump in. I think the biggest thing has been just the booms and busts of the token cycles. As people go, wait, it went up and then it went down, and I sold for a loss and I lost money, and trying to get people to not think in just terms of economics, but think in terms of why it's important. Really understand what they're getting involved in, and then, as I mentioned earlier, just usability, making it much, much, much easier for people to use cryptocurrency, and that's with the human readable addresses and payment requests and memo data, contextual data about transactions. This is the type of stuff I'm working on personally, because I really do think making it easier will make a big difference.
So just quickly here, I think the biggest issue has been trying to bring adoption just through usability. So just here you can't really just go to an exchange or just go to an ATM and just purchase as easily. And so just getting like people to understand that you can use this to purchase something is sometimes is pretty difficult. So I think like what I'm personally working on next is trying to get more merchants just to trust accepting it, so that the everyday person walking around can actually go into a shop and exchange cryptocurrency for like a sandwich, which I think really ties some usability and some value to the cryptocurrency we use.
Yeah, I think merchant adoption is actually something that I'm actually been interested in. I've mentioned it over and over and over, but at some point I told people not until when adoption education increases, merchant adoption will not be easy, because the merchant does not even understand. The number of people that want to use does not still understand. So getting the right path for education is still something that like I taught people in our dev community. I said, build products that people want to use. Like now we're working on building a chess game, like build an actual chess game that accepts people, that make people put in like DeFi based chess game, like something that people use every day. Like when we get to the point where people wake up in a day and easily pick up a dApp just the same way they use their WhatsApp app, it makes it easier for adoption to flow well. But now at the moment we still have a lot of disconnect between the development parts, the people part, then cryptocurrency is just in the middle. So we have a lot of traders who does not care about what happened to the market, just to trade. So we need to marry the three together. That is one of the biggest challenges I think we still have now.
I will add super quick the off-ramp part. A lot of people ask, okay, so I put this, how can I get this back? So peer-to-peer market for me is the answer, because people have this sense of, okay, I invest 1 and I got 2, I earn 1 and I can do something else with that. So that off-ramp has to be super smooth.
Angela, last words?
Just that I have really been enjoying this conversation a lot. And in terms of if it's in terms of educating the like in the community around me, I feel my approach has been, like I said, education. And also one thing is that empowerment in terms of technology is what I really like to deliver in whatever pitch I'm giving around blockchain. So like spinning up your own full node and being mindful of the fact that you're basically being a part of the network that the very network that you're exchanging your value on is, I feel, if you basically sit back and think about it, it's pretty powerful thing. And to be able to be a part and also use the same thing that you're on, it has been the most mind-blowing thing for me. And I feel that is the one approach that I use, empowerment in terms of technology and value.
Thank you so much, guys. We need an hour to talk about this. Thank you, and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. I was enjoying the conversation too. So yeah, I wish we had more time all day, every day, but it's such is life. So next, I'd like to welcome my friend Ann Conley from Singularity University. She's going to talk about how, what do we got, a novel going on blockchain? Like,
we're making a graphic novel that teaches kids about blockchain. And I'm actually joined by my co-author and the artist of the graphic novel, Chief Niamwea. He's here as well.
Oh, great.
Hi. Great to be
Nice
here.
To see you. All right. Well, look, I'm fascinated by what this is going to be. So take it away.
Okay. So should I start or you start, Anne?
Yeah, go for it, Chief.
Okay. About 2 years ago, was it probably 2-3 years ago? It blends in my mind now. Anne approached me with this concept. She was on the blockchain faculty of SU where we had met, and she wanted to do a graphic novel about blockchain because she believes that education is super important for adoption. And my first question is that what problem does this solve for us? Because in my part of the world, in Kenya, we are not new to digital currencies. in virtually every village that you can go to, we have M-Pesa, and mobile money is even more widely used than in the US. And so her response to me was that what it solves is trust. And that's when I sat up and started listening. And I was like, already the associations that came to my mind with this word began to explode, because this is a huge problem that I see in how we work. The lack of trust makes everything much more expensive, much more inefficient, and basically it takes the joy out of work and business and life as a whole. So I took some time away and I thought about it. And as I was ruminating, maybe we can move to the next slide. The brief that she had given me was that, can you tell a story that would inspire 1 million people? And, she was already familiar with my work. She'd already supported my previous graphic novels. And, it was an interesting and unlikely pairing that we had. So as I continue to ponder this problem and see how we can reach the widest audience possible and continue to unpack the idea of trust, she was supposed to visit Kenya a little bit shortly after that. And as I was looking for presents to get for her, we came upon this. And we can go to the next slide. What you're looking at is the Wahenga necklace. It's a very common item if you're familiar with Kenya, if you've lived in Kenya or familiar with pastoralist culture in Kenya, not just the Maasai, but the Samburu and Turkana. You can see one behind me. When a woman is getting married, they wear this, and it's not just a decoration. It's also a way of communicating. It's also a way of keeping history, who has married whom, which clan, what happened where. And if you like, you can think of this as an early, what's the word I'm looking for? As an early forebearer of what we think of now as like an immutable ledger. Of course, it's not as immutable as what we have with the blockchain, but I thought it would be a really good analogy that is already rooted in African culture, and it would be a way to further explore the whole idea of trust. And once Anne saw this, she loved the concept, and everybody else who's seen it since has been inspired. Like, wow, where is this going? And I think we'll see a lot more about this when she shares the video that we did on the first episode of the book. Next slide, please. So after I had a rough concept, after I had a rough idea about how I wanted to start unpacking and merging this also with a basic blockchain curriculum, explaining what decentralized ledgers are, etc. I had to find a character that could carry this story, and Mora was the character that we came up with. And she's evolved a lot since this early stage when I was determining her dress. We lost the cape, but of course we kept the Wahenga necklace. Next slide, please. These are early slideshows when Mora meets with her grandmother, and her grandmother explains why the Wahenga necklace, what it meant for the culture, how we kept our history in this way. And this is basically just going deeper and deeper, and you'll be able to see as we go into the story how it deepens the curriculum. Next slide, please. So from the storyboards, you have better developed drawings. These were the drawings I was making that were going to become the graphic novel. And this is her interaction with a policeman. You can see we took the opportunity to throw in an Ethereum logo on her earrings. I thought it would be a nice touch. Next slide, please. This is now the digitization version of the slides as we were building the story of trust. Basically, I drew everything in layers so that it would work both as a graphic novel and as a motion comic. When we give it to animators, we do very basic animation without lip syncs and walk cycles, just to make it efficient and just really get people excited. Because my idea was that if you really want people to fall in love with a subject, you don't just hit them bang on the head with it. You do what, I don't know if you've seen the film There Will Be Blood, where Daniel Day-Lewis is playing an oil prospector. It's a film that's almost entirely about oil and the oil trade, but it's also a genre film. And you can follow it as a genre film, but in the process of following the story, you learn all these things. Or like Wolf of Wall Street, it's as much about the stock market as it is about a person's ambition and their drug problems, etc. It's a human story at the end of the day. Next slide, please. This is a closer look at Mora. You can see how she's evolved since the early character sheets. And she's the one who, she's basically a stand-in for me and my own education journey as I started to use wallets, and I started to accept payments for my books in crypto, and also learn how to trade, also lose money, and just go into the whole world. It would better inform all the choices that Mora went. So I'm kind of living a parallel journey that Mora is also living. And yeah, it's fun. Next slide, please.
So thanks, Chief. It's been super interesting to kind of learn about the process of creating a graphic novel. But as Chief mentioned at the beginning, our fundamental goal was to educate over 1 million African teens about blockchain and get them inspired about the technology, and started on their journey to becoming crypto owners, developers, and entrepreneurs. And so in order to reach this goal, we want to make the book as accessible as possible. And so we're creating a mobile-first digital version, and we're giving it away for free, and trying to share it as much as possible. And one of the other things we're trying to do is we're actually going to expand the project. We're raising funds right now to be able to turn the book into a full motion comic. And so I wanted to share with you today just a 1-minute clip of what that motion comic would look like.
Mokoro? Mora. May the Wahenga bless you more.
Mokoro. Your necklace is so beautiful.
Thank you. It is a map of Wahenga history over many lifetimes. A colored bead for every newborn, and a white bead for each of our dearly departed. With every new cycle around the sun, our community grows. This way, no matter how far we live from one another, we will always be family and always trust one another.
So you can catch the full 5-minute clip at our website, trustgraphicnovel.com. And we're hoping to turn that into an actually full-length motion comic over the next year, which is pretty exciting. So as I mentioned, this is just taking new crypto owners from 0 to 1, getting them inspired. And so the next step for them is really to connect to education partners all across the continent who can help take them further and onward into the community. So we've been able to partner with some incredible organizations from across the continent, from South Africa, Rwanda, Kenya, and we're always looking for more that can help us just build that community so much better. And lastly, we want to thank all of the partners who've helped us make it this far and made it possible for the book to be free and accessible to everyone. We've had great support from all across the blockchain community, from Interchain, Algorand, Consensus, and most importantly from Gitcoin grants, from community members just like you who've helped to actually bring this book to life. So if you'd like to make a donation to help us make our motion comic, we would absolutely love your support on Gitcoin grants. And you can find us on trustgraphicnovel.com. Thanks so much for listening today, and we hope you'll all support the book.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Hey, John.
Hey, we have some time. So let's see. We have 13 minutes. So let's see. What time is it? 10, 12? We have a couple of minutes. So let's see if there was any. We had some cool comments here. That was really neat. Awesome, sweet, hearts, hearts, hearts. So excellent job. I am actually fascinated by this. So I'm going to have to go check out the full clip and everything. But yeah, thank you, Anne. Thank you, Chief. That was great. Okay, so Gamer Jive is happening today. Let's see. This afternoon, right? We're going to actually extend the time, I believe. It'll be 3 to 7 p.m. it looks like. So that means the virtual castle for the virtual environment space will be open. You can go collect your NFTs. get all of your POAPs in your wallet. If you haven't seen the game yet, go to ETHDenver.poap.xyz. That's POAP.xyz with ETHDenver on the front. And yeah, it's like super engaging. I've seen a bunch of flash mobs that have happened in the space yesterday, so there was like quite a bit of activity there. And I actually even saw somebody figure out how to get up on top of the sign by like doing this really interesting kind of jump combination. It was crazy. So we're going to move on to our next panel. We've got bridging Web 2, Web 3, IPFS, and Opera. So Opera is obviously what we would know as like a analog browser. They're probably the most innovative when it comes to looking at how to integrate this new technology. So we've got an all-star panel going to be talking about how we can make this bridge into we've got Susie who's going to moderate, Igor, Dietrich, and Brad. So you guys ready to go?
Woo! Yep.
Ready. Woo!
Okay, take it away.
Thanks, John. Thanks, John. Thanks, Jonathan, backstage here. I'm Susie Batt, and I'm Global Crypto Community Lead at Opera. I'd love to dive right in with introductions from the panel. Who you are, your role, organization, and what you're working on. We'll start with Igor.
Yeah, so I'm Igor. I'm from Opera, and I'm lead crypto researcher, I guess my position is called. So basically, I'm responsible for a little bit of project management and implementation of different crypto and blockchain related projects at Opera. So
great, Brad.
Yes, I'm Brad Kam, co-founder at Unstoppable Domains.
And Dietrich.
Hey, everybody. My name is Dietrich Ayala. I'm the IPFS ecosystem lead at Protocol Labs.
Great. Well, Dietrich, let's start with you. What is the Interplanetary File System, IPFS, and what is the problem it's solving?
So IPFS is, if you're familiar with HTTP, a protocol for content distribution. IPFS solves a couple of problems. One thing that I like to remind people that is interesting is that while people don't necessarily understand how the web works, they know what a 404 is. They know when something's gone. They know when they can't find something. Everybody knows when a website's down, and we also kind of know what it's like to not be able to find the data we're looking for anymore, or to have lost files, to have some stuff that maybe you've deleted that you didn't necessarily want to delete. We're familiar with when we get an SSL error, and we also know what it's like to have our internet go out, and that web page that you were just at, you can't get back to anymore. IPFS solves a number of these different problems. These are the type of paper cuts that we experience as humans using the internet, like a lot of us do all day, every day now. I guess a collective many billions of times now, probably a day. And IPFS provides a foundation and a framework for a more resilient internet that makes offline usage easy, works out of the box, that's encrypted by default when in transport, and provide some of the primitives for more direct human communication online, ways that you and I can interact more directly with each other instead of through a third-party website.
Great. It's so animated, Dietrich. I love it. It's like great storytelling. IPFS support, Igor, IPFS support in Opera is about a year old. IPFS features were enabled by default in Opera browser. Opera mobile web browser was the first to ship IPFS features in a production release. What are we celebrating today? What's the news?
yeah, so basically there are two like announcements. As you told, yes, the first browser that got full enabled by default, which is very important because we shouldn't underestimate the power of default. So if you need to install an extension to browse whatever you need to browse, you just lost like 80% of your users immediately. So the first browser that had this support was Opera for Android. I think it was something about in March of 2020 it was released. And but that was basically, it's a big platform, it's a lot of users, but it's not everything. So today we're basically announcing that we are covering the rest of the popular platforms. So there is an support in Opera, like Opera Touch for iOS version 2.5. It's already in the App Store. It's also enabled by default there, so you can just browse the IPFS URLs as you want. And we also having like a special promo webpage where you can download the demo build of the desktop versions for Windows, Mac, and Linux, where also IPFS is enabled by default. So that means that right now, whether you're on any of the like really popular major platforms, you'll be able to use IPFS pretty much seamlessly without no setup, no extensions, nothing.
Woo!
Yay!
Like, pause for a minute, because that's huge. Brad, this partnership, IPFS, Opera, Unstoppable Domain, seems seamless. Can you describe how the user experience is enhanced by this partnership?
Sure, and I guess kind of where we fit in, maybe just similar to what Dietrich gave, just a real quick story on traditional DNS. So traditional DNS domain names sit on these centralized DNS servers. It creates all kinds of weird attack problems, like, for example, your registrar, like GoDaddy or whatever, can be convinced to give somebody else control of your domain name, which happened in November for a few domains, and then they were able to update records and point people in a new direction, steal money, whatever. There's also been cases where a bunch of domain name systems are controlled and run by specific governments, and then when those governments have a new leadership, they might change the rules. So, for example, a lot of people were using .ly because it sounds like this kind of cool ending for a website. That's actually controlled by the Libyan government. And when a new Libyan government came in I think 2011, 2012, they changed the rules and started policing morality on all .ly domains, and websites were going down in Canada and other places all around the world. So super weird quirk of the internet that domain name systems have all of these random people who can control them. And so we built blockchain domain names. Blockchain domain names live on blockchains. We have .crypto, which is on Ethereum. Domain names are stored by the user. They're making their own updates. One of the most popular use cases is to add your decentralized website, your IPFS website. So that's where we fit in, and I think this is the goal here. I think ultimately is to give users an experience in Web3 that's very similar to what they would get in Web2, just with these new features. And I think the domain name kind of helps do that, because it's a piece of the puzzle that users are very familiar with. They go and they get a domain, or they type in a domain, and they can go find a website.
That's so cool. I'm going to have you follow up on those use cases in just a minute, but I wanted to ask Igor, can you describe the dev experience building on Web3 with Opera, IPFS, and Unstoppable?
Yeah. So basically, like if you're building like your dApp or something that's Web3 related, obviously you need to have a user interface that works with users, and then you have this kind of a last mile problem that, okay, your app is like a smart contract that's distributed on the blockchain, but then there's still a web page that's hosted somewhere that's like basically it's not resistant to censorship or something like that. Again, if the governments change or whatever. And then basically what you can do, because most of the dApps, they are basically single page applications written fully in JavaScript, so they don't have a server side, because basically the wallet serves as a server side, basically. That means that you can deploy it on IPFS, both like HTML and JavaScript and CSS files, and then have it ready. So what Opera offers there, again, it's you don't need to set up anything. You can use your default browser like DevTools and stuff like this. So you can build a smart contract. Of course, you need to build, test it, cover it, and then audit it, and then deploy to the mainnet, which is like process as usual. But then the difference is that instead of like creating a domain name at one of the hosting companies and hosting something on like IPFS or or no, not IPFS, AWS S3 or something like this. You just host it on IPFS. So you can just, let's say, run a local node and then use like IPFS add to deploy it to like IPFS. And then you can, for instance, write your local host node as a gateway to Opera, and then like locally test it that it works, and then it will also, you can switch back to the gateway and make sure that it's also loaded from the gateway as well. And then as soon as you settle with the actual release version, then you can create the crypto domains, because even though I would say that's technically the IPNS system that IPFS provides is very impressive and it's readable and you can understand what parts they're in, it's not very user-friendly if you want to catch a name to your project. And that's where the .crypto domains are coming into play. So you can use the wallet that's also built into like every major Opera browser as of now. So to buy yourself a .crypto domain and then point it to this address, I guess that's it, and then your app is live.
I think
That's
there might
great.
be one other thing that the domain name is doing there, which is allowing you to use the security of the blockchain, of like the Ethereum blockchain, in order to be able to sign the message to do the updates. So I think that's kind of one of the one of the magic powers here is that, you know, when you have a blockchain in general, you get a public-private key pair. If it's a human readable name like a domain name, then you can remember it and share it around, and then it's allowing you to sign messages with the private key to make updates. So I think, and there's been a lot of other kind of versions of naming out there, but I think that the superpower that you get with blockchains is that the kind of named public-private key pair.
Yeah, and I guess that you can also like it's composable, so you could plug it into like a multi-sig if it's like high stakes system. So it's like you are sure that even though you might lose your key or somebody might steal your personal like private key somehow, like there are like 4 other keys around, and you won't be able to alone change the domain settings, which is always like access control is always a pain in classical like security. So it's also one good thing.
Dietrich, what issues or challenges have you encountered that our dev audience might be interested in hearing about to hack on or biddle on? You know, there are bounties out there. Check out IPFS, Opera, Unstoppable. But, you know, give us like your, sort of pain points.
Yeah, I think there's actually the conversation that Igor and Brad were just having is really interesting to me. We now have some of these primitives of a higher level application system. It's getting easier and easier, especially with these browser integrations of IPFS, to actually push your IPFS data out to the edges and to be able to serve it from there eventually as well. And now with distributed naming systems, we start to ease the access and the UX around access to these services in a way that is human readable, and people can easily bookmark and type in the address bar of their browser, et cetera. And with these browsers, the naming and the underlying protocol, you start to have the pieces, but not necessarily like the multi-sig example talks about that Igor just mentioned, the workflow or the tooling. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges right now is we're now getting a clear picture where these pieces, we have them, we have these tools, we have them now in our hands. They are highly functional. They do that one thing well, but we need to close the tooling gap. We need to be able to have VS Code integration. We need to be able to have GitHub Actions, built-in support for a bunch of this stuff. And we're starting to see a little bit of that. Companies like Fleek are closing the gap in unifying these components in a way that makes it easy for new developers to be able to onboard to the platform, to be able to deploy services and systems pretty frictionlessly. I think we're going to see a lot more of that, closing the developer workflow gap.
Great, thanks. And Brad, let's get back to you. You had that LY story was odd, but not surprising. But can you give some interesting use cases at Unstoppable Domains, like who are scooping up domains, what's trending? Can you give us some tips or cool insights?
So I think what's trending is actually really similar to what's trending on Twitter. So like we see this a bunch, whenever there's something going on with Wall Street bets, there's a bunch of domains associated with that, or Dogecoin over the past week, or elections a few months ago. It basically tracks to what people are what people are talking about or are trending on Twitter.
Yeah, especially today, right, with Elon Musk, gobbling up all that Bitcoin. Dietrich, how can functionality be enhanced in the future? Well, you touched upon this a little bit, but where do you see things evolving for devs to get excited about?
Yeah, so it was great. I actually had a chance to talk with Igor a little bit in the IPFS booth in the virtual castle yesterday. If you haven't been there, come stop by. We were hanging out usually a couple hours every day. And we were talking about what it means to get, so the current Opera integration of IPFS is that you can use IPFS native addresses, and it proxies that request over to a IPFS HTTP gateway. What we were talking about is how do we push more and more of that decentralization all the way out to the edge and get that integrated more tightly into browsers. Especially the challenge is being able to run more IPFS functionality on the device on mobile. That's going to be a very, very important use case, but right now it's pretty costly to be able to run, to be able to do that. Imagine running a web server on your mobile device. Not something that is just so easy to do. Not something that a lot of people are doing. And so I think there's a lot of innovation to happen there. I'm also interested in how we ease publishing flows. So right now, one of the things that I do is I upload a photo onto IPFS, and then I can share it with other people and share that address. And as long as I am, as long as I have my node running, then that data is available. But I want that data to be available all the time. So I want to be able to have the same diverse ecosystem of services that we have in the HTTP world, where I can publish my data. I know it's always going to be available all the time. And I want to be able to make that process as easy as possible. One of the things that if you are running an IPFS node locally that allows you to do is to be able to publish that data directly and share it with other people without having to upload to a third party first. So that really taking advantage of those types of features to ease the independent publishing flow is something that I'm really interested in browsers being a part of that story. It's the tool we have every day. It's the lingua franca of how we interact with the web in general, as opposed to through verticalized native apps or services. So I'm really interested in exploring that space, working with creators to figure out how to make it easier for them to be able to share their own data directly to their own readers, users, viewers, watchers.
Great, thank you. And my last question before I give you a moment to add whatever else you'd like to add to the panel. What have each of you used IPFS for personally? Igor, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I'm still in process of trying to move my personal blog into something IPFS hosted, because like the publishing platform that I'm using is not really great, and they're actually changing rules all the time. So sometimes my readers can't read my posts, and it's very annoying. And I want to also make sure that when I link to something, that I link to the exact version that I read when I linked it there. So yeah, basically blogging, and this is my primary example, but it's not published anywhere yet, but maybe within this year I'll try to get to this.
You'll get around.
So I've got I have a blog up at brad.crypto. You can check it out on Opera. So that's the thing I've done most recently. But have another idea in the works that I'm working on that I'll hopefully be sharing soon.
For me, I've used it for a bunch of things, obviously, because that's what I do. I use it to move data around sometimes, which is pretty good. I also share a lot of times like screenshots that I know I'm like, okay, it's gonna be so easy to be able to have this, and everybody can load it from wherever. Another one of the things I do is the IPFS docs website. So docs websites that are on IPFS mean that once you read them and then you open them again in your browser, even if you're offline, they still work. So be able to and this is one of the things that be able to have naming services and the support in the browser makes things so much better, is that use case is now going to become kind of, I think it's going to become the expected and the norm. Like why would you have information that you want people to have access to be unavailable in the worst circumstances where they might be able to use it most? Things like anytime that you're, someday we'll be able to do that again, be on a plane. You really want to be able to access that documentation. You don't have to do a whole bunch of round trips to be able to do that, right? So I think offline websites is something that I'm increasingly, like, it feels right. It feels right that they just work. And that is something that I think is, once you get used to that, you start to expect it, maybe you don't go back to the websites that don't work the way that you need them to as a user.
Yeah, actually, that reminded me of one more use case that I did like way back when. It was dependency management in Go, where like there is a tool that allows you to put request dependencies from IPFS, which I was super interested in the relatively big team and in the CI environment, because as long as these dependencies hit one developer machine, then even CI can take it locally, which is like super efficient. And there was a time when I don't remember, there was something with either npm repo basically or something like this, so it went down, and then half of the internet CI stuff went down with it. So yeah, that's one more use case that I didn't look at this for over a year, but I might come back to that.
There's actually one of the folks on the IPFS team published an experiment called I think it's Forest.io. I'll share the link in the Discord. It basically caches your npm modules locally, and it's fantastic for doing things like you do an npm install, and then you do an npm install in a container, and it just pulls from the local cache as opposed to having to do network round trips. It's incredible experience from a performance standpoint, and really just being able to make things work. And you can do that kind of stuff without having to have a full connection, or if you have a terrible connection, having to do those module pools that npm is so famous for, is now much more pleasurable experience.
Oh yeah, I wanted to point out that we are here probably a very sort of used to good internet connections, or at least decent ones. But since Opera is not on, like a lot of people who use Opera, they actually use it like in Africa or in Asian countries. And then when you are there, locally cached content is like totally at the other level, because I tried to download Xcode, the iOS developers, I think it's like 4 gigs or something like this once in China. And it took me a week, like literally. So that's what, like, if you can look at this stream live, like you can feel very, very like privileged that you have a decent internet connection.
Even if you're at a conference, right, and one person decides to download Xcode, everybody else having to do that also can pull it from their local IPFS cache, right, at the block level, at this much smaller bits, like not the whole thing. So
yeah, that's a good point. This panel is really indicative of the collaborative nature of the Ethereum ecosystem. So, Opera, IPFS, Unstoppable Domains, partners like you guys make it feel like we're not really working, but all fun. It's all good. Thank you all for being here. Are there any last remarks or anything you guys are really excited about here at ETHDenver that you want to share before we let the next guys on?
I just saw the list of all the projects that have submitted, and there's really a lot of them. I'm super excited to spend the next couple of days tripping around, going through those Spiritly rooms and talking to those groups about what projects they're going to be building. Also, it would be remiss if I didn't say, go install Opera Touch on iOS today, because it has IPFS support for the addresses now.
Yay!
Yeah, and go to ETHDenver2021opera.com to request your desktop build if you want to try some preview on your Linux, Mac, or Windows machine. And yeah, I'm also super excited to see the hackathon results. It looks like the activity in the Discord was a lot of activity and a lot of interesting things going on.
So can hackers or biddlers see you guys at office hours? Where can they get the link, or when do things kind of go live?
The IPFS channel on Discord, on the ETHDenver Discord, there's a bunch of us hanging out in there, and we've been doing office hours at least once a day since starting Friday, and we'll run it through probably to the end of the event to make sure that we're available to folks there.
Great.
Yeah, I also trying to join it, the IPFS booth there every now and then, whenever I can. Like, I'm in European time zone, so I only can do my evening or morning ones, but
yeah, somebody wants to go to bed soon over there, Igor.
yeah.
All right, well, thank you all. So much fun. Love working with you guys. Have fun here at ETHDenver. Put a spork in it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Susie, and the whole panel. This discussion made me so excited because it just touches on so many elements that are really evolving fast and that are so necessary. Building out an entire stack, and especially leveraging that decentralized file storage. And then definitely a shout out to Opera, because you guys have been flying that crypto flag for multiple years now. You guys saw where things were headed, and it's just fun to see what all the new iterations of what you guys are doing and how you're solving some of the UI UX issues. So thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to be shifting gears a little bit. By the way, I hope everybody's having a good ongoing ETHDenver week. One of the cool things about the virtual way we're doing it this time is, it just everything is extended over about a whole week here. So it's a little intense, managing all this stuff and getting everybody, having all the talks. But the nice thing is everybody gets to hear from more presenters, and we think that's wonderful because there's a hell of a lot to talk about right now. So we are about to shift into our next presenters here. We heard a little bit from the Cello team during the opening ceremonies. The focus here is going to be more on the mobile side of things, and mobile really poses an interesting challenge. How do you extend the functionality of blockchains and the security of blockchains to mobile devices? And of course, the end goal here is a very noble one of empowering people all over the freaking planet to have this technology in their hands, and not just people that have desktop machines. So C Labs, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, I believe you guys are sort of a subsidiary, or you're with Cello. But yes, Barbara, Jarell, and Yes have a ton to talk about here, so I'll throw it over to them.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Kent. Can everybody hear me all right? I'm going to assume yes. Yeah, so as Kent was saying, our premise here is make it mobile or else. And the or else isn't meant to be like a threat or any kind of aggression. It's more about embodying that existential dread that I think a lot of founders and entrepreneurs find amongst themselves, where they're concerned about getting users and concerned about does the market need the product I'm building? Does anything that I'm doing excite somebody? Does it bring value to people's lives? And that's what the or else is really meant to embody, is this dread that maybe people wouldn't use the product. And to get rid of that, I would really encourage everyone to start building for mobile and see what markets are already there and existent and ready for your products, for your innovation, and maybe they want to innovate on top of what ideas you have. So without further ado, let's just get into it. So make it mobile or else. I got to click. So this is me. I'm Jarell. I am the digital imperialism canary over at C Labs. And next above me on the frame is going to be, or below me is Barbara, and she's building all the processes just so you can hack them. And then we have Yaz, who's conducting technological symphonies. And for those of you who know what Plumo ceremonies are, you kind of get what he's saying there. And if you don't, he's going to tell you what he means there a little bit later in this presentation. Here's the agenda. We're going to take you all the way from why our premise is what it is, all the way through how the ultralight clients work, the governance and stablecoins, and why they are part of this overall strategy. So to start us off, let's just get down to Celo's mission. And Celo's mission is to build a financial system that creates the conditions for prosperity for everyone. And one of the biggest issues like, that sounds really like, ooh, wow, that's a really cool, bold, like very Silicon Valley type thing to say, but it actually is very straightforward. One of the biggest conditions for prosperity for everyone is going to be mobile first approaches. The idea of ETH and Bitcoin changing the world is very, very real, and they are doing that, but there's also like this whole community of people that are going to be left out of that if we do not change our intent now and start building systems that have conditions of prosperity for everyone, and that condition is mobile first. So what do we mean here? Well, Web3 needs to break away from its first world assumptions. And I know that sounds like, oh, what do you mean first world assumptions? But one of my favorite computer scientists, I'm sure many of you know him, is Marshall McLuhan. And he says assumptions can also come within the range of prediction and control as soon as it's recognized that the new media of communication in any age, as they penetrate and transform the older, are the source of new assumptions and consequently the cause of change in our objectives. This is to say, really simply, that the assumptions that you have about the way that Web3 interacts with people's lives are built off of the way that you use Web3. They're built off of the ways that you interact with your desktop and your laptop and web apps that are based on Ethereum and or other layer 1 chains. The way that you pay for things with Bitcoin is all usually on laptops and desktops. So that's something that's normal to you. And those are the assumptions you've made around why that workflow works. But for the 5 billion people who are on mobile phones and for the 1 billion people who are unbanked, that's not really the same assumption for them. For them, they would assume that when Bitcoin enters their life, they can do it from a mobile phone because that's all they have. So let's just take Africa for an example to further bolster this point. The percentage of African households with a computer as of 2019 is only 10.7%. Now, that seems okay, 10% of how many? Well, 10% of that is a 7% increase since 2005, and there's 1.216 billion people in Africa. So you've really seen all these efforts by developed worlds and the African nations themselves to bring laptops to their people. It was just really not that effective because in essence, 100 million laptops over about 15 years isn't really a success. But you compare that to now, where we have 650 million mobile users in Africa and 250 million of them are smartphones in just about 5 years, there's a definitive difference in the way that these people have leapfrogged the traditional tech of Western governments, Western organizations. And I don't believe that we should be punishing them for leapfrogging the need for desktops and laptops. We should be building for them because in essence, the future is mobile for all of us. We all say that, but like their present is mobile. And for many of them in like the Gen Z generation of Africa and Latin America, their past has always been mobile. All they've ever really known is mobile infrastructure. So why aren't we building for this? Why would we stop short of really pushing like client identity infrastructure? Why would we not focus on that? It might be because we have assumptions that those markets aren't really that big, that there isn't like DeFi that could be used for those types of people, that there isn't really this like understanding and awareness. And that's something that I want us to push past. Let's look at what our actual goals are. Like when we first saw Ethereum take off in 2017, there was a huge idea of banking the unbanked. But from what I'm seeing lately, it appears that most people want to see Ethereum go up to like $5,000, $10,000 per, and that's fine. Nobody's going to fault you for that. But if you really want to see that happen, then you have to also kind of accept that you don't really see Ethereum being the layer 1 that banks the unbanked. Like that's just not feasible with the way that structure is set up. Now, from where we're sitting at Celo, we wanted to approach, okay, how do we keep fee structures low and approachable for these people in these communities, but also how do we like attack also the problem of no formal ID? And for us, what we decided was, hey, if you can have a cell phone, then you can have a bank account. And if you can have a bank account with a cell phone, then you don't have to go through whatever cultural norms there are or whatever hurdles there are in your country to stop you from getting a bank account because you don't have a formal ID. Why not just make a phone number and identification? So some of the people that have taken this initial this initial like call to action and this initial like tech stack and said, okay, well, let me try and build stuff for my community, are people like Impact Market, who's currently running the largest UBI program in the world. And like, I want to stress that like the UN has attempted to run UBI programs. Like really big organizations that are NGOs and internationally funded and involved have attempted to do UBI programs to whole communities. There's ones that were going on in East Africa and Jordan, where they were helping refugees pay for groceries through like cell phones that were attached to like stipends. But that UBI system was very small and it didn't really last for very long. It was more about short-term comfort in the migratory process. What we have with Impact Market is people who, and I'm sure like many of you have heard UBI arguments from people like Andrew Yang and said, okay, well, let's not wait around for politicians and political power to allow us to make a UBI platform. Let's take a mobile first layer 1 blockchain and let's build on it to create a cell phone distribution network that is just distributing a daily UBI in CUSD, which is Celo's native programmatic stablecoin. So just essentially divvying out stablecoins to people all around West Africa and South America. And it's over 10,000 people, 10,000 users strong, many of which don't even realize they're using crypto or using a blockchain at all. It just appears to them like a Venmo app that is giving them a daily UBI. And that's the goal. The goal isn't to like bring everybody into the crypto consciousness and blockchain. The goal is to actually affect real people's lives every day on the ground and create a market that serves them. And people who are doing that would be like Impact Market or Moolah, which is basically Celo's version of Uniswap, and creating that exchange for people and creating and onboarding people in this idea of asset collection, and more importantly, daily savings. And then we have people like Paychant, who, if you're a vendor in one of these developing nations, you want to be able to accept Celo, or you want to be able to like just start like overhauling your website to accept crypto. Paychant's the people who have really done that for all these areas like Latin America or African continent. And specifically with Celo, like it's a one-click button that they've now incorporated, that people can now build mobile apps for their market or for their vendor, and then also incorporate a mobile payment option in it, still in cryptocurrency, which is huge for a lot of people, especially since the fees are remaining low. So the idea being, how do these projects like Impact Market or Paychant, which you see there on the top left, or Moolah Market, who you see in the top center, how did they get where they are in less than a year? Because Celo's only been around since Earth Day last year. So how did they suddenly get 10,000 users? How did they suddenly like create these vendors that wanted to incorporate Celo? Well, the answer is that since they took a mobile first approach, the market was always there. The market has always been there, and people were just waiting. Honestly, if you think about it, really put yourselves in the shoes of these more disenfranchised communities. They've been watching all of you, all of us, like make money off Ethereum. They've been watching this whole zeitgeist on Twitter, getting rich and making themselves richer and really just enriching their small community. Of course, there's a desire to be a part of that. Of course, there's a desire to be a part of that growth. And so the second that these people have had access to the tools that allow them to do that, they immediately flocked and they've jumped on as a user base. And that's just the reality. The reality is that the market is always there and has always been there for mobile. So in order to tell you about what these people did and what developer tools they used to get from zero to market in less than a year, I'm going to hand it over to our developer tooling part of this conversation, the infamous Barbara Liao. And I really encourage you to listen up and hear what she has to say.
Thanks, Ra. Yeah, so developing a DApp is a big part of it, right? Like, it's not just enough to have a mission and all this stuff, and we recognize the need for mobile development. But then the question for everyone here is like, how do I join this, right? How do I join this movement for financial inclusion? And at C Labs, financial inclusion includes everyone. And we're at Developer Experience, what we focus on is building that community of developers and designers and doers and dreamers. And we want to make this an experience where you guys can easily build and develop an application and bring that to market. And so one thing to note just really quick is like, probably a question that you have is, why not just build on Ethereum or another existing blockchain? well, yep, this slide, thanks, Cheryl. But in order to achieve that goal of financial inclusion, we have to rebuild everything from the bottom up with mobile first in mind. There's a lot of design decisions and trade-offs that you have to make. You have to have like lightweight clients, contracts to support that. You have to be able to settle transactions quickly, as well as not have to pay exorbitant fees in order to send small amounts. And so everything needs to be rebuilt from the bottom up to do that. Next slide. So, but even though Ethereum isn't the chain for building mobile first apps, Celo wouldn't be here without it. Celo is, is indebted to the vision and progress and community of Ethereum. And it does have shared ancestry with Ethereum. It's EVM compatible. And because of that, building on Celo is very similar to building on Ethereum. There are some key differences, but for the most part, if you're familiar with Ethereum, you can take those developer skills and you can pretty much develop on Celo as you would developing on Ethereum. Next slide. So approachability is a key part of the developer experience. So we want you to be able to get up and running with as little friction as possible and using as many tools and skills that you currently have. Next slide. So one comparison I want you to kind of think about that I like is this idea of nails and screws. If anyone has ever used built anything, they have a very similar function. They're going to hold something together, but they are different. You could try to use a hammer on screws, but I mean, it's not really going to work that well. So we need to kind of look at them just a little bit differently. So the tools that we use are slightly different. Next slide. So I just want to like do a quick little comparison here of similarities and differences. So, you need a way to view transactions in blockchain data. One Ethereum tool, I know there's several of them, but one that probably everyone's familiar with is EtherScan. And Celo has something similar where you can see on a graphical interface the transactions and blockchain data. There needs to be some sort of wallet, right? How do you sign and send transactions? One tool everyone's familiar with is like MetaMask or Mu, my Ether wallet. And on Celo, we have Celo wallet and Valora. And then this is where it's going to feel very familiar for everyone. Is Truffle. So smart contracts on Celo are written in Solidity, and we use the Truffle development framework. And so you can write your smart contracts as normal, and all that part's going to feel familiar. We do have a Ganache fork, and that is going to show like there's some differences. Key differences are going to be with the transactions. Celo does have 3 additional fields, and so we needed to create tools and like fork them and to compensate for those differences. And then we have a couple too that I'll talk a little bit more about, but hopefully this gives you a good overview of, oh, hey, like I know most of this stuff, right? Like I can get started pretty quickly. I don't have to relearn a new language. I don't have to learn another framework. Just, at least on like the majority of the smart contract side. And even Contract Kit. So Contract Kit actually wraps an instance of Web3. But we do have some plans, if you want to check out our GitHub, to hopefully to allow you to either do that with like Web3 or Ethers.js. But what Contract Kit allows you to do is allows you to connect to nodes and access a Web3 object to interact with the nodes JSON RPC API. So next slide. Yeah, so this one, it should feel really familiar. It's going to compensate. It's going to allow you to send transactions and take care of those extra fields. It's a very simple like interface. It also allows you to access utilities in Otis. Otis stands for Oblivious Decentralized Identifier Service, and that's what allows us to like map contract address to phone numbers. And then it also provides methods for you to send and sign transactions. Next slide. So the one that's probably going to be new for everyone is DAppKit. DAppKit enables dApps to request and send transactions through deep links. And this is really cool because when you're on your mobile phone, you're able to like click on a link and on your dApp, and then it's going to take you to the wallet, and then where you can approve the transaction, and then it'll take you back. DAppKit was built, so it's just a lightweight set of functions. It's built in TypeScript. Right now, it's currently built with Expo, which is a React Native framework, but we do have plans to make this framework agnostic so that you can use the framework of your choice. And this just allows for easy signing. So if you're familiar with like React Native, this is going to be, it's going to feel really familiar because using Expo. And next slide. So then the question is, what happens when you build your app? It's like, sweet, I have these tools, I have my app, and we want to be here for you from like the whole journey, right? It's not enough just to build something. You have to get it out. You need to get it to your hands of users. And so how do you get to that part? From a very like self-serve part, we have a series of online engineering tech talks. This is just, we talk a lot about different things. There's deep dives into proof of stake, stability mechanisms. There's several series that I've done that will take you from building your dApp all the way to porting an Ethereum dApp to Celo. And you can check those out on our YouTube. You can Google Celo Tech Talks. And then we also have Celo Foundation grants. And this is an open program that supports projects committed to Celo's mission of building a financial system. And this includes like if you want to build tooling, if you want to build, we have a couple different things for like wallets or governance UIs, just anything that contributes to the system. And then we also have Celo Camp. So this is really great if you like, you know what you want to do, you want to get to market. This is an eight-week program. You're going to go through a curriculum. It includes mentorship, exclusive network events, and we're currently the registration open for the next batch until March 23rd, I believe. And that's a great way to really like accelerate your project and get it to market. Next slide. And so this is just a quote from Sergey Kiama. The Dunya Pay, it's a full service, inexpensive banking experience. It's built for Africa's booming digital generation. And so we're really excited to support more projects like this that will help reach like a global community. And, you know, we want it to be people, wherever you are, you know your community best. And so you can build the dApps that are going to meet the needs of your community. Next slide. And so we, I just want to do a shout out. If you're like, sweet, how do I like contribute and participate? I want to build dApps, but I also want to like build on Celo. We have a really great Make It Mobile hackathon coming up. It's February 27th to April 7th. And this is going to be done alongside with Gitcoin. And so we really hope to see you there. Maybe even like take the cool stuff that you do here and use it for the next hackathon. And similar to like EIPs, Celo also has Celo improvement proposals. So if you want to get involved describing the standards for the Celo platform, which includes like course protocol specifications, contract standards, you can check out our GitHub. That also focuses on, you could also like submit Celo governance proposals. And so like Daryl mentioned again, like we're working on making Celo, developing Celo for everyone. And so we want to hear from you. Like the developer experience is huge for us. So if you see something that is wrong, please let us know. If you want to see like improvements, we're trying to like make our tools easier to use, optimize it, reduce bundle sizes, because we know that the way that we get inclusion is we have to make it easy for developers too. So that you don't need like some monstrous computer just to get up running and like work on the development stuff. And yeah, so again, I encourage you to get involved and here to talk to us more about how to get involved on the core innovations and what we're doing there is Yaz.
Thanks, Barbs. Yeah, so I'm going to go over core innovation. I don't believe we have that much time left, so I'll try to wrap it up really quickly. Joelle, next slides, please. All right, so at the high level, Celo is a proof of stake network. So what makes it function and move forward, block generation and all that, is the validator. Validators are the essential for Celo's mission, and they're really important to have a functioning network and stuff. And our validator community is one of the most essential communities in Celo. Next slide, please. We also have interoperability. We're bringing over TBTC to Celo. We also have bridges thanks to the Suma team joining Celo. We also have a plan, Project Celo Cosmos Bridge, and we have many more to come. Next slide, please. So this week we have the new round of the Plumo $0 snark ceremony. It's like we want to use it to build an ultralight client, and we also have an AMA at ETHDenver at 3 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on Wednesday, this Wednesday, with Anna Rose and James Westwich joining us. So please do join this ceremony. Next slide, please. Essentially, at the core level, we have a governance system like Barbara went over. There's a lot of community-focused initiative, and we also focus on improving the protocol. Other things within the protocol is we have the Celo Reserve, which has Celo governance token, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and DAI in the reserve, and it allows us to issue stable coins like Celo USD, and coming soon we have Celo Euro, which is really exciting for us. Next slide, please. Yeah, and we wanted to thank you for participating in our talk. Be sure to check out our community on Discord, participate in our hackathon. We have a lot of cool bounties that might be interesting to you. We're available on Discord and Twitter, so hit us up, and thank you very much.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for listening to this, and for I'm loving the comments I'm seeing. Thanks for being open to what we're saying. Feel free to visit our booth. I'm going to link the registration page for our Make It Mobile Hackathon, February 25th. And so feel free to visit our booth inside the virtual castle and link up, or just visit our Gitcoin page and join our tribe, because we're going to be putting up quite a few thousands of dollars for that hackathon, and we'd love to see what talent comes out for it, because I think this is a message that pretty much everyone in the Web3 space can get behind. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Jarrell and Barbara, appreciate it.
No problem. Thank
cool
you.
to hear what you guys are up to, and everybody has this in crypto has this shared vision of putting crypto in the hands of billions, and I sort of think the way it's going to play out is instead of having one master blockchain, we're going to have tons of projects that are connected to each other via trustless pegs. There's going to be a lot of interesting building and experimentation going on, and some with very specific use cases in mind, like Celo has with the mobile clients and mobile UX. So keep an eye on them. It's going to be interesting to see how that all evolves. So we're sticking with our UX track. And let's see here. In fact, that's going to be a very big focus of our next talk. So I think I'm sort of the perspective, and I think you all agree that UX has a long way to go in crypto. There's a lot of analogies with, between like crypto and the rise of the internet. Is it 1994? Is it 1988? In terms of UX, one interesting way to think about it is, for those of you who were around for the days of like 1200 baud modems, you could connect to not really the internet, but you could connect to other computers back then. It was quite clunky, all done in sort of a primitive CLI form. That evolved, of course, into AOL and Prodigy, and that's where things really started to get more doable. You could connect to things. I think that's kind of where we are now. The mainstream is coming. People are getting involved that aren't crypto native. My mom, who's watching, hi mom, she's getting into crypto. She's been learning about NFTs this weekend and cross-chain bridges and all this stuff. And it's fascinating to see the mainstream coming. So we could probably all agree that crypto, it doesn't have the greatest UI UX right now. If you've ever underpriced a gas transaction on ETH, something like that, it sucks. However, our next panelists have a ton of insights on how things may improve. A lot of great thinkers in this space. So if you guys are all queued up, I'll hand it over to the panel.
Thanks, Kent. And thanks everybody for tuning in. I'm thrilled to be here. Welcome everybody to Broke AF, Crypto UX is Bad and Getting Better. I'm the host, Zach. We've got Jill, Georgia, Lily, and Yalda as the panelists to discuss. As a heads up, this is a 30-minute panel, which is tight for 4 people to really dive into such a deep topic. So I've put together a deck with some of the thoughts that they've shared prior to the panel. I'll be dropping that link in the chat near the end, as well as social links, so you can follow everyone here in the discussion. So in the interest of getting right to it, I'm just going to introduce our panelists and we can kind of jump in. So first off, we've got Georgia. Hi, Georgia.
Hello, lovely to be here. It's an absolute delight.
Oh, so glad to have you. Georgia, I actually worked with her at Consensus. She's an amazing researcher, currently freelancer. So I would definitely check her out. She's G_rack on Twitter. Lily, hi.
Hey.
Hi.
Happy to be here.
So glad to have you. So she's a full stack designer specializing in fintech and decentralized applications currently at Pull Together. Yalda, project lead at Black Sky. Hi, I think this is the coolest JD I've seen at ETHDenver so far. It's a dystopian minimization engine is what Black Sky is. Great to have you. And then finally, Jill Carlson. I think Jill's probably the reason we're all here because of a tweet that you sent out in January. You've been investing in early stage startups at Slow Ventures. You researched closed economies with the Open Money Initiative at Jill Ruth Carlson on Twitter. Jill, so glad to have you.
Yeah, great to be here. Thank you. And glad I could play a small role in kicking off the discussion.
Well, I mean, and I think that's probably where we want to start, right? Like, so January 24th, I'll just read the tweet really quickly. And then I would love to actually kind of like start diving into, I think, what experiences spurred this. But in January 24th, you said crypto UX is entirely and utterly broken. If you're actually using it, parentheses not via a third party, it is borderline unusable. Even those of us who have been doing it for a better part of a decade. And then follow-up tweet, I'm not convinced that it's fixable. I like both of those because I strongly agree, but I would love to understand a little bit better, like kind of like what the inciting incident was and kind of expand on those thoughts.
Okay, so look, without sharing sort of too much and doxing myself in problematic ways or exposing myself to security vulnerabilities, which is the very fact that I have to give that disclaimer already to me is, drawing a line of, okay, this is maybe not ready for the mainstream yet. But that weekend, it was, I think, a Saturday or Sunday that I tweeted that out. And it was a moment of just sort of pure anguish and frustration, because that weekend I had been going through and basically doing kind of a self-audit of, okay, like where are my various crypto holdings? What happened to this token that I got airdropped like 2 years ago? Where is that being held now? Going through the stuff that I had in various like DeFi protocols, etc. And it was, there was nothing really spurring this other than I like to do this a couple times a year to make sure that I still know where everything is, how much it's all worth, and that I can still access it. And it took me about 2 days to do this. And, my family members, my partners were walking into the room being like, what is going on in here? As I had sort of multiple laptops open, making runs out to the bank, like various slips of paper around. And it was just this kind of comical thing of like, this is absurd. And I had to agree, this was not, it didn't feel like the future of finance as I was going through all of this. And so, when I said, I'm not sure that this is fixable, that specifically has to do for me with key management. If you want to be self-custodying, which so many of us in crypto sort of pride ourselves on, then you have to figure out a protocol for yourself to custody your keys securely. And that is devilishly hard, can become uncomfortably high stakes. And that's the thing that I'm not sure is fixable. I think that, the rest of sort of the UX leaps and bounds forward that we've seen over the last years have been commendable indeed. And I don't want to detract or draw away from those. But that was the moment of frustration that led to that post.
And so I want to ask about a clarification specifically in relation, because Lily, you actually responded to this thread. I was going back through it. Yeah. And so when you say parentheses, not third parties. Are you saying like just kind of like interacting with the primitives in general? And then Lily, I'd love for you to kind of jump in and sort of like talk about sort of how you started thinking through sort of that statement.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Lily. Please take it away.
Okay. So first, I also have to say that I totally like agree that it somehow could be better, right? But then I think we are now arriving at some sort of like a new paradigm here. So we should not just really just compare like what we have right now with Web 2, right? I mean, if any of you like older than 30, probably you do remember the time when you hear the sound of modem, like 56K modem, like, creaking, and it's kind of fine, right? I mean, like we actually kind of fixed that, we improved that from that point, and I also think so that in crypto it will also be like that once we have more adoption, and it's not the other way around. On the other hand, I think like the purpose that we are all here, most of the cases also dealing with money, is dealing with finance. And so for me, like adding friction to the flow is actually the new black now. I think it's good to kind of slow user down a little bit. Basically, I know it's like leading to like a lot of frustration afterwards. And of course we could improve on that point. But I think it's also, definitely a good practice to simply just, kind of make it a bit more difficult so people can stop and think and not just like keep clicking until at the end they were like, oh, actually, I just gave like this permission that I didn't intend to. So I'm convinced that it will be able to improve. Maybe we do not really have to fix it if we do not, like compare it with Web 2, I think.
I totally agree. There's like a concept of healthy friction. I think in the Web 2 space, especially as we've talked about friction, we almost see it as like a negative. And I think that's kind of how we've gotten into the current paradigm within Web 2. I want to touch on two things, Lily, that you said. Yalda, especially, so I asked for like some thoughts beforehand. You were kind of talking about not building with privacy in mind. And I feel like Jill kind of prefacing everything with like, I'm not interested in doxing myself as like kind of key to like what you were talking about previously. Privacy to me is like one of the biggest problems, both in doing the proper research, but also in kind of a lack of privacy on the apps themselves. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think that, like, as I said in the note, this is a problem that's being largely ignored in the Ethereum ecosystem whenever it comes to application developers. It's like, yeah, there are some teams that are working on trying to enable us more, and there are challenges at the protocol level. But the fact that we're just building in this like, oh yeah, I'll just like use all these apps, and then users are getting into the system, and you're not even like teaching them about, oh, if you deposit money into this account and then you transfer it to all these other accounts, everything's going to be linked together. So it's just like we're inviting mass adoption into this system that exposes people in ways that traditional Web 2 doesn't. And I think that that's really bad. So I would like slow down from wanting mass adoption until we really think about the privacy issue, because it's I'd say it's like a big red flag that needs a lot more attention, and it is a user experience problem.
Like with a ton of unexpected consequences, I think, as well. Georgia, I know you've actually done some research, like both the research of having to do research on users while respecting their privacy, as well as like how people think about privacy in terms of crypto networks. You want to just jump in, or?
Yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, I run user research. I help teams understand their users, who they're building these products for. And very often teams don't really have a clear idea of who that is. When we talk about banking the unbanked and, subsecting people as crypto and non-crypto people, we're a really long way from servicing non-crypto people currently with the user experience that exists. So that, that also comes down to privacy. So who is privacy important for? And are we building the products for those people? I think sometimes we have a really simplistic view of what user experience is in this space. So I've heard people talk about, teams talk about, we don't do UX, but we're building an API and a service or something like that, right? But the reality is that every single touch point that a user has with your service, how they feel before and after it, what they do after as well, is all part of the user experience. The problem we have is that very often we're not thinking about who exactly is going to be using this product. So we may be thinking, well, the user is somebody who is really privacy focused, but is our product actually catering for that? Or we've built a privacy service, but the people who need it can't get onto this service because of the learning curve, the blockers to adoption that currently exist. I do a lot of research with people who are traders, DeFi users, and people really care about their anonymity. So it can be difficult to get interviews with people, but generally people want their voices to be heard. I try and respect their anonymity as much as possible by allowing them to join, a call that's just audio, not recording their call. I'm running a study like that currently for a big DEX to talk to high value traders. Those are people who do fiercely want to protect their anonymity, but also how are we going to build good products for these people if we don't interview them, find out what they need, what their problems are, and what gaps there are in the market for products to serve those needs.
I guess, and this is a panel to everyone, would you, like, if we were to prioritize kind of like the biggest problems within crypto UX, would it be key management, maybe identity kind of as an umbrella term, and then privacy under that? Or are there any more pressing concerns that I think dApp developers should be aware of?
Can I have a diagram? Oops.
Go on, you jump in first. Go on, Lily.
Okay, I'm just gonna make it very quick. I think key management is definitely one of the biggest problem, but it's also, I mean, if we talk about UX of it in itself, right? I think it's already kind of like bad UX since the way how it's being designed, right? Because usually the mnemonic seed phrase is using the system of like BIP 39, which is having, I think, about 2048, something like these words in the collection, right? And it's usually going from left to right using English words. And I mean, this is not in any way international because there's so many languages, which is like right from right to left, for example, right? And not using English, not using like Latin letters. Like, I mean, this is already kind of like, when you really think deeper about this is already, it's not very accessible. But then, I mean, there are a lot of things to be fixed. And I mean, this thing, I guess, like, is probably going to be the last thing because it's kind of like usable. But then I think definitely how to recover it, it's the big problem of like most users.
Yeah, I would agree. So yeah, that you've got the seed phrase, and why does that exist? It's a protocol layer decision, right? A design decision essentially on how the system's meant to work. So there we have the problem, right? Why is UX in crypto really hard? It's because some of the decisions that affect users have been made well before a user was imagined, right? Well before. And how do we overcome that? We need to bring this human design much earlier in the process for the things that we continue to build further on. I would say, controversially, another big problem for UX in the space is money. So unlike a traditional product that might raise funds off the back of a successful product, like we think of something Web 2, they've demonstrated an audience, they've got users, that's how you then get investments, and then you might one day IPO or sell the company or something like that. With ICOs, IEOs, the money comes first. So where's the motivation to make something that's super usable, useful, serves a goal for users? It's much easier to create something, clone an existing project, spin it up, make loads of money. But this is only serving like a really small subset, even of crypto users, right? Let's talk about yield farming. It's a massive craze. All the energy is going into this because that's where the money is, but that's not where the best use is. And I'd love to see us really taking the more challenging problem that exists and building for those people.
I just want to touch on something that George and Lily both just said, which is that design has to start at the protocol layer. I so appreciate that Because I think to make kind of a meta statement about where the problem lies with design is that crypto as an industry is so good at optimizing. We are so good at taking something that exists and saying, oh, we can do this better. You know, we look at Ethereum and we say, oh, we can decrease latency or we can add privacy. But very seldom in that initial stage of ideation does the question return to the end user and ask the question, what does the end user want out of this protocol? And so I think that that's just really worth emphasizing. And I thank them for that point.
Yeah, and it's like, what should we build? Not just can we build it, right? We have to ask the difficult questions.
I also want to call out, I think is really interesting, Jill, the idea of iteration and optimization, which I think is really interesting because if you look at a lot of the broken systems that we're trying to replace, those are all around systems that were built with very narrow use cases in mind that were then kind of broadened out in order to like make do with the rest of the population, right? And so I think we're actually in danger of kind of replicating some of the same problems in Web 2 and kind of traditional finance markets if we don't take this like very like broad approach when talking to people. Yalda, I'd actually, since you're kind of in the whole idea of dystopian mitigation, I would kind of be curious to hear from you as far as like what does that even look like to make sure that like you're essentially red teaming some of these really interesting crypto primitives.
Which part look like?
How do you think about like talking to people and studying a problem from the perspective of like, how can this not be evil, or how do we kind of mitigate kind of like the worst outcomes, I guess?
I mean, I think that basically we need to take things a lot slower and really critically think through all the decisions we're making whenever it comes to ownership of a protocol, governance of a protocol. I think a lot of projects are moving too fast and not really actually fully thinking of the implications of what is the longer term trajectory of all this like yield farming. Are these systems actually going to be the new financial systems, or is it just some fun game for now, you know? So I think that that there's just a lot of like we can get like really lost in this like greed and just making a lot of money that you lose the focus of why you were building things in the first place. So I think just slowing down and mapping things out more and understanding how each decision is going to impact other parts of the system. So I guess thinking more like researchers as opposed to like just like a traditional business that's competing in the market, and then you just let the market decide the best winner, which might not necessarily be what is the best, what a lot of us wanted getting into cryptocurrency. So I think that that's going to be this divergence that's always existing in Ethereum or in blockchain, as like the more like ideologically aligned people, and then the more business-minded people, and those don't always like fully fit together. So I think that whenever it comes to a protocol, there's more ideology baked into that protocol, or that protocol allows that some sort of ideology to flourish, and then an ecosystem forms around that, and then businesses are formed that kind of conform or align with that ideology. So I think that there is not really a consistent one. I don't see that in Ethereum. And I don't know if that's the best approach, but it might be like more like if the protocol isn't going to be ideological, you might kind of have at least sub factions of the community that are maybe trying to realign with some of the original vision of crypto, so it doesn't get completely overtaken.
That totally makes sense. I want to be mindful of our time. Unfortunately, like I said, 30 minutes with so many brilliant people, 30 minutes is not a ton of time to like actually dive in. I think kind of generally for everyone though, if let's say that we have a lot of companies, a lot of dApp developers, a lot of people thinking about how to begin approaching fixing kind of the broken UX around their work. Jill, first off for you, because I know you're investing, that means you talk to a ton of companies at almost like a 10,000 foot view. How are companies thinking about this, or crypto projects thinking about this? And then I'd love to hear from the others as far as just like how companies can begin kind of incorporating research and that into it.
Yeah, well, what's fantastic is I'm seeing more and more companies, and most of the companies in the crypto space that I work with now engaging product design researchers, experts in human-centered design, the likes of the people on this call, again, whose work I'm so grateful for from the outset, before they even ship a test net, that kind of thing. Often what they're finding is that the issues lie in dependencies of things that they're working from or building from. And so that's kind of a larger discussion. But it is very heartening to see so many brilliant design minds coming into the space, and all of them getting picked up and engaged by these companies, for sure.
That's great.
I'll jump in and say, as it is the phrase, do your own research. So it's super important to go and talk, have conversations with who you imagine your end user to be. I'm really delighted that I'm happy to say I'm extremely busy, which shows that there is a demand, but doing any user research, design research is a competitive advantage in this space because we have a lack of data about users. We know everything about on-chain transactions, but why do people do the things they do? What are their experiences when they do it? You can learn a lot from talking to just a small number of users. I really recommend the teams who are building now to improve their user experience, do this straight away. The best time to do research was yesterday, but if you can't do it yesterday, do it now. And you can chat to me on Twitter and I can give you some tips on how to approach doing that. But you will learn a lot from just a small number of people that can help steer your boat in the right direction and essentially lead to adoption and retention. We're trying to keep users, not just get them to try out our protocol for once and then leave too. So it's thinking about longevity of projects, and it will motivate everybody on the team around the problem. Like, who are we doing this for and why?
Cool. Okay. So I jump in. So I'm totally in line, agree with Georgia. I think we need more research in the space. But it's also another challenge, right? Because how can we do research without compromising user privacy? There are obviously a lot of data, behavior, interaction that, we couldn't cache on chain. That would be very, very helpful. But meanwhile, and of course in the future as well, I would hope that crypto UX would be bold. We have to be bold, but then we also be empathetic. So that would be the best case.
I love it. So we've got 5 minutes left. I think in closing, any high-level takeaways? I'd love for you to give you all just kind of a chance to kind of, I guess, pitch what you're working on. Where can people follow? I'm seeing in the chat, people are asking if you've got a newsletter. Hopefully you do. Yeah, there we go. Does Yalda have a newsletter or blog? Last 5 minutes, why don't y'all kind of just give us where we can kind of follow your thoughts and continue to sort of look into this and continue to fix UX in crypto. Yalda, why don't you start?
I'm, I guess, working on writing more in a blog, but I haven't fully published everything yet. But it will most likely be on blacksky.network. Yeah, so you can go to that website, and it's like a rebrand of this previous project I was working on called Space Decentral, so it's called Black Sky now. And the other opinion I wanted to add as far as the user research is, I think that we actually need to do user research from dApp developers, not users of dApps. Like at a protocol level user research, the users are the developers in a large part, and a lot of the developers, they came into this ecosystem with a particular vision of what Ethereum should be. So I think aligning things around that and helping it go in the right direction would be very helpful. And that's another project I'm working on as far as what some of that user research could be is in Moloch DAO, which is a DAO in the Ethereum ecosystem. And there will be more information announced probably next week about these new initiatives within Moloch DAO. But we want to do this sort of like more deeper insights, like research from the Ethereum community when it comes to UX and privacy. So if you want to get more involved, I would say, follow the Moloch DAO Twitter, and you can get more involved with helping Ethereum in that way.
Excellent. Georgia, why don't you go next?
Yeah, thanks. I've already plugged myself. You can see there, G_rack on Twitter, but I may as well just talk about just a couple of projects which I'm working on, which I think are great. Great examples of doing research well. And to Yalda's point as well, I do often do research into the developer experience. That's so important. Like, these are users, especially as a lot of teams are building products for other developers. Somebody likes to call it the D2D or B2D exchange. Yeah, I'm working for a couple of projects at the minute. One trying to help audiences who don't have crypto get into crypto. Yes, there's a company trying to solve that problem. And lots of other more native crypto projects, which is super exciting. One thing I would just advise teams who are watching this, who are building, is think about your copy. Every time I do user testing, the thing that just drives people nuts is the copy. Like, use simple language, try and make it easy for them to understand, and that will build confidence for them.
I love it. Lily, why don't you, and then Jill, we'll close out on your props.
All right. Okay, so currently I'm working for Pull Together, and we have launched like so many new cool stuff. So just go check out. And fun fact is that a lot of users on Pull Together are those who like quite new to crypto as well. So I think it's kind of like a good onboarding platform to be in, right? Because it's not that complicated, but then yet it's still you are in DeFi like properly. So yeah.
Love it. Pull Together, I think, was the first DApp I used that felt like an app, which was
really
awesome.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so great. Yeah, so kudos to that. Definitely check out Pull Together if you haven't. Jill, let's close with you.
Huge fan of Pull Together myself. I work on a project called the Open Money Initiative. You can find us at openmoneyinitiative.org. Related to the last panel, which was about Celo and the work that they're doing, we look at closed economies, places like Venezuela, Cuba, Nigeria, even Argentina to a degree, even sometimes here in the United States, and examine how people access financial systems when they're not really built for them. So that applies more broadly, but of course, crypto plays a big role in that. I also frequently rant and rave in a column on CoinDesk, and so you can find more of my thoughts there as well. But thanks so much for having me, and thank you again to the rest of the panel. I'm just a lowly investor. You all are actually on the front lines of this, doing the work. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks everybody for listening. Again, I've posted a chat, or in the chat, I've posted the slide deck, so you can find everybody as well as thoughts that they've provided beforehand. I think they're really, really useful. So go ahead and read those as well. I just to self-pitch, I've got a flash talk coming up, I think in maybe 45 minutes, in search of the mythical DApp user. We'll be talking about user acquisition, so be sure to check that out. And as always, thank you so much to ETHDenver for putting this panel on. I really appreciate the UX driven and kind of focus that ETHDenver has continued to have. So thanks so much.
You're welcome, Zach, and thanks to you and the entire panel. The feeling I have after listening to this is one of optimism. These are some daunting challenges we're up against, but there are a lot of really smart people thinking about these problems. It's not like, this thing is going to jump up and bite us in the ass. Like, oh God, we didn't think about these problems. Like, you get the sense of almost inevitability that it's going to get worked out. The only thing is the details, and the future is looking bright. So thank you very much.
Thanks all.
We're going to switch gears a little bit here and look at a topic that's very near and dear to my heart. At Shapeshift last year, we contributed to a project called MicroTick that is designed to act as a trustless oracle, and had a lot of fun exploring different projects and approaches to the oracle issue. Just a quick primer for those who are not familiar, the idea of an oracle is where you really have to bring in the information from the real world into blockchains. Blockchains have no way of knowing this. On the other hand, you wanted to do this in a trust minimized fashion, where you're not counting on one party saying, telling you that the Buccaneers won last night, or what the Dow's at today. You need to do this in a trustless fashion. Today, we've seen Chainlink do quite well in the space. However, there's a lot more approaches, and I think this is an area that's going to really just see a lot of burgeoning experimentation and interesting building. So Teller is a great example of a project that's doing just that. I had a chance to talk to, I believe, Barbara last year a little bit and learn what they're doing. But she's going to tell you what Teller is up to and explain some more concepts about what's happening with oracles right now.
Hey, Kent. I did not include MikroTik in this talk. Now I feel bad about it.
Oh, that's right. I just mentioned it.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's not meant to be exhaustive. It's just meant to be an overview for any builders out there to actually start thinking about this beforehand and not as an afterthought. So with that, let me know if you guys can hear me and see my slides and if everything is all good.
Everything is great, Brenda.
Perfect. I'll get started. Thanks everybody for joining. I am Brenda from Teller, and let me know also if I'm juggling a few screens here, but hopefully everything goes smoothly. So anyway, why are oracles important in blockchain? And as Kent already mentioned, what really makes the blockchain interesting is that intersection of the off-chain data and on-chain data, and that merge of the real world. Like, it's really what makes it interesting. But before I get into that, when if you're a builder and you're just starting to build, or maybe if you already started because it started over the weekend, but some of the things that you need to think about when you're designing your protocol is what properties of the blockchain make your app actually better to be run on as a dApp rather than on a centralized database, because it will be slower and it will be more expensive. Also, what level of decentralization are you willing to negotiate on? And always remember that your dApp is only as decentralized as the least decentralized aspect of it. And that's really important because that's where oracles come into play. Sometimes they are an afterthought to many protocols because they are so, you're way more focused on the product that you want to provide and the UX that you're trying to give your users. But anyway, this talk is going to talk mainly about the science of oracles in general and what's being used on DeFi currently, and why you should keep it in on your thoughts as part of your design structure. So, as I said, oracles are super important because they make things way more interesting and more tangible. It was really fun to play around, I guess, with blockchain data and assets, but it really, what really brought it to life is the ability to merge both worlds together. And that intersection is what brings the most interesting use cases on chain. And what actually brings true competition to the traditional centralized way of doing things. And competition is extremely important because it keeps innovation going and it pushes businesses and states to do better. And because when left unchallenged, without checks and balances, the imbalance of powers can potentially be devastating. So this merge between decentralization and the real world is what really makes the blockchain truly powerful, in my view. And with that, as off-chain data, with off-chain data and all of these use cases that it was able to bring on-chain, it also brought a lot of basically potential profit making, right? Because a lot of the things that this use case bring in are really worth trillions, like financial, in the traditional financial system. When you're talking about derivatives, that's a big portion of the economy. And so when we start looking into the blockchain and its possibilities, right away people start thinking, derivatives, stable coins, prediction markets, gambling protocols. And all we can do as entrepreneurs is like, we're going to build things to meet that demand because we're in the space, we like it. And as soon as we start building, we start realizing very soon that it is very hard to create products and settle those bets and those derivatives to data that can't be gained. We very quickly go from like how fun it is to build something to, oh wait, can we actually get data on chain that is as trustlessly as we reach consensus on the state of the blockchain? And for the blockchain, the state of the blockchain is just determined by whatever the majority determines to be true, and it's easy. We say, well, easy, right? It took a lot to get there, but once we're there, we know that it's easy to reach consensus on who's sending what to whom and for on chain, and then reach that consensus on chain. But for off-chain data, there's no really pre-specified mechanism to reach that consensus because it's completely unrelated to the blockchain. And the big difference is that now the consensus layer is on chain for this data, and it determines who can push data and whether or not that data is correct. And that's really hard to do in a secure way. So the first way that we as a community, when I talk about the community, I don't just talk about Teller, I'm talking about the whole crypto community, is like the very first and easiest way that we thought about like how to tackle this problem. It's fairly simple, right? You just have one person either enter the data, either you yourself or you whitelist somebody to enter the data to your smart contract. And for anybody that doesn't know, the biggest name in this basic, and I know they've done different iterations of their product, but the biggest name on Ethereum for this type of design is actually Provable, and in the past they were called Oracleize. And they're really great to do an MVP, but it is centralized and there are high risks with that. Because basically when you do a design like this, that central party can actually manipulate your data very easily. And also, even if they're not malicious, if they go out of business or shut down their servers, then your contract gets no data. And we call that a liveness guarantee issue. And so that's one of the first designs and one of the first ways that we actually as a community tackled it. Well, it was actually an Italian guy that came up with that, but it was cool. Anyway, so the next design is actually having a multi-sig type of design. And for this, you don't just whitelist one person, but you whitelist a handful of parties and they all place data on chain, and then you can take the median, average, whatever you want for your contract. And as you can tell, it is a little bit better, more like a proof of authority version of an Oracle. We're kind of trying to correlate them to layer one solutions, but it's still pretty, I think it's definitely a better option than just having one party enter the data. And it puts a lot of the design back on your court as the developer. Another way that it's a slightly modified version of the multi-sig is when you have multiple parties provide the data, but then you have one relayer actually push the data on chain. And I actually think this is a slightly worse version of it, just because now you're kind of centralizing all of that data that's coming from different parties. But the good thing about this is that it does separate the risk. So in this case, one of the groups, the group that provides the data, they can, you separate, like they can manipulate the value, but only the relayer can censor your system. So it kind of splits the risk. So, that's something to just keep in mind. But either way, you are back to being centralized. Another design, and it's kind of a version of a proof of authority system, but more like a delegated proof of stake system, where you have where you have an entity whitelist nodes, and they can deposit a stake, and they can lose it if they actually provide you bad data. And this is way better, I think, than the previous designs, but you also have to pay close attention to how the whitelisting works. Is it really centralized? Can they really just unwhitelist anybody in the group of entities that you need information from, and how centralized that entity is, or if it's centralized, if it's a DAO, that has big implications on what happens to your data. For any of these, though, you also want to make sure that or possibly know or have an estimate of the cost to break, and also how easy it is for nodes to communicate and collude and manipulate your data. So for these type of systems, it's just good to do your research and just keep those things in the back of your mind, because they do seem a little bit more decentralized, but you just have to keep those things in mind. And those, I think, are more of a more centralized type of designs. One that was very, I guess, early on, that is a little bit more of a decentralized design. It was actually prediction markets. And they're not as popular as they used to be now, but basically they work by simply you place a bet and then people vote on the right outcome. And if you assume that the majority of the people are honest in the system and they don't want to lose their money, if you penalize them if their answer is considered wrong, then it works, and it's pretty decentralized. And it's a pretty cool design, but it's also it's also pretty slow. And there's a lot of regulatory issues with that, and speed, liquidity, and even cost concerns, especially since now gas prices are so high, that it's really hard to be able to use this in DeFi. But I do think that the concept of it is going to be really useful, and I think eventually, maybe as things get faster, it'll be used more often. I don't know. But this was one of the very first designs that were truly quite decentralized. Another design that is, despite of everybody trying to come up with other designs and coming up with these centralized ways of basically providing off-chain data, the truth is that we've known how to crypto economically validate data for a while, and we do this a lot with every 10 minutes with Bitcoin and in Ethereum every time that we reach consensus on one block. You have a way to pick some anonymous person or group of people, and then they enter information, and then you add in some form of probabilistic finality so that it makes it really expensive for them to break your system for a while. And then validators can collectively agree on whether or not to accept that data as true. And as long as you make it really expensive to pretend to be the majority of the system, then I think that's a pretty robust way of doing it when we already do it with blockchains in general in layer ones. So that's actually how people are now, I think, are starting to look more into providing data on chain, and that's actually the way that Teller is built. But definitely, it's gonna be slower than some of the other options because it's more decentralized. So there's obviously those drawbacks that oracles, just like the blockchain, they face the scalability trilemma, and that's just something you're going to have to negotiate based on whatever you're building and the design for it and whatever it is that you're actually doing and whatever you value most. But if you take anything from this talk, just realize that the scalability trilemma also holds for oracles as well. It's not just something the blockchain it deals separately. If you're really fast, you're probably not decentralized. And also, just keep in mind, it just doesn't make sense that when you have a consensus layer on chain, you're not going to be able to reach consensus just as fast as the blockchain reaches its own consensus. So just keep those things in mind when you evaluate these things. But in terms of overview of designs, there's a lot of flavors and sprinkled with a lot of different things because everybody's really working on this and trying to make it better. But that's pretty much it for what I'm going to go over as an overview. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of other designs that are going to be really interesting in the future, and I cannot wait to see them. We're iterating, every day as well, and trying to meet our users' needs, and I'm sure everybody else is as well. But as for now, I think those are the main basics of designs out there. So now that you guys have the models there, then let's try and go ahead and go through what's actually being used on DeFi right now. And for DeFi, although it sounds like it's really, really, really big, there are, maybe like 10, 20 projects that really drive the entire space. And that's just, the nature of it. Like everybody, well, one, they've been there for a long time, they trust them. And it's just the space is still very young. So, it's just looking at this, like we're just going to go through some of them because it would be, it would be way more than 20 minutes if I don't. And I'm going to try to hurry because I'm looking at the time right now. But basically, Maker is at the top of the list. And for one thing, they are, one of the biggest, if not the majority of DeFi at the moment. And they had to face the Oracle problem very early on because they depend on it, So they have a system that is similar to one of our designs above. But the one thing to keep in mind in terms of Maker is that they developed their Oracle for themselves, but now a lot of other projects, smaller projects and big ones, use them as their data feed because they just, they're consistent, they're there. And that's, what they currently have is basically a proof of authority model, basically. They recently moved to a model where anybody can be a relayer, but, and which is, I think is really great because now there's going to be hopefully more transparency as they move towards that. But there's still a lot of centralization because it's theirs, they designed it for themselves. But they do follow a lot of really great practices, namely the 1 hour delay to update their oracles was instrumental for them to be able to handle Black Thursday last March, and to have their holders actually have a say as to whether there's a bad value on chain, and they can freeze the system. And I think those are really good things that they are able to have those fallbacks in place and make their take ownership and control of their system when their oracle fails. But yes, if you're using DAI, token holders, being able to freeze their system is going to be hard. And I think I'm running out of time because I just heard somebody. So another very similar design is the Open Oracle system from Compound, and they also use it for themselves. And then Chainlink, it's also a really big name in Oracle, in the Oracle space, and some of the, of the few other projects, they also have a lot of volume. They use them as well. Just as a disclaimer, this is how I think Chainlink currently works, because there is a discrepancy between what they have built and what's, the cool stuff that's on their white paper. But right now they just whitelist nodes, and they control that. But they are still being widely used by some of the, the bigger players. And I am not sure if I have enough time, but thank you guys. I will share my presentation, and you guys are welcome to go through it. I don't think I lost anything too big here, but I hope you guys got a gist of all the designs that are out there, and I can't wait to see what you guys build.
Awesome. Thank you for the talk, Brenda. And I think you said the two things that are really truisms in this Oracle space. One is that it really is the trilemma. There's no free lunch in the Oracle space, and be suspicious of projects that it seems too good to be true, because there's probably some important sacrifices they're making along the way. To get this right is tricky, but I think all the hard work is paying off. And then also you mentioned how the space is very young. That is absolutely the case. It's going to look vastly different, I think, in even like 2 years. So thanks for the insight.
Yes, I can't wait to see what people build, because I feel like it's in these hackathons that you get so much more innovation. Once you're in the space for a little bit, it's just like I think you start losing sight. But I can't to up innovating because you're like so focused on researching and making it faster and trying to make what we have work and trying to make it better that we forget that there's things to be built and there's things to be imagined.
Absolutely. Well, thanks again.
Thank you, Kent.
Take care. All right. Somebody mentioned audio. Jonathan, does my mic sound okay? Are you getting a signal?
Yes, we are. It's a little bit echoey just from the room, but
okay,
I can hear you.
Cool. Our little cave here at ETHDenver headquarters. All right. Switching back to kind of just the UI UX focus. So people are working on things, experimenting and building new things. Our next presenter is somebody who has can bring the voice of experience. Somebody that's been working on UI UX for quite a while. I believe even going back to maybe the early days of Ethereum. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, but I believe also Curve. Curve is one of my favorite UI UX in the space. I just love the retro vibes, and it's so much fun to use.
That's all Michael. I can't claim it.
Okay, cool.
But I think we came up with the name together, so that was fun.
Gotcha.
But yeah, no. He was the one who led the charge on that. I believe it's actually a default CSS library from someone who just wanted to make the Windows feel again. So it was kind of a fun choice for sure.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, there's a lot of really interesting different approaches to design in DeFi and across dApps in general. So Rick's in a great place to give some insight on that and kind of tell you where his head's at right now. So yeah, thanks for joining us, Rick.
Great. And I was just wondering, just briefly before I start, I'd love to just see these comments that are coming on Twitch so that I can respond to any questions or comments or things like that. And that would be really helpful. So yeah, let me just, should we switch over to my screen? And then I'm just basically just going to run you through, here we go, down the vortex. I'm basically just going to run you through like a big project that I've been working on recently and just like all the thinking and interactions and like the messy kind of back and forth of the design process. And then perhaps share a little bit more about, what some of the interactions are now like with the community as we begin to make this project kind of more widely available. So the protocol that I'm currently focused on helping out is known as FEI protocol or FEI. And it's a major contribution to the stablecoin space and ideally to the DeFi space in general. And the way in which FEI works is that it's trying to bring about a kind of under-collateralized stablecoin or a stablecoin that can maintain its peg without needing it to be massively over-collateralized. So obviously there's been a lot of hype and different stuff in the stablecoin space. We've seen tons of different projects come out that have different takes. And FEI really has a bunch of different mechanisms that I'm going to try and add design to over time. And I'm really just probably a month into this process. So the design process began with talking about how the protocol itself is going to raise capital. So the company that's building FEI has raised kind of private money, but the protocol itself needs capital to exist. In the same way, kind of Maker uses capital to produce DAI, FEI needs capital to produce FEI, the stablecoin. And so this was a kind of prototype that Joey and Seb threw together for how these things could work. And what I want to kind of emphasize here is that the design process began very broad. We've got to cover not only branding, but capital loading, managing different systems. We've got to do the naming, the timing, explain different things. And we started with some really rough prototypes of how we're going to explain the bonding curve and all these things. And really the whole process was like a back and forth of whiteboards, quick Figma prototypes, lots of comments. You're looking at how other people have addressed these things. I think Gnosis have done some great work there, and drawing inspiration from some of the previous UI work we did at Balance, and really thinking carefully about how all these things should work and how things can look. So you can see here that really I'm just trying everything, just trying a bunch of stuff for Genesis. But this was the initial engagement with the FEI lads. And then further over in the document, and I don't really segregate too much early on, I'm thinking about this theme. Okay, so Faye is actually referring to something called a Yapstone. There's also the Rye-stone community. And so we're kind of drawing on similar themes, looking into, you know, what it meant to have a Yapstone, what it meant to record data. And over here, you can see all my sketches and early ideas and brain dumps of like, how does this protocol work? How does it manage liquidity? How does the system function? And I was starting to think about combining some kind of like electrical theme with the kind of stone-based simple system, because I think that's, you know, kind of interesting that we're kind of combining these new accounting systems together, where we're moving forward from systems where humans would account for things, and we're starting to kind of build this infrastructure that's like computer-controlled accounting. And that was like, yeah, just where my head was at and still is at, is I'm thinking about ways we can kind of make the protocol look like an embedded chip system or something like that. And all this theming is interesting and something I really want to hit on more. And so next I'm going to move into, you know, what I think is really important is thinking through icon work. And this has really been a collaborative process, both with the team at Faye and a bunch of community members who've chipped in ideas. And so at its most like basic level, let's start with the kind of obvious Faystone themed whole in a circle, and then looking at different kind of block styles or hexagons or kind of appealing to those different themes. And really, it was just like tons of variation and sketching and then, you know, more broadly, we realized that obviously there's got to be two token designs here. This is a two token model. There's the Faye USD, which is the stablecoin, and then there's Tribe, which is the governance token that will be managing the system. And you know, when I look at crypto icons, a lot of them kind of abuse quite a few basic principles of design. So nearly all of these icons that you see here would look really hard. As you zoom out, it's really hard to recognize them. There's a few that work, but what you're always wanting to optimize for is like the lowest fidelity option, right? Because imagine, you know, the Faye USD on a Android phone with the kind of smallest resolution, the smallest screen. Could they make out what Faye USD is in this kind of sea of different tokens? And, you know, there's some people who've done a good job, like TKN and a couple of others. But in general, I'm pretty disappointed with the like current state of the art of token iconography. And I'm not saying we've got anything better necessarily yet, but I just want to point out some of the problems. Like you look at something like Kin, right? That's an incredibly intricate design that just will not render on like 16 pixel icons. It'll just end up being a blur. IOTA, obviously a bit of a disaster protocol, disaster token as well. But yeah, you can basically just see, like generally you're looking to see, is this visible when it's zoomed out? And would this work on a low resolution screen? And I think a lot of tokens fail that test. And that's why they're not driving themselves into the consciousness. I think Ethereum has a very recognizable branding. It scales up, it scales down, works really well. But there are many, many other tokens that kind of don't meet that test. And I just get almost token blindness a little bit and would struggle to pick them out of a kind of lineup of other tokens. And so, yeah, actually on New Year's Eve, I was with Joey and Seb, and we were just chatting about ideas and vibing, you know, together and like really talking through what we want to kind of communicate. And there's this kind of tribal element to the whole project that we're calling it the tribe. The people who help out are members of the tribe. The people who are investing are members of the tribe. The community who are coming in are all part of that tribe. And one kind of idea that I touched on was this idea of like Stonehenge or like these kind of tribal stones and the way in which they're set up. And that's how our kind of early prototypes for Tribe Token and the kind of Faystone ended up looking. And we were starting to get towards something here, but we weren't super happy with it. We're like, this is cool, but we haven't like probably cracked it. Another thing that's so important, I think, in design and thinking branding for different projects is finding like the emoji that really captures the project. It seems like emoji-based projects or ones that have like an emoji like Ave's Ghost or others just capture the memes and like capture the livelihood of the community in a really interesting way. So we very early on we started debating, you know, what would it mean to have an emoji that represented both Tribe and Faye USD. yeah, so here we go, some more different prototypes, experimenting with color. And this is the most important thing, is seeing what it looks like at multiple sizes, and like, does the spacing work both when it's large, or does it work when it's small? And really diving into those variations. And then when Joey and I were doing a trip together, I touched on this idea of, FAYUSD could be represented by the pyramid that is on many different dollar-denominated notes. And then we went down the rabbit hole on, what is that pyramid? What is that kind of eye? And I went really into like I believe it's related to the eye of providence, and there's all kinds of other elements to that, and like symbolism built into this idea that there's this kind of all-seeing eye, and that it's part of the US's kind of strength and control and things like that. So yes, we built off that theme, and we thought actually this actually does capture the stable coin quite well. And went through a ton of variations on those, and eventually got to this place where we thought we were happy with it. Like, we thought, okay, we're getting close towards, a kind of cohesive token branding strategy we're happy with. It's fun to kind of place it among, other things. And then several members of the community came in and offered some really great input. So there was LOL DeFi and Boku. So initially LOL DeFi was thinking more of a kind of abstract T here with different setups, and we went through a bunch of variations together. And like ended up looking at how those spacings looked and how they could work. This process, again, just a massive amount of back and forth, and it was so fun to like involve community members in that. And you can see here some of LOL DeFi's other great ideas. But really what we're getting towards now, and this is an idea from Boku, is this notion of a kind of negative T. So we're actually going back to that Stonehenge theme, and we're using the space created between the rocks and as a kind of negative implied T. And so this is where we're getting to currently. It's by no means finalized, but I just thought I'd show some of the live work here as things progress. Cool. So again, let's switch out of branding, and we'll go back over to what's really important, which is how the protocol will accrue capital. And this has been a long process of different design work. I was showing you some of it earlier, but what it's got towards is a kind of pretty kind of basic system where we are trying to just kind of communicate the variables involved as Faye raises capital and how it can have an influence. So we're trying to make it clear that people can, deposit capital, and that like different amounts of capital will have an impact, and the price of Ether will have an impact on how much of the eventual tokens you end up getting. And then we're going through kind of different states. So thinking through, what are your deposits? How much have you raised? What are you able to do with your deposits? And whether you'd like to commit more capital to the system. And so, yeah, the feedback we've had from that, it was fairly complicated, and it was a lot to process. And we're now working on a simpler version and a more advanced version. I think for people who are throwing in 5 ETH, they just generally, they're going to hear the project and do that. For people who want to put in a lot more money, they're going to do, much more than that. And they might want to, use the more advanced systems. So that gives you an idea of just like some of the progress we've gone through of just thinking about how the capital can be allocated to the protocol itself. And let's go back into again, the homepage is still very basic, but I wanted to kind of capture the idea of Faye as a kind of new way of driving stability. I think that the most interesting part of the mechanism is that when Faye is kind of above the peg, it has one set of mechanisms to bring it back down. And when Faye trades below the peg, it has a whole separate piece of machinery to bring it back and get up. And these pieces of machinery are not actually like human controlled, they're computer controlled. And so we really are trying to, try and make this thing as clear as possible, and trying to share what is going on with all the code. And in the end, I settled on this kind of wave theme, this idea that you could like make sure that everything is like clearer and the waves are clearer. And just kind of elucidate that there's this constant flux around a stablecoin's peg, and that Faye wants to kind of hug that. And so went through a bunch of themes, bunch of different text and copy, and trying to explain where it's going, and ended up getting towards this kind of dark theme, which we're pretty happy with for now. But again, you can probably see there's like 5 or 6 different fronts that I'm trying to push the design forward on, and it is by no means where we want it to be, but it's just trying to get to a V0 for everything so that people can use it. At this stage, I just want to quickly come back to see the Twitch stream. I don't know how I can see the questions right now, so is there any way you can just show me the questions on here, or should I go to the Twitch stream live?
I think on the right side, you should be able to open the comments button. And whoop, looks like we lost him.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately we lost him, but he should be able to load. He'll be loading the page probably right back.
Yeah, a couple questions here. How can the community get involved? That's a wonderful question.
Here we
I
go.
think I can't speak to what other. He's back.
Sorry about that, everybody.
Hey, Rick, no worries.
All right, sorry. I just wanted to see the comments just to kind of make this a little bit more interactive. How can the community get involved? Sorry, and the comments, they're showing up in the comments section on the right. Okay, great. How can the community get involved? So am I seeing everything live? I just want to make sure I'm
Yes.
not
Yep.
people.
All live.
Great. Yeah, so the community can get involved by going to the design channel, which is on the Discord, and you can check out that. The link to that will be on twitter.com/FayProtocol. Cool. All right. Well, if that's the only question so far, then I'll happily just like carry on for another kind of 5 to 10 minutes, just showing you an overview of like all the things we're thinking about and some of the interactions that we've had from the community.
So one quick note, Rick, you've got 1 minute left.
Okay, amazing.
And some miscommunication, so you just have one.
No worries. No, absolutely. Yeah. So I will do one last minute, just rounding up like where we're at. And this has been great. It's just fun to go through a file, and hopefully people see a different perspective on like what this stuff looks like and the kind of multiple fronts that we're thinking through. And yeah, I'll just quickly maybe just show one thing I've been quite excited to do is think through a trading UI. Again, I've done that kind of 10 or 15 times, but it's fun to just approach that again because there are some interesting incentives that come with Faye. And so we've just been thinking through how to communicate the kind of bonus or the penalties, the burns that can occur as you trade Faye for ETH. That's part of the mechanism. So there we go. I think that's been a pretty rip-roaring go through of like a project that's still live in development, and really none of this is where we want it to be. It's all about just getting everything lined up to a V0 so everything can kind of move forward and be launched. But then we're really hoping to refine this and make this great. And ideally, I'm looking for a designer who's just young, hungry, fired up, and wants to just take this like base level that I've started with and really run with it and make it their own. And so that's really kind of what I wanted to share is like, this is what goes on in my brain. This is how I work with people in general, with founders. I just try and send them a Figma file full of ideas, and then we can get things flowing. I'm not just trying to tell them what to do. I'm like, let's just see what you think about these pixels. So yeah, it's been super fun just kind of giving an overview of it. And it's been really fun working on Faye Protocol so far. And if anybody else wants to pop in, add their comments, give feedback, then the Discord is popping off, and we've had some really good back and forth in there in the design channel. So yeah, thanks so much for everyone's time, and really appreciate this opportunity to speak.
Hey, thanks, Rick. And if anybody wants to keep tabs on what you're thinking, kind of your insights, it looks like you have some great thoughts on your Twitter feed. Do you have a blog or anything?
Yeah, all my stuff's you just start with my Twitter and it's all there, all the links to everything. So yeah, great. Good to have you all.
Hey, thanks again.
Cheers, everyone.
All right, we're gonna stick with the UI UX theme. Let's see. And miraculously, we are still right on time. I think the crypto gods are shining on us today. I don't know how this happened. We are right on time. So for our next talk, we're going to welcome back Zach, who you just saw on the prior panel we had. I see the name of this is In Search of the Mythical DApp User. I'm not exactly sure what Zach will be talking about, but this sounds fascinating. Like who are these people we're trying to target? They do feel a little bit mythical. especially with a unicorn there. So yeah, let's see what Zach's thoughts are on this. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, thanks for having me back. It's been a whirlwind. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird talk, but this is sort of like what my specialty's been, I would say, especially for the last 12 to 18 months. I've been working with a ton of startups in the crypto space who are just starting out. They've just put their dApp together. They've started to think about user acquisition, specifically around this idea of like the first users, right? So in search of the mythical dApp user, an extremely 0-to-1 approach to finding strangers and converting them to users. So first, just a little bit about me. If you didn't see the previous panel, product and design founder, also product strategist. What is that? Strategist is really just a fancy way of saying I help teams get out of their own way, look at problems from the outside of their own head, and prioritize the most important thing and ignore the rest. So I've been working with a ton of companies, both in the Web 2 and the Web 3 space, both as a consultant as well as an intra/entrepreneur, depending on sort of what my role was in those companies. And to answer Kent's great question, like why are we even calling them mythical dApp users in the first place? We're calling them that because if you look at dApp Radar and other sort of kind of traditional examples of how growth is sort of measured and how Web 2 dApps or Web 2 apps are measured, the amount of users in the crypto space is still pretty nascent. This is from dApp Radar, monthly active users over a 30-day period. You look at this and you see that we've got about 500K is about where it tops out at, and then a pretty quick decline, right? Like especially if you go down to 36th place, you see like just kind of like 1 to 2K users, which means that we're all kind of competing for the same niche in a lot of ways. I was thinking, so I originally gave this talk in October. I was thinking, well, it's a bull run, so surely things have like actually improved since then. They actually haven't. So I took these screenshots from last night. Possibly because of the increasing fees, we've actually seen kind of a decline in monthly active users over the last 30 days, where it topped out at whatever it was. What was it? 400, almost 430K. Now we're looking at 340K as the top user, with a pretty radical decline in users 2, 3, and 4. So again, like it's not necessarily it's a growing space, but there's still a lot of room to grow. And that's partly why I really love working in this space. It's kind of cool that I'm coming on right after Rick. He said this, I think, back in November. There are only 30 ERC20 contracts that have more than 50 daily active addresses interacting with them. This goes to show how early Ethereum is. I think there's really, however way you measure it, we're still really early in the space. And we're still kind of thinking in like these sort of like 0 to 1, 1 to 10 sort of terms. So there's a hierarchy of growth whenever you think about user acquisition. I'm going to primarily be speaking from a user research plus biz dev perspective. Once you start graduating from there, you start thinking in terms of like marketing, sort of like scaling growth, and then finally community, which you turn your community members into the people who kind of bring more people in. I work at both ends, both on user research as well as community. And we're going to be talking kind of at this first level. So what are we covering? So I've got some assumptions. I'm assuming you've got a product. I'm assuming it works and it's ready for people to actually start using it. I'm also assuming that you've kind of hit the low-hanging fruit. And the low-hanging fruit are people that are your friends and your family. Why do you want to onboard your friends and family first before you start thinking about getting strangers onto the app? It's really simple, honestly. Like, your app is not going to be ready for prime time. However much you are an amazing designer, you're probably not going to be ready for prime time until you do those first initial people walking in. There's going to be some kicking the tires. You're going to discover a ton of edge cases. And so it's going to be important to get those through friends and family, because essentially your friends and family are the most generous users you are going to find. They want you to succeed. They're rooting for you. They're going to give you a lot of time in correcting a lot of these like kind of like early edge cases as you kind of start navigating it. And then And then basically, like once you start doing that, you have spent a lot of time onboarding them and kind of refining it. This is not actually like, I know this kind of sounds like, you know, really, really nascent sort of way to do it. But I would say even giant companies, this is how they started out. A story, kind of an anecdotal story from Slack. Look, they said that they got some of their first companies just kind of like begging friends to try it out, right? And this is a company that raised 1.2 billion. They've sold for, I can't remember how many billions, but like from humble beginnings, some pretty incredible things can happen. And so don't discount the friends and family method. But this is assuming you've already maxed that out. You've already gotten everybody on. You've already made those discoveries. So what we're going to be covering is how to meet people you previously didn't know, how to talk to them about what you're building, how to pitch them on giving your product a chance, and then finally how to make the most of the chances strangers take on your product. So key takeaway number one, I got 4 of these. I want you to make sure that if you don't really remember anything else, and this is a fast talk, this is about hours worth of content that I'm cramming into 15 minutes. But that's why I'm kind of talking so quickly. The first thing I want you to take away is know where your users are. There are 2 different designations, open channels and closed channels. Open channels are Reddit, Twitter, Stack Overflow, etc. This is essentially where people use their outside voice in discussions. Closed channels, Telegram and Discord and the like, these could potentially be more valuable because since they're closed, they don't have to necessarily worry about strangers or outsiders to use kind of like an outside voice. They can talk in specifics that only their in groups are necessarily understand, but it's still really, really useful. Why do, whenever we talk about like finding users, why is it important to know where they are? Well, a couple of reasons. One, take quantity of conversations as a signal for overall market size. Basically, when I tell people to go find users and they say, I really can't find too many people talking about the problem that we're wanting to solve, to me, that is a first signal that maybe the problem that you're wanting to solve isn't as broad or general or has a wide enough niche for your product to actually live in. So it's actually really, really useful as a way to start understanding the product that the problem that you're solving in the first place. I would honestly encourage you to start doing this before you even write a line of code, honestly, or draw a box in Figma, whichever your discipline. You can take what is being discussed as the direction of the market. So if you find a place, it has a ton of people that you would potentially want to have as users, and they're not necessarily talking about the things that you want to solve, or you can't find really those conversations, that's a good way to think about it. Or let's say they're talking about the problem space that you're thinking about, but not necessarily in that direction. These are really interesting, important nuances that really help you kind of understand the product that you're building and how to frame it in such a way that it's going to deliver value for those users. And it's both easier and also more difficult now than pre-COVID. This really just kind of goes to show like everyone is moving online. ETHDenver is online. Literally every hackathon that I have had some sort of physical presence has moved online. That means that the signal to noise ratio is a lot more difficult. So you have to be more aggressive in filtering stuff out. I'm just going to kind of rip through these. I'm going to be releasing a tweet thread as well, kind of annotating the biggest missing parts, as well as this slide deck on @zherring on Twitter. So I will kind of go through this. This, in my opinion, is definitely something that you should be watching. Cold calling for introverts. Most people who build products, who write code, are not necessarily what they would consider themselves extroverts. I am not an extrovert. I'm an introvert. And this is a fantastic discussion between Jay and Katie, user researchers and strategists for Facebook and Google, respectively, where they're kind of talking about how to find the people that you need to talk to get the insights that you need to build the amazing products that everybody are going to want to use. This is fantastic, and this is also linked in the deck. Twitter phishing, I think I really like Twitter. I'm okay at it. I'm not great at it, but I'm okay at it. And so Twitter, especially TweetDeck for me, is how I tend to observe conversations and look for strangers that I can then start turning into users. And I cover all of this in the expanded talk and the Twitter thread. Whenever you find those users, it is key to ask for advice, not a sale. So this is kind of where we get into, I would say, kind of a specialized approach that I take. I really haven't found too many other people that do it, besides one book that I recommend in the appendix. I'll cover that in a bit. But essentially what I'm recommending people do is double dip with user interviews and business development. What does that look like? So let's say that I was wanting to build something that was kind of an NFT onboarding experience. It took me literally 30 seconds to find someone on Twitter who was publicly complaining about a terrible NFT onboarding experience. The temptation, whenever you start thinking of that 0 to 1, like beginning of customer acquisition sort of hustle, is to just start spamming your Twitter, spamming your links. This is actually the wrong move. Why is it the wrong move? For a couple of reasons. So like, one, people don't like spamming. Two, and I think this is more important, is that insights are much more important than payments right now. The first users that you're going to onboard may be getting it for free, right? You may be like giving them kind of like a free beta. It's much more important for them to start using your product and create an open channel to where they can start expressing their asks, their interests, etc. And so like essentially when you start reaching out, you don't want to spam your link. You want to start with empathy, and then you want to start with advice. When you ask for advice, people are actually amazingly generous in how they're thinking about the problem. At this point in your product's lifecycle, insights is way more important than payments. Let's say someone does a one-time, like buys an NFT off of my brand new platform for $50 or even $100, right? If I don't get the experience right, they're never going to use my product again, right? Customer interviews can be anything from 5 minutes to 15 minutes. It's easy to overthink, but it really just boils down to asking questions and listening to users. So in the interview, don't make this overly academic. You're exploring the problem space from their perspective and looking for opportunities to deliver value. And this is a really rich area of study. Like I said, an hour worth of content here and like tens of hours to like continue. If I was to like give anyone an 80-20, it was someone who wanted to like start building products and they're like, what's the 80-20 as far as product design goes? I would honestly say this type of product research and co-design is the 80-20 for product design. In my opinion, I know a lot of people, we tend to think about usability tests and that sort of thing when we talk about UX design. This to me is like where you actually get most of the value because it saves you time in development. It really gives you unique insights. The thing that you're working on, the idea that you have, it's very unlikely that nobody else has had that idea. So what it comes down to is execution. Can you have unique insights that nobody else has had on the idea that you're executing on? And can you know your users better than anyone else that you're competing with? Those are really what separate the good products from the great products that actually succeed in the market. And then finally, takeaway number 3 is build relationships, then communities. Value exchange is a two-way street. Really, this boils down to doing stuff for free. Co-creating with users is actually one of the most underutilized methodologies that I've seen, both in the Web3 space as well as the Web2 space, but really just like co-building with them. Usability tests, it kind of creates a stop-start. You design something, you put it in front of users, you design something, you put it in front of users, and you like continuously do that. It's actually can speed up the process a lot by scheduling a co-creation session with some of these early users. Micro experiences is another really great way to test out value that you want to deliver, especially if it's a established product that you want to test out features to. And then finally, industry reports. One of the things I really like about the Web3 space is just how deep the research goes. People who are working on side projects will write white papers around everything that they've kind of discovered. Think of these in terms of industry reports and how they can serve the people that you want to maybe like start building a beta list out of or your first user base. These are also really, really useful. Asking for an email for a beta, it used to be a lot cheaper ask than it was previously. My inbox is an absolute mess because of all of the thousands of newsletters that have been launching. Building a beta list has actually gotten harder recently. And so you have to think about delivering value first before you start building that beta list. I think I've got 2 minutes or a minute and a half, so I'm just going to kind of like rip through these. Community is the new moat. This is especially true in an open source and opt-in protocol level where people can just fork your product and then go build something else. This is how you start building the community is by actually talking to users and building responsively in terms of their needs. And then finally, be creative, iterate, and find your own strategy. Something I've noticed is when I hand out these, I guess, these playbooks around it, people start using them. And then whenever they find situations that don't necessarily apply to their specific use case, they kind of stop. This is not a copy and paste activity. You can't build something unique by just copy and pasting user acquisition any more than you can build revolutionary tech by copy pasting from Stack Overflow. Be creative and solve things. This is also linked. I'm just going to rip through this. This isn't the endpoint. These are kind of the first steps. Like I said, 0 to 1, 1 to 10. This is where we start thinking in those terms. And then finally, takeaways. Know where your users are, ask for advice on how to sale, create value for people, and then build relationships and then communities. On my further reading, I basically have like kind of a list of like user research and biz dev, about marketing, and then community building. These are all links that I found really, really helpful. And again, thank you. I'm about to drop a giant Twitter thread about everything I didn't get to talk to in this, as well as links to an expanded video and this deck of all, I think, like 75 slides. So again, thank you all so much for your time.
Awesome, Zach. Thank you. It's great to hear you kind of run through and share all that value that you've built over so many years working on these problems and helping teams solve them. So thanks for sharing all that.
Happy to, and thanks again, everybody, for the opportunity. I love speaking at ETHDenver.
All right. All right. So moving on, we're going to be talking about onboarding diversity in blockchain. And so we have a panel of guests. Go ahead and add you guys in here. See if I've got everybody. All right. Go ahead and take it away, team. I'm sorry, you're muted, Jay. There you go.
Can you all hear me now?
There we go. Excellent.
Perfect. Take it away. Hey, everyone. Yeah, so really excited to be moderating this panel. So today we are going to be talking about onboarding diversity, exploring community challenges and unique solutions. So before we get going, I'm going to get everyone to introduce themselves and share their pronouns. Cash, did you want to start us off?
Sure. Hey, how's it going? My name's Cash. Pronouns are he, him, or ze, zer.
And what are you working on?
Well, currently I'm working on TrapChain. It's a blockchain as a service for the music industry and utilizing non-fungible tokens.
Oh.
Cool. Hey, I'm Shinju. Pronoun is she and her. I'm the CEO of Dystopia Labs. Before that, head of growth at Stellar, Solana, and Tezos.
Hey, everybody. My name is Token Gamer, Jerome, he, him. And I am working on Blockchain Universe. It's a virtual reality meetup group. We host events and educate people about blockchain gaming, NFTs, and the likes.
Very cool. Hello, everybody. My name is Chloe Lewis. Pronouns are she, her, like in the little bio there. I'm the founder of the Marma J Foundation. And I guess for this talk, we'll be talking more about, I am also a facilitator for a guild on Near called CreateBase, where I help support the community there.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Jay Harrell. Pronouns are she, her. And I am the community manager, or one of the community managers for QuantStamp. And we help a lot of companies in the space and organizations and DAOs in the space make sure that they're secure, and trying to make sure that the space itself is secure, doing our part. So yeah, before we really get started here, I just wanted to take a moment to talk about the area at which the sports castle would actually sit. This area, specifically the confluence of the Platte and Cherry Creek rivers, roughly the area where the actual sports castle sits, was the epicenter was the epicenter for trade, information sharing, and planning for the future communities and family, as well as conducting healing ceremonies for over 45 indigenous nations, including the Lakota, Kiowa, Comanche, Apache, Shoshone, Paiute, Zuni, Hopi, among others, and I hope I said those correctly. So we just want to honor and acknowledge that this area is on traditional territories and ancestral homelands of the Cheyenne, Arpachaho, and Ute nations. Again, I hope I said those correctly. So yeah, so we're going to go through a few questions, and then after that, we're going to do a bit of a live ideation session. So, Chloe, how do you, and we're going to go, each person have a chance to discuss this. This is an open format. I'm here mostly to moderate. How do you think about community? How do you approach building it?
So personally, when I approach community, it's usually, again, I think earlier in one of the sessions I was in, but usually on a one-on-one format. With the Create-Based Guild, a lot of what we do is just support different teams and projects coming into the space. And so I really take each project or group that comes in uniquely, and I just try my best to support each individual that comes into the community as if they were like the only person in the community. And I just try my best, because I mean, everyone who comes into each community have their own goals they want to achieve, in my opinion, from that community. Everyone has different amounts of time they can commit to the community as well. So as a community leader, I feel like it's really important to get to know what those goals are for each person, and I try my best just to do what I can to support.
Tash?
So how do I think about community?
Yes.
Okay.
And how do you approach building it?
Yeah, I try to take a historical approach. I think about the ways in which the Black community in particular has been, sabotaged intentionally and systematically globally, and how that directly affects their ability to participate in these decentralized financial markets. And I try to take an approach to, onboard folks to whether it's setting up their wallets or going through a series of deep dives. I've been personally doing education services and helping folks get more, I guess, conditioned to the vocabulary and the technical aspects of NFTs.
Shinju, how about yourself?
Cool. So I guess I think of community more from a marketing standpoint. So community to me, I view it in terms of acquisition. So I view the whole world as one giant funnel with a lot of different mini funnels based off of what country and what languages. And then from those mini funnels, there's different personas that you're targeting. So with every single persona, there's different content and different things that matter to them. So what you want to care about is the composition of the people within this giant funnel, and also making sure they convert well further down the funnel. And the more diverse it is, the more, the better it is. Cause we're trying to build something that's global. And if we aren't able to reach a lot of people at the top of the funnel, we're not going to be able to educate them later on down the road. I mean, we can, it's just harder. So that's why acquisition at the top of the funnel is so important.
And Ro?
Makes sense. So I look at community in terms of, the more aware the newest person in the space is, the best it is for everyone in the room. So when I host my virtual reality events in alt space, I try to make sure that, anybody that's walking through and attends one of my events is aware of the NFTs that we have hanging up in the room, some of the different NFT artists, and educating them about this space and how they can get into this space. as well as we do events. So just last week we had a art gallery with shout out to the art gallery art auction. If you guys follow them on Telegram, we worked with them in auctioning around 3 ETH worth of different NFTs. We had about 20 to 30 artists, and a lot of those artists have never been into crypto, never made crypto art, never made an NFT, didn't even know what it was. We kind of walked them all step by step through how to get into this space, how to make an NFT, and then put their art into a virtual reality gallery, which you could walk around with the VR headset or on your computer and be able to communicate and talk to other people, as well as auction off some of those pieces.
So, and this is an open question, if anyone can just jump in. What unique challenges have you encountered in building diverse communities, and what are some tactics and or strategies you've used?
I'll jump right in on that one. The hardest challenge I've had is getting more people in the crypto space to get into VR. I can easily get people that are into video games or other platforms to jump into VR, come check it out, talk to them, educate them about NFTs in the space, and they instantly buy in. But when you try to tell a lot of people that are into crypto, going on crypto Twitter, telling them, hey, come check out my event, silence.
I think the hardest part about explaining to folks the differences between non-fungible tokens and I guess like traditional coins is like breaking out what non-fungible actually means, and then that gets into a whole financial discussion about, you know, lack of representation of folks and not having access to, you know, financial capital markets, and then it goes into, you know, the decisive elements that have, you know, traditionally kept people from being able to participate in these financial markets, and ultimately why NFTs as a technology is, you know, opening up so many new pathways for folks, especially in the arts and entertainment communities, where Black people tend to, you know, be preyed upon a lot of times, like economically, by different organizations within the tech industry and beyond.
So for me personally, oh, sorry, go ahead, Jay.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just saying, try to make sure that the community stayed as diverse as possible, in my opinion, requires trying to search out people from more diverse communities. So, you know, as people were saying already, like crypto Twitter might have one way of looking at things, video gamers might have one way of looking at things. But in my opinion, if you want to have a diverse community, you need to make sure that you're going to the most diverse places and making sure that they feel welcome coming into that community. So whether it's just, you know, making them feel like they can come and say whatever they want to say, but also making sure that that central place the community meets is somewhere that people feel comfortable expressing themselves in however they might express themselves. I think, you know, from these different parts of the crypto space, people of all different walks of life all have different ways of communicating and expressing themselves. And it's amazing that a lot of the people on the panel are, you know, work with NFTs, because even in the trade-based community, we work with NFTs as well. And it's really important to make sure that no matter what area of life people are coming from, they're able to come into the group, express themselves, and feel comfortable doing so. And I think that's really how you make people feel comfortable from any walk of life within a community.
Okay, so I'm getting the sense that creating spaces and leveraging art is actually a good tactic. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is kind of a related question, and I don't know that it's going to add too much more, but how do you approach new communities and get them on board? Is there a difference when talking about crypto, blockchain, DeFi, Bitcoin, or NFTs, etc.? Because they're a different sort of approach or language.
Yeah, I definitely try to approach by dumbing it down as easy as possible, and the least the words, the better. So just educating people as to, you know, why do they need to be paying attention to this space. And the number one thing that gets a lot of people's attention, I usually ask them right off the bat, is how much US dollars will ever exist? How much Bitcoin will ever exist? And then they go, I don't know, and I'll let 21 million Bitcoin, and that immediately gets them to go, oh, that makes a scarcity behind it. Yeah. And, you know, the conversation just is easier from there.
I think like for me, the most important thing is actually just going to a lot of different communities and listening to what they care about, because communities like care about different things, and like understanding like what will convert them will help you create content and create like educational information that will be more useful for that particular community. Because a lot of times like something that's useful to one group won't be useful to another group. So the more you listen, the more like exposed you are to more people, like the better you'll be able, the more diverse community you'll be able to create.
Okay, so then I guess as community builders, do you feel like you are missing out on YOLO food tokens? And if so, how? Or why?
I'll jump on this one after Shinju's comment. I think like that point of, you know, trying to listen and go to as many communities as possible and try to figure out what educational materials will impact each community and bring them on board. I think that that requires a lot of extra time that kind of takes away potentially from being able, from, in my opinion anyways, from being able to focus on a lot of the DeFi, you know, aspects of the market, or all of the economic aspects of the market in general. So I know personally for me, I purposefully try and keep myself out of as much of the economic sides of the market as possible, to make sure that I have as much time as possible to focus on like being in communities and listening, because I feel like if I'm taking my time and, you know, looking at the markets and looking at the price changes every day, then I might not be able to, you know, be in that one extra community and listen to that one extra thing that can bring people on board.
So then what would make an experience in crypto, say, 100 times better? Is it a culture question? Is it a technology question? Any answer is accepted.
I'll jump on that one. You know, me, the VR guy here in Miami, love to make people more immersed in virtual reality. So whether it's, you know, you're at home on a computer, or if you have a VR headset, or if you come down to Miami, a lot of the events that I go to, I always make sure that I have my VR headset there to make sure that people are more immersed in this space, especially to like see NFTs, not just on their phone and scrolling through, but to be able to walk around like an art gallery and be able to see NFTs, be able to purchase an NFT, just educating them on that space. When I first started with my VR worlds, I actually built like an educational facility in my world where you could walk around and like learn about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency just by like walking through a museum in a sense.
So making it contextual and like making it almost like physical in a way, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in a sense. Imagine if you had a physical gallery or museum to educate people, but without needing to actually build a physical gallery, just put a headset on their head or have them go to the application on their computer, and they can still get that same experience. They could still, you know, be immersed in the community and talk to other people and actually like hang out. And I love when I come to my world and there's already people there hanging out talking about crypto.
Yeah, I think that making things more human readable, more human relatable is what's going to help folks honestly get onboarded. I still think that there's like a huge gap in folks being able to become onboarded due to the high gas fees and so forth. And then trying to break down the different layer 2 solutions gets you really far off into the weeds with folks who especially are like not really, you know, keen with tech terminologies and so forth. So I try to use things that are like human, you know, relatable, like sneakers. And that's where Sneaker Cred came from last year when I, you know, started embarking upon the path of introducing folks to NFTs and the idea that, you know, people collect things that they don't even wear like sneakers and they use them as collectibles and financial assets, and turning that into a way they can collect and trade, but also, you know, get into the idea of this digital asset. And then now I'm doing a similar thing with music, right? Because these are some of the things that folks are used to collecting. They're used to being able to interact with on a more like human sociable way. And I think that, you know, ultimately like being able to integrate like creative technology such as non-fungible tokens within different marketplaces, such as like video gaming, but also in other areas like music and video, and also like with digital collectibles like sneakers.
Okay. All right, so then a question to everyone before we kind of move on to the last little bit into a bit of an ideation session. So how do we get more network participants? whether DeFi or L1 or otherwise, to create an equitable space for those without enough time, capital, or capacity, given some of the strategies that we've and comments that we've had so far.
I have one, but I'll share. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I think that there needs to be a dedicated treasury pool or like a grant pool to help folks from underrepresented communities and backgrounds who like can't afford to like purchase their first, gas for their first collectible, or there should be some type of way that we can limit, the amount of initial investment for just participating in some of these networks, because, due to the systemic like redlining of certain folks from capital markets, they just don't have like access to be able to participate. And I think that's ultimately why we're not seeing as much user adoption, is because like the insurmountable amount of like capital it takes to like even onboard to NFTs right now is like really, it's immense.
And then I'll say that it's really helpful when when people in your community are getting connected with like politicians in the space. So a real big shout out to my friends Erica, Gemma, and Scott for getting connected with Mayor Francis Suarez and making sure that he's aware. A lot of people know that Miami is now looking to be the crypto city of the world. And then on top of that, just hosting really amazing events, trying to make sure that it's accessible to everyone. So not throwing $100,000 events, but throwing events that are for free and have sponsors, and having people come in, get little goodie bags, get NFTs and learning about the space. So with that, I got to give a shout out to Bit Miami. Bit Basel is doing a lot of amazing things, and they're making it so that way anybody that's in Miami or that comes to Miami can come to a crypto event, have a good time, get fully immersed in the community, and want to learn more and grow with this community.
Yeah. Small free events, totally agree. I feel those do so much like legwork.
Yeah, I feel like it's really important to make sure that the educational benefits from all these events, but also the incentives align. So, to have a diverse community, I'm sure that the incentives that those community members are looking for are going to be diverse as well. And so ensuring that anyone that comes to the event, so first of all, the barriers to entry to the event are low, like everyone's been saying, but ensuring that when someone comes to the event, they're learning something, hopefully, and that they're gaining something for themselves. And I think that's how you get people to come back to your events, because they're not just coming, and getting what everyone is getting. Maybe they're getting something that they really wanted from the event. They're learning something from the event. And then the next time they come, they can build upon that knowledge. And then hopefully they can start teaching others, and the community starts to grow for everyone that's able to come in.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think like the most important thing when you think about making traders into network participants is the first thing is to make sure they own your token. Because if they don't, people will pay attention to their bags. And once you get someone to start paying attention to a project, they'll automatically start going down the rabbit hole. And as they go down the rabbit hole, it's an opportunity to get them to start using the product instead of just shilling prices. So once they start digging in, like they can either be a validator on a layer 1 and start earning like money, or they can there's so much people can do, but like they don't know they can do that until like they start digging in and they have incentive to dig in. So a lot of this problem is like layer 1 token distribution. Like it's not very well distributed to a lot of different diverse communities. So like it's very hard for them to like have money to pay for gas fees. And it's like very hard for like certain communities to get started. So like distribution like does matter a lot on the layer 1 side. And because it's access basically.
I think there's a lot of great points brought up. We have a little bit of time left. So let's just do a quick ideation session until our time is cut. So how do you build a system? Let's just, open ideas with off-the-shelf parts or existing product ideas, where community builders are incentivized to continue caring about individual network participants. Are there ways that could make it more equitable that can also help fund public goods that's important to respective communities? So using off-the-shelf parts.
Yeah, I actually wanted to double down on like the cultural question. I think that a lot of the tools and frameworks that are being
introduced are, coming again from a more like financial market perspective, and also like not necessarily like taking in consideration that, certain barriers to entry exist actually to keep folks from being able to enter, and like finding out ways in which you can implement strategies like, APIs as a service, like with API 3, and helping folks to, disseminate information about blockchain as a service, like what I'm doing with TrapChain, which is essentially educating people on how to, start up their own tool chains and their own side chains in order to like, skip around these high gas fees on Ethereum.
Definitely, the culture is hugely important for network participants.
Yeah, and I'll have to pull off of what Shinju was saying again about like the distribution of layer 1 tokens. I think that's a huge, I guess, issue that has been in this space for a really long time, where someone new comes into a new network. I mean, in the past maybe we were only thinking about Ethereum, but now I mean there's chains all over the place. But still, I think if you don't hold the bags for a certain chain, it's really hard to really get involved and start going down that rabbit hole. So ensuring that, I think from the very get-go, to have a foundation where a community starting with maybe a grant, like people have, I think Cash was saying, having a grant program, and I'll show personally, CreateBase on the near system, where they try and distribute as many layer 1 tokens to as many different guilds as possible. And I think that helps each guild become its own little community that gets to distribute tokens into as many hands as possible, so that those individuals can start going down their own rabbit holes. So I think any way in which you can start off where like layer 1 tokens are in the hands of individuals, which they can then build something on top of, is going to be a good starting place.
Did anyone want to add to that?
No, I totally agree. I really would like to double down on the fact that I think that a lot of the value of, scientific research and mathematicians and, folks who contributed to this space that come from underrepresented backgrounds, we really have like the support and financial support, economic support, specifically from within the community itself, with the frameworks and tools that are needed for building. I think there needs to be, an extended amount of like scholarships and grants in order to help facilitate the educational process. Because right now I'm just taking upon this mantle of, throwing people down the rabbit hole of smart contract development for NFTs and different marketplaces. And it's something that I'm doing to move the space forward, because I think that in order for it to move forward, people need to know about it and how to actually use the tools and the frameworks. And ultimately we need some type of like, financial economic system with, maybe an upgraded game theory. I think the game theory is outdated and is run off of an old model of like economic hitman. And I think that ultimately, in order to grant more user adoption and bring more people into the space, we need a new game theory for token economics.
Fully agree with that. I think people are very stuck in existing frameworks of game theory, when it is just that, it's just theory. So we have 30 seconds left. I'm going to go around the table and everyone give a chance to shill. Chloe?
Oh, I'll just shill CreateBase. It's a guild on Near where if you're an artist who wants to get into some experimentation from whatever community that you're in, as diverse as it can be, we're here to support you with finances, with whatever else you might need. So come into the CreateBase group and learn more about that.
Dash?
I'm going to shield TrapChain. It's a personal pet project of mine I'm building. So you can email me beats@trapchain. It's spelled TRAPCHA.IN. .IN stands for Internet of Blockchain. So we're planning on building out side chains for Cosmos, Polkadot, and any other side chain or other EVM-based blockchain. But it's mostly for Black music artists and folks who are in the NFT space.
Shenju?
Dystopia Labs, we have another conference coming up on March 4th. It's 100% free. Stop by.
Roan?
Definitely going to shout out and show the other half at the BTC Queen on Twitter, as well as my home Kozak. And guys, just come check out some of the virtual reality events. If you haven't been in VR, if you have a Mac or PC, come check out Altspace and look for Blockchain Universe. We have a lot of fun talking about crypto all the time.
Oh, one last show. Check out a drop I'm doing at the end of this month through Universe Contemporary. It's going to be on Super Rare. We're going to drop a bunch of really dope sneaker collectibles.
Cool.
Looking forward to it.
Can't wait.
Every month I do a small free talk around ETH2. Check my Twitter out. Thank you very much. Have
Thank
a
you
good
so
one.
much for hosting,
Thanks
Jay.
for joining us.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Jay.
Yeah, no, thank you for joining me. This was fantastic. Hey, John.
Hey, hey. How are you?
I'm good.
Awesome job. Loved it. You guys have fun?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this was good. This is really good. Almost getting, I don't know if anyone knew this, but I was getting kicked out of the room. I booked it for 11 to 11:30, and then and I locked the door, and then someone like, oh, I have it booked for 11:30 when I'm like live.
Oh no.
So
go away.
Yeah, there's enough rooms. There's other rooms. Like,
cool.
Not a big deal.
Well, thanks everyone.
Perfect. Thank you so much, John, as well.
Thanks, Jay, for putting this together.
You got it.
Thanks to Simona. All right. Catch you later, John.
Bye. All right, I'm going to get joined by Matt Lockyer on main stage here. Matt, you here?
Matt's not here right now.
Oh, he's not.
You're solo. He was, but he'd probably be back.
Okay, then I guess I'm just going to kick off ColoradoJam. So, for those of you that have been paying attention to what's, this whole edition of ColoradoJam, we've added some interesting things, right? So those of us that live in Colorado have a belief that Colorado represents the next frontier of statehood. In fact, this is a view that our state leadership shares as well. This isn't something that we just kind of came up with and just are hoping and praying, but this is something that we're actually working with state leadership to enact. And our next conversation with Lou Cordova, who's a special advisor to the governor on digital transformation, and Russell Casanero, who is the director of digital transformation for the governor's office of information technology. The three of us are going to discuss this conversation and how did we get here and where are we going to go? So, hey guys, good to see you, Lou. Good to see you, Russell.
Good to see you too.
Virtually. So let's just kick it off. I think a lot of our participants here, you and I, we've all discussed this, are possibly skeptical about, when we say things like blockchain for the win or, we're going to be the first digital state. It's like, okay, sure. Okay, let's see what you really do. So Lou, you work directly with the governor on, sort of casting this vision for what the state is planning on doing. Can you tell us a little bit about let's just chat about the digital statehood. What does it mean to be the first digital state?
Well, we're still exploring some of that. We're definitely trying to reimagine every single agency, what we do. From the DMV, how long have your parents and your parents before them gone in, waited long lines at the DMV? And you got to take all that away. You've got to be able to go to a little kiosk. You got to be able to go to a Starbucks or Walgreens and have a machine there and take your tests and things like that. And so part of it's reimagining every single agency. How do we pay taxes? How come in Australia it takes a few minutes and here it takes 100 pages and you have to play this game of guessing right what your taxes are? We just really have to rethink everything about it. But more than that, we have to rethink about what a constituent means, right? That we live in Colorado, yet guess what? I'm not in Colorado right now. And what does that even mean, to be in a digital world and be connected digitally? So we really want to challenge ourselves to think way, way out of the box, and even the box that is outlined by the state of Colorado, to think how we serve people in a digital world and what it means to, say, own your own identity.
I think that's a good segue, Russell. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the kind of? I know you're going to do a demonstration a little bit later this afternoon on My Colorado ID, but the notion of identity is, really, if you think about it in practical terms, identity is owned by the state of Colorado. I mean, they own my driver's license, they own my birth certificate record, they own these other components. So, like, there are people in the blockchain space that talk to this reality and say, look, if we don't do something to shift the ownership of identity to individuals, this could get, over time it could be bad. So tell us a little bit about My Colorado ID and sort of where we're going.
Sure, thanks, John. So years ago when I was in Hawaii, we were trying to put together a land title proof of concept based on blockchain, so we could do all the title records from that were going back and forth for land title. They had a pretty complicated system there, and we decided not to do it at the time for a number of reasons. But the biggest one was that identity wasn't something we could digitally confirm. Right, so we didn't have any way of doing all that, and that was the first time I realized that even though all this crypto stuff was great and blockchain was great, that identity wasn't. When I came here to Colorado and started working, we had My Colorado, which is a digital representation of your polycarbonate ID, and so we launched that. And what I realized, and many of us realized at OIT in the governor's office, was that now we have a way for, really making a digital identity that's state sponsored, right? And everybody, in this space, I'm sure, is talking about sovereign identity and things like that. And I'm a big fan of sovereign identity. However, we probably won't get to the point where sovereign identity is something people trust until they get used to the idea of digital identity. So back in October of 2019, we launched My Colorado, really just to socialize and normalize the concept of a digital ID. And we're already now, if you get pulled over in Colorado Springs or in Broomfield or by the State Patrol, you have a contactless method of sending your identity attributes directly to the police or to law enforcement that you're dealing with, which is really exciting because this is the first step and the first stage in the technology that's going to enable us to do everything that you have to be in person for in government. And there's a lot of them, a lot of those types of things. Now you have a way to mathematically prove you are who you say you are. And since we can do that, we can start making it so that people don't have to go in line at the DMV and see Speedy, or don't have to go if they want to have a conversation with the Department of Revenue, the tax office, on their on what their tax situation is and their specific account. They can know that they're talking to the right person. And if you're, if you are licensed by DORA, like you're a nurse or something, you don't have to make a copy of your driver's license and scan it and send it in. You don't have to do all these kinds of things that are tedious and not necessary. What it comes down to is Colorado is the first state that has this state-sponsored digital ID. And the DMV doesn't really own the ID as much as it is the trusted validator, right, of that. And it's the trust anchor for everything. If we can provide that trust anchor electronically, we can do things like, I'm sure a lot of people here have gone through the experience of trying to get onto a crypto exchange, and then KYC happens. If it's really busy, like, Elon Musk bought a bunch of Bitcoin, it takes 3 weeks to get onboarded to an exchange. We could do something like that in real time with a digital ID, as could many of the others. So this is, I think, probably the most important fundamental building block that we have to change what we define as statehood, to move it to this sort of concept of digital statehood and really defining the frontier of statehood.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It seems like everything comes back to the notion of identity. Everything else is built on that, right? Like if we don't get the identity layer right, like how could we possibly do any of these other things that we want to do? Like
John, it's true, but what Russell said something that was interesting compared to what you just said. You opened up and said the state owns our ID, and Russell said the state doesn't own our ID. The state's the trusted holder. Like we choose what state we live in, and by that choice, we have to choose what state's going to trust our ID. But that's until we can get something like our IDs on blockchain or ideas where it's with us intrinsically. There has to, until we have that, you have to have a trusted party kind of hold that information.
Right. Well, the trusted third party, which is, that's my point about the sort of trusted component of that, right? Like,
exactly.
Government hasn't exactly, in some cases, been the most benevolent stewards of everything. And there are populations, even in situations where trust does exist, where they still don't trust the situation. So I think you're absolutely right. I think I was more making a point on there are some in our community that feel that way. And especially behind this sort of decentralization movement and like, where does identity and data and all of that belong? It really belongs with the individuals. It's kind of the thesis that we have as a community, but I totally agree with you. So let's move on to a question about, the state goals and incentives. We have a lot of people that ask me about like, what are we willing to do as a state to, what are the things that we're talking about as a state to consider getting more people to come here, move here, build here, invest here? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, everything from concrete ideas. I mean, we talk with big corporations about moving to Colorado all the time. Lots of states do that. We just have a nicer state to live in than a lot of states, so we're an attractive state from that point of view. But on top of that, we're exploring things like having tech towns. Like, okay, if you don't want to move your company to Colorado, what about seeing if your employees would like to live in Colorado and work remotely? Because there's a lot of people out there who love our outdoor lifestyle. They love skiing and hiking and boating and all these kinds of things, right? So what if they could work here with, high speed, broadband and be able to kind of work for any company around the world? So we don't have to just attract companies. It's really the employees, the individuals. Do you want to live in Colorado?
And on that note, I think there's a lot of individuals, we refer to them as digital nomads in our space, in the kind of blockchain space. They, the profile is that they might even work for multiple projects. They're often 1099 as far as classification goes. They're not really employed by any one company. They do quite a bit of travel, perhaps even internationally. Of course, non-COVID time. And they really do value this. So I think what I'm hearing you say is the notion of it's sort of almost decentralizing the idea of incentives down to the individual. It's like, creating partnerships with organizations, projects, etc.
Right.
Just bring their feet and.
Yeah. And not just the digital nomads. I mean, not just those people who have found the holy grail of being able to work anywhere in the world. But now we're talking, that's gone mainstream. That is like something that we can operate, that a huge number of people. And I'll give you an example. When the pandemic hit, I was running the Department of Revenue. Within 2 weeks, actually within the first week, we got 50% of all people were working from home. Within 2 to 3 weeks, we had 90% of all people working from home. And if we didn't have to go back to the DMVs and open that, we would still be there, right? We're still at around 70-ish people. And that's going to be permanent, right? They love it.
Tell me about productivity then. So what have you guys found at the state level with productivity? Are people working remotely now actually?
We have the opposite problem. We have a problem where people are so productive at home, we're having to make sure that they separate work life. It used to be that, you left the office, you went home, then you were in your private life, and now they're all together. it's really almost become the people-centered workplace that we've talked about forever, but didn't quite know what that meant until now. And now people are being so productive that it's like, okay, turn it off. Russell, it's 11:30 at night. Go to bed. Okay, in just a little bit. But what about this and what about that? So it's state people, especially, because what people don't realize there is the people who work for state have chosen to live lives of impact, right? They get paid less, not a lot less, a little bit less, but they get paid less. But they really want to have a life where they can impact the most number of people. And because of that passion, we have to make sure that they don't get burnout and that they don't work too hard, and that, that they are finding that new balance. So we're learning how to manage people differently than we did before. It's probably the biggest challenge we have, is how to manage a remote workforce, because we don't have practice.
It's really interesting because I think it's sort of counterintuitive to what probably state leadership would have thought would have happened. I mean, it seems like it's almost like the opposite. It's like, we have these big buildings and these big office spaces and all of this to put people in, right? And all of a sudden it's like, wow, this is like the opposite.
It's totally the opposite. When I first came in, we were so impacted with office space. And I said, well, why don't we have some people working from home, right? Because we just had no more places to put people. And they said, oh, people can't work from home. Their jobs won't allow it. Well, voila, 6 months later, 90% of the workforce is working from home really well. Not for everybody. Some people don't have a good home work environment. Some people can't. Their families, the way they're wired can't do it. But a lot of people can. I mean, Russell, what are you seeing in the OIT side of it?
Well, I mean, we were struggling. So when I started in July of 2019, we were struggling with office space, telling people that they had to, everybody was fighting over who could sit where, really was. I mean, I had, I won't mention names. I had some negotiations, some heated negotiations on seating and everything. And one of the things that I was tasked for is let's get 25% of our staff working remotely by June 30th, 2020. And who knew that between February and March we would do that? We'd do that. And as far as OIT goes, Office of Information Technology, I think we're probably about 87% working remotely. And there's actually a task. There's a committee, I think, I can't remember the name of it, and they're just trying to figure out what to do with all of our space.
Yeah, we exited 4 buildings.
Yeah. I mean,
4 major buildings.
When at Department of Revenue, had this beautiful timing thing that came, as if anything could be good timing with COVID, but the lease was up. She's like, we're out. So they moved out of one of their whole big building downtown. But there are so many cool things that we can do. And getting back to, John, your question earlier about what are we doing that will bring people here? I think it's, and the idea of these Neil Stephenson-esque nations that you can join from wherever you live are really cool and everything. But what's even cooler is I am a firm believer that when you see things working for you as an individual, working for you in government, when they've given a crap about you, about the way that a system works, when you can look at something and say, hey, that worked out really well. That was exactly the kind of experience I wanted. And that you had ways of resolving your issues that come up. You could see that the state actually is trying to do things for its citizens and its residents in a good way. You feel better about your government. You feel better about the things that you're trying to do. You feel, you want to be part of that community even more. And we have this community here that is unreal. They are motivated. They are interested in making a difference. We are, we're the underdogs because we're going up against the West Coast and the East Coast on just about everything. And we're in better shape than they are. So, so I think all of this, and blockchain fits right into that. The blockchain tech, Web3, it's people realize that they can work on the tools that they love, the software that they want to develop, and make a huge impact for the state, for its people, and not necessarily be in this sort of startup turn and churn sort of culture, but be in something that is trying to make things happen for its people, for our residents and our citizens.
Yeah, take a look at the Greenfield pitches, right?
Yeah, those are like 4 o'clock, right, today?
Yeah, we got it at 4 o'clock. Yeah, we have 16 sort of future casting, challenges that we put down as a gauntlet to the community. And we've got, actually, we had so many submissions that I squoze in 10 of them. So we're going to be doing like lightning round. It's like 6 minutes a piece, and we will be following. We'll have to follow up with other submissions because like we're going to have to do another one of these events or something for just that particular component because we had that much international enthusiasm. I mean, we have project submissions I think from 12 countries.
Well,
other
John,
states
think
too.
about it. How many times do you get to be in some country around the world, right? You're in the Philippines or something like that, and you can solve a state problem in Colorado because they're listening and they're asking.
Yeah,
I mean, Colorado did the very first lottery hackathon, and no other lottery's done that. But I mean, lottery is just such an old game, right? And it's like, how do we get millennials in there? How do we get people really contributing? Because our lottery dollars go to outdoor and open space and school construction and things like that. And the game ideas that came out of it, I will tell you that were not something that our lottery division would have thought of on their own, right?
No.
That's some really great news.
They wouldn't have, and I think that's what's, to me, the thing that really stands out as the differentiator is the willingness to really crowdsource the creativity from the community and not just being like, okay, well, we only want to see pitches from Colorado companies, but really crowdsourcing from the greater community, from as we call it, the ether space, right? So it's like, bring your intelligence. We got a big tent and a blank canvas. Come and show us what you got. We've got problems here, and we're actually open to hearing about what it is. Which is really leading into the next thing. Let's talk about the technology incubator and the ColoradoJam Technology Sandbox and Incubator. So Governor Polis announced this along with Russell at opening ceremonies. The support for this, right? So this is a private entity that's part of the ETHDenver community, and it's a pilot sort of incubator for state challenges, right? So the Greenfield pitches sort of dovetail into this because tell us a little bit about what we're going to do.
Well, I will tell you, Russell, you can go into more details and stuff, but, I've got a background in this, right? I ran TechStars Foundation, ran an incubator way back when, and work in a nonprofit right now that helps entrepreneurs all over the world, underserved entrepreneurs all over the world. And so this is what you do to take it to the next step, because once you crowdsource the creativity, if you just sort of say, okay, that was cool, thanks, it's about execution. And you got to move to the execution stage. And if we can incubate these best ideas, then we can execute.
Yeah. I got to say that I've been involved with a few, maybe 5 incubators at some time or another. And really what they was excuses for handling real estate a certain way. I don't know. I mean, Lou, you had more.
You didn't come to mind then.
Yeah, no. But what I think is really interesting is that there's no real estate aspect of this. This is all about stuff and not fluff, and getting the best potential solutions in and out. If the state can't use it, it's okay. They did a try. We tried something out, and the group that was in it, a business or whatever, they got a lot of good information too. Because if anybody's done any startup stuff, the things you learn that tell you what you shouldn't be doing are even more valuable than the things you learn about what you should be doing. And the fact that other states, like I remember Rhode Island did this big blockchain RFI, like come up with great ideas for blockchain, and they ran an RFI for it. And if anyone's ever been part of an RFI, it's kind of an excruciating process, especially when it's really sort of a vague ask. And this is something that can benefit small groups and businesses and investors and the state in such an amazing way. This approach that we're taking on this, and it's an experiment. Who knows if it'll work, but it seems to me it's got a lot better chance of working than some of the more conventional and restricted methods that we would have of making some serious progress here. So I think all eyes are on us to see what we can do with this opportunity that you've got. Talk about an amazing public-private partnership that can result in amazing things. And in line with Governor Polis saying, we're in blockchain for the win, this continues to cement that. I mean, this is our second year with ETHDenver. We had the game jam, which Lou did, which was amazing. We're only looking to increase this work that we're doing with the community. We're only looking to bring transparency and the inability to mess with records and the ability to tokenize things, all of that to government. And I fully expect that Colorado will be the first to go all in on major systems.
Yeah. And you know what? We're exploring, John. We haven't done this before with a build-a-thon going into an incubator and, accelerator at the end of that. But, fail fast, pivot, build a cohort. So much of an incubator is about the entrepreneurial spirit and people getting to know one another and solving the problems that come up while you're trying to solve one problem. You solve other ones that are sometimes bigger. So, you just got to go and experiment and jump in there with 2 feet. So that's what we're doing.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the experiment. I think that's a great way to put it. For those that don't know, we will be announcing actually the actual structure and the game theory design of the incubator and the ownership structure of it. But it will be community owned. So ETHDenver will be moving to a digital cooperative, essentially, that involves the community in all of this as well. So I think it's a massive public-private partnership opportunity, and it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. Now, I think one thing that can't be understated enough or overstated enough is the importance of leadership at the state level. You mentioned your background, Lou. You come from the Techstars Foundation. You're an entrepreneur by heart. You ran accelerators. What else is important about Governor Polis's background, or people like Tong Chan, or even others that are around our state agencies like Dr. Piccioni? Like, why is this group of characters been put together in the way that it is, and how important has that been to actually making advancements?
Well, God, there's so many things, John. I mean, first of all, I've had like 7 companies, right? And I will tell you that this cabinet that he's put together is the single largest group of competent, compassionate people that I've ever worked with, right? And I'm talking about having been on companies that went public and things like that. I mean, this is an amazing group of people who are trying to really take Colorado where it has not been before. So we'll start there with, the cabinet is all like this. So many cabinet members gotten involved in these challenges that you put out. And they got involved in this thing. We had a Shark Tank kind of a thing, like what's the most creative stuff you can think of that would change, your agency and stuff like that. So that's going on. The other thing people should know is that, our Gov is not just a gamer. He's going to play tonight, right? League of Legends with Monte Cristo tonight. But he grew up as an entrepreneur, right? With his parents and then on his own. And, he loves small business. I mean, he gets business. And, he once said to me something to the effect of, why do Republicans have to own business friendly? Businesses create jobs, right? He says he wants a Colorado for all Coloradans. And that means individuals. That means those businesses that are struggling to be something and to hire more people and create more jobs, to the bigger businesses, right? That can do more and give back. So that's a really unusual type of foot in every camp. He's a growth guy. He wants to see what people can do. He's experimental. He'll take risks. He says, be bold. He means it. He has let me be bold. right? We've done stuff. I mean, my first year there, we saved 20% of our budget in revenue. You know?
Great. You know, it's really good. I mean, I think we really have the table set, and I think your point of like wanting, you know, opportunities for all, it's a really interesting mix of pro business, but in a very kind of emergent, ground up kind of way, in a very entrepreneurial way, and also one that is egalitarian, but also libertarian, but also progressive. It's this weird sort of mix of things, which I guess is why Colorado's often called a purple state. So it'll be really fun to see. Thank you, Lou, and thank you, Russell, for coming. We have a big lineup here coming this afternoon throughout the Colorado Jam Mini Summit. So we will see you guys both a little bit later. And thanks so much. So
Sure.
Matt,
Thank you.
If you could join me on the the main feed here. Matt, are you here, bud? You're muted.
Hey, I'm here.
There you are. All right, Matt. Well, Matt's going to take over for me for the rest of Colorado Jam here. I do appreciate it, Matt. And I've got obviously some other involvement in later content that I'm going to finish preparing for. And Matt, you want to go ahead and introduce the next panel and conversation?
Sounds great, John. Yeah, I know you're going to be popping into the panels later, and that's going to be really exciting to talk about Opolis and all the work you're doing in Colorado. So that's going to be great. But up next, we've got Spencer Ellis from the Colorado Department of Higher Education on a panel with Alex Kaplan from IBM Blockchain, Shannon Liu from Jobs for the Future, and Michael Torrance from Motlow State. That's Colorado.
Hey, welcome. Thank you all so much. Thanks for kicking it over. Thanks for joining our panel today on learning and employment data, self-sovereign infrastructure. As mentioned, my name is Spencer Ellis, and I'm the Director of Educational Innovation at the Colorado Department of Education. I'll be your moderator for this session. I wanted to start with a big thank you to the ETHDenver team for an amazing event so far. So much going on. I see our panelists filtering in here. Thank you, Jonathan, for getting us queued up. So much going on, so many activities, so much to do. I could have filled my entire weekend with the events of just ETHDenver, so thank you all so much. It's been fantastic. And I'm learning a lot. That's to say I'm learning a lot too. So thanks again for the fantastic event. I also got my conference swag that I wanted to show off. You can kind of see there, which is great. If you haven't gotten yours, you know, you're eligible to use your voucher. Oh, it looks like Michael got his, which is great. So put your order in if you haven't, just a little plug for that, but I love it. Thank you all so much for your hospitality. This has been a great event. So just a little bit more about the Department of Higher Education, which is one of the state agencies that Russell and Lou were speaking about here in the state of Colorado. We are a state agency led by our executive director, Dr. Angie Piccioni, under the bold vision of Governor Polis, who I think is joining for an Overwatch match later or something like that. League of Legends is what it is. And so we at the CDHE and in the state of Colorado work with our educational institutions as we strive to achieve the state education and economic work and workforce goals. We do this by investing in innovation and leveraging technology for better experiences for learners and for systems for our institutions, and in particular, serving those who need it the most. Obviously, the pandemic has disrupted higher ed for those who are engaged in any sort of courses or maybe taking classes online currently. You know this firsthand. And it's forced us to think about how we better serve those who need it the most. So this has been a conversation not only with the Department of Higher Ed, but throughout the state of Colorado. What we're hoping to do is harness the disruption that higher ed has experienced and help it evolve into the next generation of higher education and workforce preparation. So today we pulled together this panel of experts to help us discuss opportunities and challenges in higher ed and what role data plays in this innovation conversation. So let's get going with our fantastic panel. We'll have each panelist introduce themselves, and I will call on you all, so make sure to unmute yourselves. We'd like you all to start with your name, a little bit more about your job and or organization, and finally, and probably most importantly, in the spirit of ETHDenver Innovation Festival, your favorite fantasy creature that is not a spork marmot. So we know the conference mascot is a spork marmot. What is your favorite fantasy creature? that is not a spork marmot. So we're going to start with my colleague at the Colorado Department of Higher Education, Michael Vante. Michael.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here with you all. Thanks for having us. My name is Michael Vante. I'm the Senior Director of Research and Data Governance at the Colorado Department of Higher Education. Probably more and more leaning into that second half of my title as the days go by, being able to think about how we leverage the data that we have to answer a whole host of questions and improve our practice and improve policy down the way. In terms of animal, for some reason, Falcor from Neverending Story is just really in my brain today. So I'm going to go with that.
Killer choice. And my dog looks a lot like that particular creature. So I have a deep appreciation. Thank you, Michael. Next, we're going to kick it over to Sharon. Sharon, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Sharon Liu, and I'm an entrepreneur in residence at JFF Labs. It works together with a national not-for-profit organization, JFF, Jobs for the Future, which focuses on accelerating technology and other new models that will make our education and workforce systems more efficient so that we can provide opportunities for all. And I'm really not like creative or imaginative in that way, but I got special permission from Spencer to actually, I guess, give a rebuttal on the spork. So I do a lot of backpacking, and I find the spork to be one of the most ineffective tools for eating. And so this is actually my favorite eating thing and you can see that it's actually long so that you can eat out of like the freezer bags. And like the problem with sporks is that you can accidentally pierce the bag. And so this one is actually got a silicone lip, which makes it easier to scrape from the bottom of titanium and also bags. But this one's gotten eaten by a crow when I got attacked on a trip that I was on. But anyhow, my favorite eating utensil.
Sharon, thanks for turning that question on its head. We appreciate it. And hopefully John and the ETH team are listening so that they have future fodder for next year's conference mascot. Great. We are going to pivot over to Michael Torrance, President Michael Torrance. So Michael, would you like to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Michael Torrance, President Motlow State Community College in Lynchburg, Tennessee. What do I do every day? Everything. From picking up a piece of trash to making sure that we connect with state agencies and businesses in the industry for the purposes of how does the vertical integration of technology improve the human condition? That's what I'm really focused on, which includes gaming, AI, and all those good things that we're going to talk about here in a little bit. I did the little test where I could find out what my spirit animal would be. I thought that I was going to be a unicorn, but I am not. I'm a hummingbird. So it's fitting after I read the descriptors of the hummingbird. So I'm a hummingbird. That's pretty cool.
Thank you, President Torrance. And so many cool things going on in Tennessee. I know your board of higher ed is very progressive and very innovative in their policies and their practices. And we've collaborated with them on a couple of projects in the past too. So thank you and welcome to the hummingbird. Finally, we have Rick from IBM. Rick, are you with us on audio?
Yes, I am. I'm having a little trouble with the video there. Sorry about that.
No problem at all.
This is Rick Goldgar. I'm the Global Solutions Executive with IBM. I've been working on, excuse me, learning credential network and blockchain work for the last several years. I was also formerly CIO, CTO for Texas Education Agency. And a lot of technology background as well. Spirit animals, I don't know, but I kind of been interested in octopuses or octopi lately. They seem to have distributed intelligence in their tentacles.
Well put. Yes, distributed, and one of the most clever animals that I've seen. I've seen them do some wild things. So thank you so much, Rick. We're so glad to have you here. Great. So now you all know a little bit more about our panel and kind of the great experiences they're bringing here. And so I'm going to throw out our first question for this panel. And whoever would like to go first is welcome to go first. Our first question, give you a little bit of a setup. So the state of Colorado and other states, of course, we talk about Texas, Tennessee, collect a lot of data sets, collect a lot of different information in tandem with institutions of higher education or other state agencies. So the question is, what are some of the challenges and opportunity around data governance and interoperability with regard to your clients, your constituents, your stakeholders in education, workforce, or democracy?
I'll take a first stab at this, but also very, very interested to hear from all of our colleagues. As Spencer has mentioned, and as Governor Polis maybe said earlier today, we're doing a lot of exciting things here in Colorado. A lot of great organic energy around well-governed, responsible data sharing and what that can mean and what we can harness by being able to do that. And so in terms of the challenges that we face and what that means going forward, I think being able to navigate that, making sure that we have the trust of individuals as we're doing that important work. As we talk about self-sovereign identity and all of the other exciting aspects of this space, it's important that we, again, as the state, move forward in that well-governed, responsible way, and making sure that we never lose the trust of individuals as we're knitting these things together, and hopefully really telling an exciting story about a person's experience and hopefully what we can do as the state to make people's lives better.
Michael, yeah, that was mentioned in the previous session just a moment ago about in particular, self-sovereign identity and identification at the state level.
Well, I'll take a stab at following my esteemed colleague, Michael Squared, right? That's us. Well, the idea of policy as a representative of those of us within any state to provide governance that's based on trust is really important. So, thinking through how our clients look at data share and as an institution, preparing those who come through us to have the requisite skills that are needed and prepared for those skills that are going to be expected once we put them out into the job placement areas throughout the state or throughout the country, et cetera. For us, it's really, really important to think through not what we are teaching or creating in terms of skill-based learning as it's tied to Web 3.0, but what's the expectation once they get out there? One of the things that's important for us to recognize right now is the world did not stop because of COVID. Business and industry, their expectations are not going to decline because of COVID. They are actually going to accelerate because of the way that business is going to be post this mess that we're in.
Thank you, President Torrance. I think, this has been going, if you've been following the Discord at all, especially in the State of Colorado channel, people have been talking about skills in particular. And I know that this is a trend in higher education, hopefully a trend that's here to stay, but the conversation has evolved right away to skills. So I'm glad that you raised that point.
So I'm just going to add something to what Michael and Michael have said. And I think it's really interesting because we always say we want the learning records and the employment records to be interoperable and that we should follow these data models. And, this will achieve greater efficiency across the system and serve individuals better. And I think that largely that's a well-founded hypothesis. But one of the things that as we work with workforce systems across the country and institutions across the country that is something that I think technology developers should keep in mind is that the capability of individual one-stop career centers or individual community colleges or small training providers or even small and medium-sized enterprises vary greatly. And some of the things that we are building are very complicated and difficult and expensive to implement. And to the extent that we can make sure that whatever platform, application, or data model we're proposing is actually easily accessible and easily implementable and provide appropriate professional development for that, I think that we can work towards a greater adoption. But more than that, we can get adoption in places where there are greater concentrations of those kinds of individuals that we would like to serve. So thinking about populations that have low technology or internet access or low income or traditionally underserved populations.
Thanks, Sharon. Yeah, I noticed in our state, a number of institutions have, particularly higher education institutions, have thought about this concept around virtual student services. And I think, the ease of use, like you said, kind of brings us to greater adoption for these services that could be at the fingertips, or so we think they're at the fingertips of all of our Colorado residents. How do we make it easily accessible in that nature? And let's see here. Do we still have you with us, Rick? Would you like to weigh in on question number 1?
Go ahead, Rick, if you can.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Yeah, I think there's been some great comments there. I'd like to add a few things just from my experience and also where I think things are going. So when I was at Texas Education Agency, Texas, as you mentioned, one of the states has been very involved with gathering data for many, many years, probably started the original system for student level K-12 data about 35 years ago or more now. I went through a process that we did to create something called the Texas Student Data System to update, automate, and integrate that across the state for all the districts. And that was something that the state did internally, but there was still the issue there that prior to that, the data went to the state and then didn't go back to the education entities. After that, now the data goes to the state and back to the education entities, but there's still a question of whether the data goes to other people as well. So I think that there's a big need to make sure that the data is available with permissions, of course, to the people who need it. And I also think that over the history, what's happened very recently, you mentioned skills capabilities. I think that some new standards for learning credentials, like the CLR standard from IMS, open badges, and more recently the open skills work that's going on to try to standardize the way skills are represented and how they're mapped to learning credentials is very critical for that sharing.
Spencer, can I jump back in right quick?
Please do.
I couldn't help but think about the commercial, what's in your wallet? And so the idea of putting the credentialing or the skills that are akin and keen on being connected to what the workforce expects from us, but even more so, what is it that's going to be necessary for us as human beings to be successful, not just in the workspace, but just operating within our communities? So the idea of, literally what's in your wallet, how can you function and operate successfully in the spaces that are being created today?
Thanks, President Torrance. And yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you mentioned that too, because it gives me an opportunity for a quick plug for a couple of our bounties that are available through the State of Colorado channel. And so for those of you who are kind of looking for opportunities to, what I've been saying is hack higher ed. It would be great if you could take a look at the Discord channel. And one of the bounties actually out there is around a credentialing wallet, this concept of a wallet. So the other is around something that Sharon mentioned, which is this learning employment record. And how do we do a better job of telling the story of a learner on a lifelong kind of trajectory? We know that learning experiences happen all the time. They happen in the classroom, co-curricular experiences. They happen at this conference. People are learning a lot of stuff. So how do we sort of do a better job of telling the story of learners and the skills that they're building? So thank you for bringing that up. All right, we're on to our second question. And our second question is, given this audience of global innovators, we have people from, I don't remember how many dozens of countries, but all over the world. I think something like 6,000 participants. Correct me if I'm wrong, one of you ETH conference coordinators. But given this vast audience, what radical challenges need to be solved at the intersection of Web3 innovation, statehood, higher education, self-sovereign infrastructure, skills, kind of all these concepts that we've been discussing? What are the radical challenges that you see out there for folks? I'm not going to call on anybody, so you're going to have to either give me the winky eye or just go ahead and speak up.
Well, I'll do a first go around and please others. I think one of the radical things that we still need to tackle in thinking about the education space, the post-secondary space, higher ed space more broadly, is and Michael mentioned it, these skills and the being able to quantify these skills, being able to have these skills available to an individual, and giving that individual the ability to express those skills in a digital wallet, in these other ways, and being able to do that translation of kind of a traditional post-secondary education space to the skills space, and being able to work with our workforce partners and people in industry in being able to see the value of these skills. So I know these is, conversations that all of us are in day in and day out, and trying to crack this nut and being able to tell that story better. And so any help that anyone has on those fronts, I think, is always welcome, and being able to again, tell that whole student experience and help them be well positioned for their futures.
Okay, so I'm going to add to that by also plugging some resources that I didn't create. So I think this is fair. I think that people who are interested in the education and workforce connection, should consult a couple of really great resources. So one of the resources is a white paper that was recently released. It's on the T3 Innovation Hub's LER, resource hub, and it's one specifically dealing with self-sovereign identity. And then an earlier paper that was written by the Digital Credentials Consortium, that's sort of led by MIT, that talks about digital credentials generally. And then I think there's a section in there that talks specifically about identifies some of the technical issues that need to be resolved. And I'll just point out across both papers, I think a couple of the key questions are related to, the issues of privacy by design, and like how individual data stores are managed, given a sort of plethora of like privacy regulations, but also I think a philosophy where we do actually want to promote individual privacy and give individuals agency. And then the issue of like sort of reliable decentralized identifiers. So if people could solve those technically, that would be super. But I think I'll add to my answer by saying, in addition to the technical issues, I think there are some design questions that we want to be asking ourselves. I think a lot of why we claim that learning and employment records and digital wallets are important is because to what Michael said about the wallet, we want people to have and hold their credentials and be able to exchange them for additional opportunities. But I would challenge you, if you are a developer thinking about building an application or some kind of platform for this, to really, really try to understand like what does it mean to provide economic opportunity for everyone. Not just people who have devices or connections, but even thinking about digital literacy or some of the, systematic barriers that we have in our systems that are not related to technology. And to really confront equity by design, to think about like, how can you then take this tool that we're creating and use that to advance yourself? A couple of key questions I might ask is, is what I'm building functional outside of a context where social capital exists, right? And how does a person get this and then get the next thing after and the next thing after? I don't know if I can answer those questions, but I think those are really important in the context of this conversation.
This is Rick. Can you all hear me? I'll add to that from Sharon, good old Sharon. One of the critical things I think needs to be sorted out, and I think some of this is policy and some of this is technology, is the value of credentials. I think we're seeing a sea change in how credentials are valued these days. Some years ago, if you had a degree from a university, that was a great thing. Today, if you have a certificate from a programming school, you're probably earning as much as the people who have those degrees, and you don't need a degree. So that movement in the value and how to characterize credentials and how to manage that value, I think is a pretty thorny problem, but also really, really moving fast right now.
Well, obviously, I'm going to simply concur with what my colleagues have said. I'm looking for, especially the conversations having with people in the communities as we look at equitable, transferable, usable credentials and skill sets, how that impacts regional economic and community development. And when I walked around and I looked through people's credentials that work within our service area and within our state, it's amazing that that's really not a pathway that people have taken who may have those jobs, those positions. So understanding what that means and the impact that it has for a skill to be affixed to who you're recruiting to come into your state, who you're recruiting to come into your community, whether it be at the city, micro metro, or just a broad countywide area. And then, so that's one challenge. The second one I would say is let's light up the dark fiber. You know, I don't know if we all are fiber hunters or if there are devs out there who like actually can fiber hunt. But when you drive in your vehicle, if you ride your bicycle, if you're taking a walk through your community and you know that there are nodes or linkages or dark fiber someplace and it's not lit up. And these typically impact more impoverished areas or areas where I guess we just don't think that it needs to be lit up. But it's just a matter of literally opening up the box, plugging in a couple of wires and lighting it up so that people can have access, as Sharon has denoted and Michael has denoted as well. I think that's a really important caveat as we go forward. You can't have access if we simply don't turn it on.
Thanks for that, President Torrance, and Rick before that too. You know, you all raised a few points that really caught my attention. And Sharon, one of them that you raised was this notion of digital literacy, which I think, President Torrance, you were just kind of alluding to, that even to have the opportunity to gain digital literacy, there are some infrastructural changes that have to be made. And Rick, you really kind of put that nicely when you mentioned this duality of like the technical and the policy challenges that are out there for folks either in education or in state government. And so I'm just wondering, you know, as we're coming to about 5 minutes, maybe some closing thoughts from all of you, but you know, additional calls to action for state government or higher education. You know, we kind of talked a little bit about some of the challenges and opportunities that the innovators at this conference could tackle. What are some of those other broader objectives, maybe policy-based or infrastructure-based, that you all started to pull the thread on?
It's 3D, and Michael, I won't let us have a long pause in silence this time around, right? It's 3D, and it's embedded in the questions that have been asked today. We are looking for designers, dreamers, and doers. If you reference Star Wars and Yoda, you either do or do not. There is no try. So the conversation that we're having today goes beyond simply just talking about and creating this exciting and most potent dialogue. It is about now that we know, let's do something with the information. See something, do something.
This is Rick. I'll sort of follow on to that and say that, you know, since I'd spent a fair amount of time in government and a fair amount of time outside of government, that there are challenges on both sides. On the government side, there historically, although I think it's changing in places like Colorado is a good example, there has historically certain inertia, and that has to do with just how rules and laws are passed and how they're conservative about keeping things to make sure that things don't get corrupted. But that has to change to deal with how fast society is changing today. And then on the business side, I think that there's obviously a strong capitalist and commercial motive behind a lot of folks who are doing a lot of work. But you know, the value to the citizens is very high here, and I think that a lot of times people get, at least in companies, they over focus on the bottom line and not so much on the public value. And I think if you focus a lot on the public value as a business, you'll find out it helps your bottom line.
I'll just add quickly, the whole purpose of the interoperability of records and connecting data should actually not be lost, that we are actually connecting people that work on the data side, in the education system, the workforce system, in the public sector, and the private sector. And so as you solve these problems, I think it's really important to work on them together. So to Michael's point, like, do something, but do it with other people who are also interested in doing it, because I think that broadens your perspective and allows you to have a product at the end that can actually serve a greater number of people.
And I don't know if I have anything else to add. All of that was fantastic. So I will just ditto and second all of those things.
Well, Michael, I hope you were taking notes, because all the secrets that they gave us today, you and I go and we just implemented all throughout the state of Colorado. So thank you all very much. Big thanks to our panel. Fantastic perspectives. The quote of the day came from Michael. It was a reference to Yoda. So thank you so much, Michael, President Torrance, for that. But in all seriousness, I think we've been given kind of this charge from Governor Polis, Dr. Piccioni, our executive director, to be bold and to think bold. And so with that artistic liberty, we're going to try and push as hard as we can on a lot of these issues. And we'd love the ETHDenver community to help us out in moving this into the next phase. So thank you again so much to our panelists. We are just about out of time. If you all want to catch us on the Discord channel, please do. There's a State of Colorado Discord channel, or you can find us on Twitter or a number of other medium. We will send some of the resources out either in the chat or on the Discord chat. So thank you again to our panelists. And I think we are kicking it back over to Matt now. Thanks, Matt.
Hey, everybody. Great job. Yeah, that was fantastic.
Well, we appreciate you, Matt. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much.
At least I'm happy that I got the quote of the day.
Well, that's a great job, and a lot of really fantastic work that you all are doing in sort of your respective sort of state and government positions and representing in higher education. This is amazing. It's amazing to see, you know, government and education getting behind all of this technology. So thanks for all your support. Jonathan, I think we're going to bring the next panelists up, starting with our moderator, Russell C. Once again, he's back. You'll probably get sick of him in the next couple of hours. Sorry, Russell.
I'll try to keep it fun.
Yeah, how's it going? Russell C is from the Office of Information and Technology, if you didn't catch it earlier. And we're going to be talking about My Colorado ID and reimagining identity with a couple of your colleagues, Russell. I'll let you introduce them, but also Clayton H. from the Department of Revenue. So this will be really an interesting talk. Good for our hackers and good for our audience to see this, you know, state and government kind of behind the scenes look and understand how you guys are thinking about this technology and what the thought process goes into, you know, when you're making decisions around adoption and especially a sensitive area like identity. So take it away, panel, and I really look forward to hearing this.
Great. Well, thank you very much. So as you already heard, I'm Russell Castanero, and I am super psyched to be talking to you now for the second time today. Joining me is Clayton Hollingshead from the Department of Revenue. He's the product owner for digital DMV, among many other things that he does for the Department of Revenue. And Cassie Simpson, who's our fantabulous business analyst at OIT, and she helps us keep everything in line. Olga Klinger, who's the whole program's project manager, she couldn't make it today, so that was kind of a bummer. But these things happen, right? So thank you for letting us talk to you and show you some stuff about My Colorado and Colorado Digital ID. So let's just sort of set the stage. We launched My Colorado in October of 2019. It was really super simple. Had some mobile DMV services. We had access to more of the state mobile-friendly services, a search utility, and then the Colorado Digital ID. And Governor Polis on October 29th or 30th actually made Colorado Digital ID legally acceptable. So he also at that time stipulated that the following year on November 30th that we would have a solution for law enforcement. So there's, you know, the last thing you want to do is sort of force law enforcement into this new technology that they hadn't been a part of everything. So we sort of had a year to work with them on a solution that would work. And that was our first big call of action. Simple visual inspection of the digital ID was all we were doing at first. We used some cool security features too, but in the end, it worked just like a polycarbonate ID in that you presented your phone, they could see you had a few features. And in fact, let's just go to the next slide and hopefully you'll be able to hear this. Let's see.
So many people now live on their phones and basically carry their wallet on their phone. With the Colorado Digital ID, staff can make the text bigger, and it's easier to read and for us to be accurate when we input customer information.
First, I don't want to accept digital IDs because they gave us one less reason to turn people away. We've all been in that spot. We forgot an ID at home. They'll blame you. And now a bartender has one more way to make sure someone is the correct age.
So that was really, really great to have that there. But really, the starting point, our job was to really normalize and socialize the concept of digital ID, and it took a lot of doing, and it was a lot of effort to convince people that they could accept this. I mean, you talk to a liquor store, or you talk to a notary public, or you talk to a cannabis dispensary, and they don't want to do anything that's going to put their licenses at risk, right? Their business license. So we had a pretty heavy duty call. So we started.
So many people now live on their phones and basically carry their wallet on their phone. With the Colorado.
There we go. Okay, let's try the next one. So what that meant was we had launched this new service, and we lived in this pre-COVID world, and the future looked really cool. Like, what we all wanted was like Burning Man for everyone all over the place. Maybe not everybody wanted that, but at least I did. And so we had these really great thoughts about what the future would look like. And then about a year ago, suddenly it was different, right? We're a lot more socially distant. Government offices are closed, for the most part. We're all working from home, or not all of us, but a lot of us are. It's safe to say that the world has changed in a way that makes the changes that happened after September 11th in 2001 look almost minor. Like, these are pervasive changes that lasted more than a month, and it did more than just scar us psychically. It's changed the way everyone lives every single moment of their life. So I'm going to hand this over to Kat to tell you a little bit more about what we were able to do.
Thanks, Russell. Hi, everyone. So we have had the amazing opportunity to partner with various departments across the state of Colorado, as well as a number of local law enforcement agencies. So just to give you an idea of all of the different services that My Colorado offers, one of our largest implementations, both existing and underway, includes integration with law enforcement. So back in, I think it was November 30th, we went live with close to 500 troopers across the state of Colorado who are now using the My Colorado portal method out in the field. This method allows for a contactless interaction between the officer and the driver, which in this day and age is becoming increasingly important. So let's say you're driving a little too fast down the road, you get pulled over. An officer would approach you with their unique QR code. They might present it to you on their mobile device. They could present this QR code to you on a business card. But all you have to do as a driver, as a My Colorado app user, rather than fumbling and looking for your license, scrambling for your registration, scrambling for your insurance, all you have to do is open your My Colorado app and scan that QR code presented by the trooper. And then the app will prompt you to share your information. So it'll prompt you to share your license data as well as your registration and your insurance all in one. And as soon as you click that share button, all of that information is transmitted to the officer's mobile digital computer or maybe even mobile device, but it's transmitted to their portal account, My Colorado portal account, immediately. So as soon as you share it, they can go back to their patrol vehicle and log into their portal, and all of the driver's information appears in a queue. That information is available for 24 hours and then drops off after that. Next slide, Russell. So one of our main goals for introducing this with law enforcement was to minimize the time that our officers are out on the side of the road for obvious reasons. So that's why we built this to work in 3 easy steps. You log into your My Colorado app, you open the scan option to scan that QR code, and then you just share your information with the portal. Next. All right, so we worked our tails off to get this implementation up and running with Colorado State Patrol by November 30th, which was the deadline that Governor Polis gave us in the executive order. So with the help of our one of our early adopters on the law enforcement side, Broomfield Police Department, we created this quick video just to give you an idea of what the process actually looks like in the field. So let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Officer Elder, Broomfield Police Department. The reason I pulled you over is you're going too fast. Do you have your driver's license, registration, and insurance with you?
Yeah, do you accept the digital ID?
Yes.
Okay.
If only that music played every time an officer pulled us over on the side of the road, it would make things a lot more fun. No, but that just shows you how quick this process really is. So in 3 easy steps, the information has all of the law enforcement has all of the required information they need to complete the enforcement process.
Thanks, Cassie. In case you guys didn't realize, Cassie was doing that. Now, Clayton had a lot to do with getting all this stuff done. Clayton, did you want to add anything about after seeing our? I don't know if you'd seen that cut of the video yet. Oh, I think you're muted.
You are correct. I had not seen that. That was very nice. That was cool. I don't know if I have much to add to that. I will go back to you.
No worries, no pressure. Okay, so one thing I wanted to point out is that I know many people that are on right now don't have access to My Colorado because you don't have a driver's license or state ID issued in Colorado. So I apologize, but those of you that do and have My Colorado installed, you'll see on our slides up in the right-hand corner, we have this QR code. You can actually scan that and share some little information with us. And at the end, we can actually show you what that looks like from a police officer standpoint or a merchant standpoint. If you're interested in doing it, we don't ask for anything that's really urgent. I think the biggest thing we ask for is whether you're over 18 or not. So if you want to give it a try, go ahead. I just want to talk about a little bit about the system that we implemented. You know, it's using modern technology, but it's not using blockchain, right? We don't use blockchain inherently within most of the parts because these systems, you know, like the DMV system called drives, it wasn't on blockchain. We have to work with what we've got. The way that the whole system was implemented is that the initial request is essentially in the form of either a custom mobile link or a QR code that can be scanned that then is opened up automatically by the My Colorado app, which displays a confirmation dialog. So in other words, what are the attributes that this organization that wants to access your information, what are they asking you for? There's two different types. There's required fields, and then there are optional fields. So in the example you see here, you've got like email and cell number might be optional fields. On the one that QR code that's up there, I think age and the picture of you is an optional field. So those are all processed by the mobile app. Then that request gets sent down to the My Colorado Web Services servers. We pull the information in real time from the DMV service. So we have the most current information available. And then in the case of the police, of law enforcement, we send the results directly to their web client. For other types of users, and there are multiple, we have a webhook. So we call a REST API and send the JSON payload that contains all the information that you have, that's been requested and been approved. We also optionally, depending on what the organization wants, we can store a record that there was a share made and the attributes that were shared, although not the actual information that was shared across that. So we did this and we implemented it first for the police and for the state patrol, because we knew that if we implemented for them, first we had to, whoever police says to do something, we've got to do it. So we did that, and we leveraged that same technology for all the other use cases that you're going to see through here. And those of you that are working on the My Colorado bounties, you know that we've tried to make this easy for all the different folks that are attending ETHDenver by letting you just pick it up at the point of the REST API. So you don't have to have everything working with My Colorado. All you need to do is that's our contract with you. If you can process the API, then we believe that you can process everything that we're going to send you. Okay.
All right, so another one of our use cases is storing electronic consent. So we have been working with CDHS, the Department of Human Services, and other health organizations who are interested in a solution that allowed counties, nonprofit groups, and other health organizations to store digital consent. So as a patient who is an authorized My Colorado user, you would be able to share, let's say, your phone number or your email address with a provider or with a caseworker, who would then, similar to law enforcement, would share a QR code or a unique link back to that patient. So that patient would would either scan the QR code or follow that link, which would then pull up that same shared dialogue within the My Colorado app. So the app in this case might ask you, do you agree to share your name, your email address, and do you also want to allow access to your information in chats or other healthcare systems with this specific caseworker or medical provider? And then similar to law enforcement, once that patient consents to sharing that information and agrees in that workflow, then the caseworker is able to view all of that information within their portal account, similar to how our state patrol and police departments would on the side of the road. Okay, so once we were able to bring in the digital ID, so bringing in your driver license or your permit, we took that kind of same design and we said, why don't we bring on some other types of licensing or permits across the state? So one of the departments that gives out a lot of licenses and permits is the Department of Natural Resources. So we have been working closely with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, who have give out fishing license, hunting licenses, boating licenses, and the list goes on. We are very close to rolling out our digital fishing license, and then the rest will follow. So DNR is really, really excited to implement this in the field. They are working with their security officers out in the field to train them on how to accept the digital permit. And then another use case similar to this is the Department of Revenue, their Special Businesses Group, is interested in bringing on certain licenses, for example, with the Liquor Enforcement Department, the Marijuana Enforcement Division, what else? There's gaming, racing, and lottery as well. Okay, so e-title transfer is one of our biggest projects that we're working on today. So the Department of Revenue in Colorado, one of their biggest goals this year is to bring on all of their services, to bring them online. So we are starting with an e-title transfer, and today, between a seller and a buyer to transfer a vehicle title, there's a lot of back and forth between the two, and there's you have to go into the DMV, which everybody tries to avoid, I know, and a lot of paper processes involved. So we thought this would be a good one to start with. And there are a few requirements, eligibility requirements that we've identified for our first initial rollout, which is the seller and buyer must be authorized My Colorado users. There can only be a single owner on the vehicle, and it has to be fully owned. So there can't be any liens. And this is just to make sure that we can, get something up and running, and we can go ahead and bring this service online and offer it to people who want to utilize it digitally. So what this looks like is we have a My DMV services page within the My Colorado app. And from there, you'll navigate to a requirements or information page that tells you whether or not you're eligible to utilize this e-title transfer functionality. So the seller would input all of their vehicle information, their sale information, so what the sales price was, what the mileage of the car was, what the odometer read at the time of sale. And then also we would be working with Drives over at DMV, which stores all of the vehicle information, registration information to verify that the vehicle that the seller is claiming to sell is in fact owned by that seller. So as soon as they kick off that e-title transfer, a unique QR code will be generated. So they can download that QR code image, share it with the buyer, or if they're together, the buyer can scan it straight from the phone, which will then generate a bill of sale digitally. And the buyer continues that workflow by scanning that unique QR code, verifying that all of the information the seller input was correct. And then that'll kick off a payment workflow for the title transfer process itself. So this is going to be a huge win as soon as we get this implemented, hopefully by the end of June this year.
Thanks, Kathy. And one of the things that, do you have something, Clayton? No. So one of the things you'll see here is what we are doing is working on things that allow you to not have to show up to get something done. Title transfer was sort of the biggest one the DMV identified, is that you have to do that in person, and we wanted something they could do that wasn't in person. So that is a really important aspect of the different things that we're actually trying to get done here. Let's move on now to some of the bounties that we have out there. And as I mentioned before, for the My Colorado bounties, we're assuming that you take over from the part that we send the JSON to your webhook, to your REST API. So that makes it easy for you to do implementation. One of them is proof of licensing and credentialing. So with the Department of Natural Resources, with Parks and Wildlife, we are getting information directly from their database. What we've got this is, let's put together a system that allows us to independently confirm the actual credential, leveraging blockchain technology, right? And we think that this will make it a lot simpler in the future to show agencies, because they have a legal responsibility to make sure this is working, to be able to independently confirm the different credentials that are issued. Another one that's on there is the non-social check-in. And we call it non-social not because we're not friendly, but because we don't think that to check in, whether you're at a government office or you're at a business, we don't think that should have to go through a network and have your information sold all over the place, right? You should be able to share that small set of information directly with that organization, and that's it. And so that was that. And of course, we want to implement it so that when eventually the offices get opened up again, right, you can just check in with your My Colorado app and let us know, instead of signing a book that says you're there, and then you can send it back to it, and then you can tell them that you've left. So a really simple functionality to enable us to sort of prove that you were present. There's a hint there as to where you might, some bounty stacking that you might be able to do. There's also one that is on petition signing, so marking your intent to sign a petition. With that, you can imagine how much effort goes into the petition process, and how COVID exposed its naked underbelly of how difficult it is to sign something if you can't actually safely talk to people, because everyone's afraid to be outside because of COVID. And petition signing, My Colorado knows what county you're registered in, knows your address, can confirm you are who you say you are. Those are all the biggest labor, the largest labor components of signing petitions. We also have an integrations award. So I think we're awarding up to 35 folks who integrate with an established service. That could be something like a Discord or something, to prove you are who you say you are. Right, so it's an on-ramp or integration that works with that. And we think that's a big one because, as a few people have already asked in questions, where we really think something like this paying off is in the know your customer space and the confirmation of identity. Right now, most banks spend between $45 and $85 per person to validate that you are who you say you are and comply with know your customer and any money laundering requirements. Crypto exchanges and things like that have the same problem, but even worse. I think it's pretty lame for you to have to hold up a picture of your driver's license and then hold up a picture of your face. I remember when I went to try and get the digital citizenship for Estonia, and then they sent me an email and said, can you email us a copy of your passport? To which I said, I guess I don't need to do this. But we don't want to be there. There's the CDA Fund Finder, which helps you find liquor establishments, and that's pretty cool. The 5-star enforcement helper, which is a great one. And then the ones that are less My Colorado, they're more the driver's vision test. Can we make a functioning vision test online? Continuing driver education. It could be gamification, could be just learning how to do it. And then the last one is I call it the RR&R. It's the railroad crossing recreation stuff. So making that happen in a real simple way. I've already used up a bunch of my time, so I will go through these relatively quickly, these use cases that we have coming. One, of course, is to allow cannabis dispensaries, liquor delivery businesses, any place that has to actually prove that they checked your ID. Instead of having them depend on taking a picture of your ID and storing it, we can do that with them with My Colorado and get the fact that they're over the right age on and stored without having to hold the whole ID. Another one is pre-filled forms. So you can go to a website, scan a QR code, come back to it, and suddenly your form is already filled out with all your information from your digital ID. Then, of course, we have the merchant agency check-in, which is the same one we talked about for the bounty. Petition signing, another great one, and even a legislature. The idea that we could let the legislature vote with this is, I think, pretty an amazing concept. And then the last one that I think is really interesting to everyone is for TSA. So the gold standard is, it's the second thing everybody asks, can I board a plane with My Colorado? And so we're working with them. There's a few differences in that. The TSA doesn't allow internet connections for their agents. So it has to be done through a wireless, they use basically a Bluetooth beacon to enable the shares. And so we have to work with them, but that's coming down the road as well. So thanks a lot. I hope that you're as excited about digital identity in Colorado as we are. And I guess we'll be talking to you in the next sesh.
Stay. Look forward to solving the challenge with you.
Sounds good.
Hey, thanks everybody. This is awesome. What amazing technology, Russell. You guys should be really proud of all the work you're doing in the Office of Information Technology.
Thanks. We are extremely proud. Hopefully they're all watching us now.
Well, we got a couple questions real quick.
Let's do it.
Do we have time just for like one or two?
Sure.
So are there plans to allow the consent workflow with KYC AML for banks, crypto exchanges, etc.?
Absolutely. We definitely see that as being a big
KYC for the win.
KYC for the win. Totally. We want to make sure that that we streamline that. And you can imagine how much money that's going to save, how much time it's going to save, how much fraud it's going to avoid to allow people to do that and prove it on the blockchain, saying, oh yeah, we got the KYC AML compliance and here it is up on Ethernet. On Ethereum, you can see where it is in the blockchain. So I think it's amazing stuff.
So there are no officers accepting Ethereum in real time for payment for traffic tickets?
There are none.
I mean, that's a pretty cool use case though. Think about that. If you got a ticket, you could choose to just pay it on the spot, scanning your My Colorado ID wallet where you have your Colorado coins and you can just pay for it, right?
Well, we're working on the Treasury to enable us to let them take cryptocurrency payments.
We were just talking about that. We were just talking about that. Literally, like just 10 seconds ago, we were just talking about that.
Yeah, that once the Treasury is ready for us to accept crypto, we'll open the floodgates there, for sure.
I mean, that would be an insane collaboration. Think about that. Infractions, like traffic infractions, you could literally pay them on the spot through your ID. That would be really cool. Or we just don't have traffic infractions, I guess. And then let's see. Will digital identity systems be compatible with other systems in states, countries?
Oh, that's a great question. So, we are implementing to the standard, which is called the MDL, Mobile Driver's License Standard. There are a number of other standards as well that we're trying to adhere to, but the idea is that all of these different providers of identity, all these trust anchors from the states and from different countries will have a compatible system, and so we're part of that group that's working to make those systems compatible so that you can, get on a plane, board it with your My Colorado ID, and then when you turn around to come back from Germany, you can use the same thing to get back, right? So you're going to be able to leverage it everywhere. These kinds of technological changes are not easy to implement in one state, much less all countries, but there's a pretty big effort to get this going, and we're basically blazing the trail on this as well. So we're the first state to really have a digital driver's license that's an MDL compliant solution.
It's great work. So thanks, guys. We really appreciate the contribution and wonderful, wonderful demonstration. We really appreciate it. So Matt, you want to introduce the next panel that we got coming up? You're on mute, man. You're on mute.
Thanks, John, for coming in to warn me about mute. I said thanks for coming in with the questions. What amazing technology from Russell in the Office of Information Technology. That's fascinating, and they're really pushing the ball forward. This is amazing. So coming up again, Russell will be on the stage with Thad Batt. as the moderator. Also, some other colleagues from the Office of Information Technology in Colorado, Kate McRoy, and Clayton Hollingshead from the Department of Revenue. Take it away.
Guys. What's up, Thad?
Excellent. Yeah, thank you guys so much for the handoff, and leave it to my colleague Russell to start getting into the weeds about the most complicated integration that we could possibly face with the TSA right at the very end of his allotted time. Good job, Russell.
I tried.
No, of course, that was a great presentation. Clayton and Cassie, thank you guys both for participating in that. It's wonderful to see that footage. I never thought I would get to see Cassie pulled over by the police in real time. So that was excellent. So I'm Thad Bott. I'm a blockchain solutions architect for the state of Colorado in the Governor's Office of Information Technology. And once again, we've got a great panel of subject matter experts with us today. I think we should probably be expecting a late joiner or two as we progress through the conversation. But let's see, since we are starting a new panel, we can go ahead and at least bring up introductions. Russell Castanaro, Digital Transformation Director at OIT, just gave his great product prezo, and much appreciated. Clayton, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself? Russell didn't give you your required self-introduction time on the last panel.
Oh, that was quite okay. He did a great job. Clayton Hollingshead. I am the program manager for the DMV's mobile driver license program, as well as product owner for digital DMV, where we're trying to move all of our services online to make even more convenient for customer access. So a varied bag of.
Excellent. Thank you. We are, I think, waiting on Mr. Andrew Bondi to be brought in, who is there he is. Mr. Andrew Bondi, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Bondi. I am a senior project manager and project lead for identity resolution out of the Office of eHealth Innovation.
Fantastic. So we are going to be talking about sort of the blockchain technology use cases around digital identity and what it means to our various different agencies in order to sort of get a definition around digital identity and how that impacts each of their areas. For me, it's always been sort of a bullseye of blockchain technology use cases, because almost every other peripheral use case that keeps track of stuff needs that anchor to a person or to a business. Identity sort of spans more than just the individual for me. And I feel like in providing that anchor, it really enables transactional interactions that people need to engage in with both businesses, government agencies, and even with other residents in terms of transferring ownership of a vehicle, for instance. I'd like to get an idea of how our initial rollout of digital identity in Colorado has impacted each of your areas. Andrew, let's talk to you about that first.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the Office of eHealth Innovation, we are very focused on improving health IT as a whole across the entire state of Colorado. And with COVID, the rise of COVID and the disruption of pretty much just everyday life in general, the digital ID and just digital identity in general has really taken the entire field by storm. So it's something as simple as being able to go into a doctor's office and be able to show your driver's license along with the remainder of all your information to be able to get onboarded and begin the HIPAA process and going through all of that work completely disrupted, right? It's to Russell's point, or in the earlier session, right? You're trying to hold up your driver's license to your camera and show your face at the same time, but then you run into the issue that you can't properly cite forms, right? It's you then have to go through whatever mechanism it is that the office has kind of pulled together randomly to get that taken care of. And so digital ID is really stepped up in that space, and we've had some partners with the Mental Health Center of Denver, specifically out of our consent management work group in our office, to push that forwards and really speed up the onboarding to individuals that need access to behavioral health and just general mental health services. Additionally, we're, one of the big places we're looking at leveraging digital identity is the ability to be able to enable interoperability between state services. One of the biggest problems and biggest gripes that everybody has, I have it on a regular basis, is whenever you have to interact with another state service and you got to fill out all the exact same paperwork. And then as you fill out paperwork for service A, it's immediately ages, right? It's maybe you move, maybe you have an update to whatever your data is in that regards. When you go over to service B, you fill out the exact same paperwork again, and now it's updated, but now your data between the two services, the system's maintaining that are out of sync. And so we're working with Russell on that space to be able to try and keep all that data in sync and a little bit more under control on the back end of the state systems to enable that better quality interoperability and ultimately turn it over to the end citizen, the end recipient of the service to be able to control and manage their profile data and how the state is able to access and share that data around.
That's an absolutely fantastic point, Andrew. Clayton, do you want to maybe speak a little bit to how the digital ID has enabled that sort of real-time data and updating of information, and contrast that to maybe how long it would have taken in the past to get that data refreshed?
Wow. There is a lot there.
Yeah.
Our system currently, the DMV itself has not pushed it out as much as we can, or we're still working with Russell to do so. I think one of the major considerations for the design, from Russell's point, is that we've got to make a cost consideration for adoption for a verification system. And so for law enforcement, for the other agencies that will be using it, how do we minimize the cost of adoption? And I think they've done a great job with the system they've rolled out now. And then as we look forward to the actual MDL, what those costs might be for all sides of the equation, not just law enforcement. It's very interesting as far as the fact that the driver license was initially just to give someone proof of verification that you're eligible to drive a vehicle, and over time it evolved into our primary identification form. And the information that a highway patrol officer needs is nowhere near the same information that a retail clerk needs or your bartender needs to see. So the ability for the customers to limit the data they're sharing, rather than just give everyone, here's my home address, here's my birth date, full name. So giant privacy consideration, I think, as far as customers able to limit the data they are sharing.
Yeah, that's a great point. Russell, do you want to talk a little bit about how that works? Because I didn't hear about any of that in the earlier prezo.
Sure. So what was part of the initial release was that you could have a filtered view of your ID in the app, and so you could actually hide your address and you could even hide your birth date, and then we just show whether you're over 18 or not, right? So and this is popular because anybody who's dealt with a creepy bouncer before knows that they can get all that information off of your driver's license. Right. So we carried that over into that consent model that we have for what attributes do we really want to share. And I think, some cooler things that we're even talking about is with the DMV is you're making it so you could get on a chat and you could actually confirm that you're the right person with them by scanning a QR code and letting them know that you are that person. They can look up your record and make changes that you're going to need eventually. Another really interesting thing that going back to the bar and restaurant case is there are these books that they make every year on what are the security features and what are all the things of specific driver's licenses all over. And so I remember when I lived in Hawaii, I came up, and aside from the fact that whenever I showed somebody my ID on the mainland, they said, "Oh, McLovin." They would, they would say, "Oh, I don't know if this. I actually went places, and I'm not like a spring chicken." And they would say, "Oh, I don't think this is a legal ID because, it had the wrong band color or something like that." And with electronic or digital ID, you've got one that can be updated in real time. So when we went to the new format back in, what was it, May, Clayton, I think, everybody was automatically given that new format of driver's license, right? So that went out. When you move from like being under 21 to 21, your driver's license gets converted to the right format immediately. You don't have to go and take a new picture. You don't have to go buy a new ID. None of that has to happen. It happens in real time. From a learner's permit to a driver's license, the same sort of thing. So it really makes things a lot easier on a lot of different levels, whether it's confirming people are who they say they are, or it's using, or it's just keeping your own record up to date.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and I think that sort of serves as a little bit of a on-ramp towards the concept of self-sovereign digital identity, because that's, really a lot of the point, is that you only need to share some of the information with the entity or person that has requested it. Having to show your physical ID with all of the information on it really should be a thing of the past. It should be a binary answer to the question, are you of age to purchase X? Yes or no, not necessarily your date of birth, certainly not your home address. So yeah, that is a point well taken, and I think does serve the interest of advancing digital identity towards that self-sovereign goal. Let's see, I think, John, go ahead, Clayton.
As a related point to that, if someone were just pick up your wallet, slide your driver license out, they can then use that driver license for any purchase they want, to do anything they want. But with the driver license or a mobile license tied to a phone, you're actually, they'd have to steal your phone. Okay, that's easy. But then they have to open it up and they have to use your PIN or your biometrics to activate the sharing. So you've got a level of protection there that isn't there with just a physical card that someone can walk away with. And with the digital license, you can turn it off. If it's reported stolen, it can be canceled remotely. With the physical card, it's out there until it's found.
Right. That's a super interesting point. And I think that in striving for perfection, it's often very easy to ignore what the incremental improvements are. And so, when folks discuss all of the failings and problems and issues that might arise with the digital ID, they're sort of forgetting the fact that those are really inherently baked into having a physical ID, and there are a ton more problems. So yeah, great point. I think one of the big aspects that we've talked about, and I think this was a question in the last round about the KYC stuff, is how can that digital ID reduce the friction involved in transactions? And certainly we found that, at least among law enforcement, certainly there was much more of a demand for it once the pandemic came into sort of full effect, and there was a realization that getting up close and physical and exchanging a physical document was definitely not something that was a optimal solution for the police officers, and certainly also for the general public. And I think that there are a ton of different areas that digital ID does reduce that transactional friction. Andrew, do you have any examples of that in your realm?
Yeah, so one of the big things we're actually working on is streamlining the Colorado benefit just application process as a whole, right? So when COVID hit, everybody was becoming, having to go on to unemployment or having to sign up for rental assistance or, utility assistance, things along those lines. One of the big issues, right, is that we were still very much set up to be in a world of you go in and you meet in person with, a county caseworker or, a state representative and be able to work through all the paperwork and the process and the forms in that space. And one of the things that really ended up happening that slowed a lot of that down was that you had to schedule appointments well in advance, right? We were limiting the number of individuals that were allowed to be in a facility at the same time, not only just people coming in, but also, the people that were able to serve the recipients that were signing up for services. And so one of the big things that we're looking at is how can we streamline that onboarding process, right? How can we leverage something like My Colorado to be able to pull in all of that information that is needed, to be able to actually fill out that application, get that all prepared, and then possibly even take you all the way to eventually scheduling an appointment with that caseworker that you can do in a digital format. You get over Zoom or something along those lines, but you can use My Colorado to be able to validate that you are who you say you are on the other side. Right, because that's again one of the biggest issues that we have in here of being able to provide state services in general is that ability to be able to truly validate who that individual is, and being able to speed up that entire process of getting that information through. And so, the ability to be able to effectively pass data between these state systems to be able to speed up that will also be a huge factor in here. There's a lot in the, especially over in the unemployment space, right? There's a lot that you have to pull in, door information for tax information. You have to bring in Medicaid information. You have to bring in basically all of your benefits information to get that lined up with what's your unemployment payment going to be looking like. And that's all a factor in there. Well, if we don't have the ability to be able to accurately identify you across all of those systems when you're receiving all those various benefits, it just becomes really difficult as a whole. And there's a lot of backtracking and a lot of duplicative entry of information, and then having to confirm that you are who you say you are between all the different systems, and being able to get that unified identity between all of those different services really helps to speed up that process. And it can be as simple as you go when you need to get access to energy assistance. You go in and you just click a button saying please apply, and it pulls all your information from the other profiles and goes out and hits the unemployment office, or the different groups that have different parts of the information that needs to come together. And the best part about it is you can consent to all of that in My Colorado, and it can all be captured and it can all be logged, so that in the future, it can be looked up and verified that that was indeed what ended up happening. And if you then end up no longer needing to be on that benefit, you can revoke that consent, and that state agency and that program no longer has access to those parts of your data. So it really helps to alleviate some of that Big Brother feeling of, your demographic data is floating around there in pretty much every single database that exists, and really you're in control of that and knowing where it's all at.
Hi, Carrie. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. It sounds like you've solved the state identity, efforts. Where should I take this conversation? What would be helpful? I think I could add a little flavor in a lot of ways, but
yeah, absolutely. If you just want to give yourself a quick introduction and talk about what you do, and then we'll just sort of pick up the conversation where we left off.
Sure. So I'm Carrie Pykoch, the director of the Office of Health Innovation. I work really closely with Russell and Andrew on a few identity projects, but our office establishes and leads state health IT strategy. We're steered by a governor-appointed eHealth commission, and we report to the governor and lieutenant governor that are focused on several bold priorities. And for healthcare, that's where we're focused, is saving people money on healthcare and increasing equitable access to affordable and quality care. And so where I can kind of take this is, I think there's a lot of ways that the state is advancing how to better serve our clients and patients across the state. But from an equity perspective, we're really trying to think through, like, even at the simplest level, do people have access to cell phones? Do people have access to broadband and cellular connectivity in their area? And so we've been really trying to advance and advocate and get funding to those areas that don't have that, so that if they choose to use great state tools and technology to do that, and that we don't have to worry about filling out paperwork a lot of different ways and a lot of different times. And then from the kind of the broader state and national perspective with identity and access to health information, what we're seeing and what's being driven by policy is that I, as a patient, should have access to my health record when and how I would like that, and share it with whomever I want. And that's just simply not the case. There's been a lot of work within our office to encourage use of safe and secure methods of health information exchange, but there's a lot of work to do there. And then how do we leverage new and evolving technologies to accelerate where policy just is still gray? If I'm in a crisis situation and I want to share specific information about my mental health condition or physical condition, how do I do that in a way that isn't incredibly burdensome to the patient as well as to the system at hand? And I think this conference and technologies like blockchain can help us by really thinking about putting the patient or the Coloradan and driving where their information goes. Meanwhile, we'll keep modernizing our systems to get us there.
Absolutely. That's fascinating to talk about what that looks like from the equitability perspective in terms of access not only to the devices themselves, because certainly we do find that mobile devices are prolific throughout, almost all socioeconomic classes at this point. What have you found in your research around what that digital divide looks like? Certainly, I know in terms of access in Colorado, we do have a very strong initiative for broadband access to 100% of Coloradans. That's really one of Governor Polis's objectives, and as we pursue that goal, I think that that might help close that digital divide a little bit. But certainly from a device ownership perspective, have you found anything?
Sure. So I think one prime example is, for example, right now rolling out the vaccine distribution. Much of the information is available on our COVID website, but if you don't have a laptop, access to the internet, you wouldn't know about that. And so where we're seeing kind of slow uptick in some of our rural and more elderly populations is they just don't know about it. So if it's not printed in a newspaper or if someone doesn't call them, they just won't know about that. So although there is a ton of cell phones out there and use of cell phones for a variety of reasons, I don't think that everyone's using them in the same way. One of our projects right now through OHI is to fund rural health providers and get them cell phones and devices in the community so that as they're doing things such as telehealth, telemedicine, vaccine outreach, that there's devices there. Earlier this year in our governor's stimulus package, they carved out $160 million for broadband funds, and out of that, about $20 million for broadband and devices to support telemedicine because of that gap. And I don't have any specific numbers to spout off on the top of my head, but we know that it's still a divide. And even if people do have access to cell phones and laptops, they may not have minutes or funding to pay for said devices. And so we're seeing state funding to help support that. With the recent stimulus package through the special session, there was $20 million given to educators to fund hotspots and other devices and help subsidize. And then the federal government's going to be releasing a subsidy to consumers to help pay, I think it's up to $50 per cell phone bill and broadband bill if you can't afford it. And then if you're Native American or live in tribal land, it's up to $75. So I think locally and nationally, we're recognizing that we're all stuck in these square boxes all day. If we're lucky to have work and do service for our state, but if you don't have a consistent broadband or a device to do it on, then it's just not possible. Or you're sharing it with a family, a household of 5, and how do you split up one device across school, education, healthcare, and work all in the same day?
One additional thing I would add on to that is that we also need to remember that not everyone is comfortable with accessing state services in a digital manner. There's a lot of individuals that, let's be honest, accessing state services is complicated. It's the programs are not always the easiest to navigate. Some of the requirements to be able to accessing state services can be cumbersome to overcome. And when you are, you're not used to dealing or working with that bureaucracy, we'll call it what it is, it's bureaucracy. It's really helpful to be able to have that human element to being able to help guide you through and walk you through that process. And it's just right now, most of our state systems just aren't at that level of being able to help walk people through and guide them in that manner. We're definitely making strides and getting better at it, but having that human element and being able to interact with a caseworker or with a clinician or an individual like that to be able to help you navigate through the process is absolutely huge.
Yeah, great point, Andrew. Thanks. What seem to be the biggest concerns outside of those that perhaps we've already discussed? Some things that come to mind, especially after having watched, let's see, I guess it was maybe 2 panels ago. John Poller had some great remarks regarding sort of the Ethereum community's resistance to sort of government ownership of data and distrust of government ownership of data. So to the extent that we can say, yeah, My Colorado application dumps the data, doesn't maintain anything outside of the traditional chain of custody for that data, people don't necessarily buy that and believe it. How do we address sort of those concerns, I wonder?
Well, I think, a big part of this is setting people's expectations. So right now, the bulk of the connected world gives their information out for free to social media where it's abused. They're victims of identity theft through UI scams or credit, or reach out for new credit cards, or there's so many different places where people are being scammed. And so strangely, the place where their information is the safest is the government, and where we actually have a responsibility for actually keeping people safe. And I think once everybody realizes that, like with the internet, Pandora's box is open, and all you can do is really choose not to share, or to share judiciously, and have really heavy penalties on those that share without your permission. And adding things like consent and permission schemes that can be implemented in a much more real-time way, and have direct shares coming from an individual to the organization that's asking them, will become the norm, because it is inherently much safer. I mean, right now, if I go to, if I want to get a quote from my insurance company, I've got to send them a copy of my driver's license. They're going to go and they're going to ask like LexisNexis or one of the other companies to go pull my record from the DMV to get my, there are so many hands touching every single one of these data requests. And so there's a bunch of complicated legalese that goes between each of those, but it has to be enforced. And it's always another potential attack vector, right? When you're going directly to that organization, you can know where, you'll know where your information is. It isn't strewn about all over the place. And I think, you've got to choose some way to share. And the answer for the vast majority of the world is not that they're going to have their own wallet that they have custody of, and it's nowhere else, right? And people are going to be backing things up. And, that's not a solution that's going to work broadly anytime soon. So we have to have one where someone is trusted. The group that already has that information is the government, and the government is the first one that's going to be able to get it. Maybe once the government actually executes this stuff, then sovereign identity and owning all of your own information will happen. But still, it'll, once you share that information, it's out of the box. It's out of your control.
Yeah. No, that's an interesting point. And one of the panelists earlier today talked about trying to encourage her friend to start using crypto, and the pushback, and I totally get it now that I've thought about it a little bit more, was that if she was to lose the hardware wallet or her phone that had a software wallet on it, everything would just be gone. Whereas with a credit card, if you lose it, there's somebody to call, right? So you can always get that replaced. I don't think there's a calculus that works for government to make a decision to disregard privacy rules of any sort in favor of profit. Whereas with private companies and businesses, that calculus is there. There's a possibility that it would be more profitable for them to pay the fines for whatever indiscretion happened and earn the money from selling the data.
Yeah, I think that's always a consideration. From the health side, though, currently right now, state or federal government has not been successful at aggregating and sharing, and some would say that that's not the role of government in having access to my own personal health records. And I think there's an innovation opportunity out there to think about within blockchain and various types of evolving technologies. Could there be a trusted provider that could ensure my health record or even my Bitcoin doesn't just automatically disappear at one part? And that might very well be the role of government helping incentivize that. I think in Colorado, the exchange of health information is covered under the Health Information HIPAA, Portability, Accountability, Accessibility. I'm adding an extra A in there. Sorry, Act.
Just
and
don't
so
add an extra P.
P. There we go. See, wah wah. So I think with that guardrail and framework, health providers can't sell your information for capital gain, and that's outside of the rules of that. And as a state, we recognize certain data aggregators that are not for profits, known as health information exchanges, to be that connectivity between siloed health providers, so that if you show up in an emergency room, for example, in southern Colorado, that they know you're allergic to penicillin. And if you show up in Denver Health, that they at least have some foundational information. It's at least a step in that direction. And we're at least trying to leverage them and work with our trusted community partners in that regard. And I think governance is an opportunity for individuals that are streaming right now to get engaged from a citizen perspective. We've got a number of public work groups and meetings to talk about how information is accessed and for what purposes. So I think there's lots to dig into around state information sharing, around new technology like My Colorado, and to ensure that you're not getting arrested or there's unintended consequences for having information accessible or available within state infrastructure or apps.
That's great. Thank you so much, Carrie. Let's see, we've got about, what do we have? Maybe 10 minutes left. I think from here, we'd probably like to dig into a little bit more around, with digital ID as an anchor, where might blockchain fit in terms of maintaining transactions that are related back to that digital anchor? So we've talked quite a bit about healthcare from a patient's perspective, but we have not yet touched on blockchain as related to the provider's perspective. So is there a solid use case that involves having that identity anchor mapped out to some form of credentialing? And obviously that's important in the medical world, but also in the education world. And certainly in any professional services that involve state licensing. Russell, do you want to?
Sure. I think that one of the things that Spencer and Taylor's panel, they were talking about was the use, like in the universal wallet spec that's out there, and so there are some really good approaches to where we could share credentials in a way that is compatible on a cross-wallet basis, right? So, and at the very least, they can be verifiable in real time on a on a non-state system, or not by the issuer, right? If you've done any of these continuing education systems or credentialing systems, that is really important. You've got, like in Colorado, we have the Secretary of State that issues certificates of good standing. It would be relatively straightforward to put those kinds of credentials out there, confirmable and importable into a wallet, to where you could really integrate with that. And that same sort of approach is in one of our bounties, and I think it's in a couple of the Spencer's bounties as well. But that kind of approach is what you can do once you have identity established, and it enables us to do things. You could even sort of come up with the idea of a credential for consent and say, I memorialize this agreement to provide you access to this system until this time, and then you can revoke that anytime and revoke that from that as well, and that can be immediately clear if someone went to go try and verify it. So the technology is there, and we're trying to provide like the safe space to implement that kind of stuff and show the regulators that it's something that's doable, that it's something that will work. And then they can say, okay, well, now we can move our state systems over to that, right? You can't just do it without having a lot of proof of concepts and a lot of technology demonstrations that show that it really, really works.
Yeah, that's absolutely makes sense, Russell. It feels like there's some great opportunities around consent and around those credentialing to really leverage blockchain in ways that can allow for both providing authentication to a hashed document, but also revoking consent as well.
Yes. Yeah, a revocation of consent. I mean, managing consent now is not something most organizations do well, right? It's normally they take this signed piece of paper and put it and file it away or make an image of it. To be able to allow people to go back and find the consent that they gave and revoke it, that's what we're working with Carrie and Andrew on right now, is actually making that revocable consent model. Even though the parties using it don't necessarily have a great way to handle the fact that we could do it, putting it forward might actually save them from some liability issues and things like that. So we're hoping that it will make things a lot easier, and it'll be a huge advantage to all businesses. There's lots of businesses, lots of agencies that need consent.
Yeah, I think that could also end up being a double-edged sword for their liability as well, assuming that blockchain distributed ledger type solution would be there. You would know exactly when consent was granted, exactly when consent was taken away, and what that window was. So encourages more responsibility on behalf of the providers as well.
They better level up.
One of the really interesting use cases that we've been investigating is that from kind of the provider side of looking at that, requesting data from an individual. Let's say we have a healthcare provider is trying to pull up information on an individual, and they're trying to pull it from the DMV. Normally that requires data entry, right? You got a person typing it in, doing all that involved in there. So there's time and energy spent on that. To Russell's point, they're signing HIPAA forms. They put it in a filing cabinet that then eventually ends up in a filing box that ends up in a storage unit somewhere. And so it's that, that management and that handling of all of that really brings it to the forefront for easy lookup, easy access. But more importantly, what it does is to your point of the double-edged sword, it also protects them from the factor that if someone were to revoke their consent to someone having access to their DMV data, the next time that their front desk person or their just system goes to try and pull that DMV data, it's rejected, right? It tries to check the consent to see if they can pull up the DMV data, and oh no, your patient pulled that consent back, and so you no longer have access to it. It kind of flips the script on how are we storing this data instead of having that individual provider storing a full copy of the DMV record available locally, effectively a cache of that for them to be looking that up. It's acquired in more of a real-time manner through some sort of an API layer, integration layer with the DMV or insert system, and that then gets us into this space where we can have real-time checking on that. Every time that they go and say, can I get Thad's driver's license information, or I need Thad's birthday, go and look, has Thad still consented to this? He consented a year ago. The consent has 1 year. Do we need to prompt him again to consent to this? So there's those automatic timeouts on that, the management handling of that consent, and then also the ability to be able to revoke it. And now you have the assurity that as long as that provider is not storing a local copy of that, and instead they're trying to pull it in a real-time manner, they no longer have access to that information. And so you start baking those kinds of ideas into the structure and the way that they're consuming that data, so that you again don't have this sprawl of your individual identity data ending up everywhere and having copies of it, in filing cabinets in pretty much every doctor's office. It's more maintained and managed.
Perfect. Thanks for putting a bow on it, Andrew. And thank you, panelists. All of your input was much appreciated. That was a great conversation. Loved it. And I'm going to flip back over to Matt.
Thank you, everybody. Sorry for the relatively hard stop. We do have to clear the stage because we have, 5 more people coming up. There's a lot of content here at ETHDenver and lots of ground to cover. Thank you, Thad, for moderating. That was very fascinating. So we heard a bit kind of from the inside of government, and now we're going to hear from some projects that are outside of government. So these are projects building in the space, but they're related to things like identity and gig work, and basically just getting open source funded and everybody just joining the public good in the public space. So these are projects from the space that are contributing to that, but they're, as I mentioned, they're outside sort of the inner sanctum of government. So it's good that we kind of represent both sides here at ETHDenver. So coming up to the stage again is Thad as our moderator. And I'm going to welcome John from Shapeshift, Adam Dill from Opolis, Paul Quigley from Liberato, Angie Gallagher from Burst IQ, Danny Osario from Near Protocol, and the one and only Kevin Owaki from Gitcoin. Oh boy. Okay, I'm going to duck out now and let you take over.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for being present for us. Angie, I love your glasses today.
Yeah,
you're like
happy to be here.
Great to see you all. Let's see. So today we're going to talk about the business edition of the Colorado Jam. And there were some questions earlier about what Colorado companies are doing in the blockchain space. And so, from my perspective, working for the state, I know that in the past 3 or 4 years, we've been pushing some legislation to get blockchain a little bit more on the front burner in the public sector, and to encourage blockchain technology development and innovation, certainly in the private sector, in order to sort of realize Governor's dream of creating a real locus of blockchain innovation within the state of Colorado. So we've got some great guests this afternoon representing a big cross-section of businesses that have been ideating and building and using blockchain-based tools within their organizations. And I'd like you each to give a quick introduction to yourself and your organization, and then we can dive into some conversations. John, do you want to talk about Shapeshift first?
Sure. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Glad to be here. So I'm John, the co-founder and chief product officer at Shapeshift. Shapeshift has been in the crypto space for quite a while now. We were founded in 2014, originally as a kind of crypto-to-crypto digital asset exchange. And we've really evolved from there now to be a full-featured self-custodial wallet platform, also interacting with the Web3 wallet. We also acquired Portis last year, which is part of our big involvement here at ETHDenver, which is a Web3 wallet and SDK provider. And yeah, happy to be here.
Thanks, John. Adam?
Hey, I'm Adam. I'm a technology steward at Opolis, and we provide benefits for contractors, self-sovereign employees, and gig workers We really try to be the kind of bridge between the Web 2 world and the Web 3 world for all these individuals who need to do things like tax compliance and get health insurance and other benefits like that. So we focus a whole lot on making sure people stay legal and compliant and make sure all their data stays private and safe, and make sure they can get their payrolls paid on time and their health insurance paid for, that kind of stuff. And we're fully digitally crypto native, so you can get paid and pay in crypto and pay for your insurance in crypto, that kind of stuff. And yeah, we handle all taxes and withholding and all that fun stuff too.
Right on. Angie, tell us about Burst. Oh, unmute. Yeah.
Hey, we're based in Denver, Colorado, and Burst came together in 2015. The co-founders are Frank Ricotta and Brian Jackson. And our blockchain is built from scratch, but it layers very nicely. And the end goal here is we are for healthcare data. So we have HIPAA compliance and GDPR compliance. And I oversee the community, which is a global community in which developers can go in and play with our APIs. But definitely a lot of features around digital profiling. I saw that last panel talking about the consent of data. And ultimately, that's what our chain can do is, basically consent a lot of highly secure data, specifically in healthcare.
Excellent. Danny.
Hey, everyone. I'm with the developer relations team over at Near Protocol. And we are a layer 1 blockchain based on a proof of stake and sharding that also interoperates with Ethereum. So we just launched a grants fund that's designed to fund open source software and moved into a fully decentralized workforce. And we're seeing a lot of interesting movements come through. So really excited to be here. I remember this is my 4th ETHDenver. I remember the first one as things were getting organized and we were packing gift bags in the warehouse the night before, and just really excited to be back in this virtual version.
Right on. Thanks. Paul.
Sure. Paul Quigley. I've been in the blockchain space since 2012. I had no gray hair at that time. And actually, I had the great opportunity of working under Governor Hickenlooper as part of the blockchain task force, which brought the money license and the digital asset legislation into the state. So all of the things that we're working with in terms of digital assets and the legal regulatory framework was part of the work of a big group of people, equally committed, crazy zealots. What we're doing is we are actually building a digital asset custody platform, which is, for people who are unfamiliar with it, basically it's a digital vault, similar to the way people would have stored money or gold, but it's under your control. So it's designed for cryptocurrency and digital assets. We're going through the regulatory process right now. We're building, we're working on bank partners. Our target markets are DeFi, banks, and merchants. Happy to be here. Happy to, we are hiring people, so we can talk about that later, I think. And we are totally decentralized. Our model originally had a small finance and customer service function prior to COVID. And then once COVID hit, we distributed that as well. So we're all over the country in terms of our resources. Happy to be here.
Right on. Thanks, Paul. Kevin, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hey, I'm Kevin Owaki. I'm the founder of Gitcoin, which is a project that allows you to get coins in exchange for doing software development work. We have funded $11 million worth of software development in the Ethereum space. And I love open source. I love public goods. I love Colorado. And I'm happy to be here.
Right on. Thanks, guys. So great group. We're basically here to talk today about we're here to pump Colorado a little bit, and talk about what the opportunities are, and even equally important, I think, talk about what maybe the roadblocks are in terms of how the state can help your business, whether you feel like there's missing legislation that could make your lives easier, that could create more jobs, create more opportunities. Also, what kinds of skill sets do you see that we've got plenty of in the state? What kind of skill sets do we need to be teaching our future developers and our future product owners and our future digital marketers in order to help support this new Web3 Internet 5.0 ecosystem that we all really, really love and want to see succeed? So I think probably with that, I think Kevin has got his eyes on quite a few different projects that have been going on. Obviously, creating a tremendous amount of funding. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I guess Joe Lubin's 2019 DevCon talk comes to mind for me when we started talking about this. I think the quote from his talk was, "It's not about a killer app; it's about a killer ecosystem." And one of the things I think is super cool about the blockchain space is that you can walk into a hackathon and there's so much open source software available that you can create something that would have taken a bank 5 years ago $10 million and 200 people in order to do, and you can just pull it down from GitHub. And that's the really cool thing about innovation in the blockchain space. And the killer ecosystem in Colorado is Opolis, it's Near Protocol, it's all of the calls, it's all of the projects on this call. And so I think it's about a killer ecosystem. And I'm just excited to see the innovation continue to grow exponentially.
Right on. And I think that's a great point about open source, and it's there's so much you can do with it off the shelf. It's definitely a little bit of an uphill climb when you're trying to convince your coworkers who are used to enterprise licensed software solutions what the support mechanism is for those solutions. But the argument is certainly there, and certainly within state technology, we're seeing more of an opening in order to be able to implement open source solutions and look at alternative licensing models that don't involve the traditional methods. So yeah, Paul, what do you think? Oh, you're muted, buddy.
So you asked us like 5 questions. What would you like?
Pick and choose, Paul. I know you've got something you want to talk about.
I think for us, it's the ecosystem is incredibly enthusiastic and engaged. I think for us, what's happened is we've looked at a number of different things, and the digital asset custody platform kind of was an evolution around having the appropriate regulatory and legislative pieces in place. I think for us now, it's development on the front end. We certainly need front end developers. Our platform is built on an API framework, and our initial market is domestic. But what we're finding is we're getting an awful lot of pull, which is a really good message for Colorado internationally. So we're having correspondent banking relationships. That's a new thing for a lot of folks. So the fact that you can move your assets internationally under KYC AML, back to your earlier, the session before this, when you were talking about identity, a lot of the efficiencies you guys are putting in place for KYC will help, because part of our platform is using AI, and we're looking at patterns, and we're looking at cybersecurity patterns 24/7 because the markets never close. So there's a lot of infrastructure here. I would welcome anyone who's looking at building coming into Colorado. Is one of the things that I'm finding so exciting about the ecosystem. yeah, I think that those, and the fact that you can work remote, I mean, COVID's accelerated that, but we can work remote and get a lot of things done and still live here. I think it's just phenomenal. Yeah. Happy to answer. Are there any other questions?
That's awesome. I think that we all miss the good old days of having meetups, blockchain related meetups in person. There's a strong community here, and it's, it exists online now, and it'll exist back in person here, hopefully in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
Let's see. So move along to John. You want to talk a little bit about what you're seeing in the space, what you're seeing?
Sure.
Yeah.
So back when Shapeshift was founded in kind of early 2014, I feel like we were one of the only crypto companies at that time in Colorado, and it's been really great to see so many projects since that time, especially in the 2014 to 2017 timeline, and since pop up and start planting roots here. We've worked with and helped a lot of those projects, and we love being part of that community, and I think it's really great to see that develop. I think Colorado has been, relatively friendly to these projects, and I want to see that keep being the case. I mean, I really want to see Colorado lead that front and be one of the, leaders in the entire country, if not the world, in terms of welcoming, open source and decentralized projects in particular, to really get these people to come here. And I think, we've honestly got a good amount to learn even from our neighbors to the north in Wyoming, who have been very progressive on this front in relation to, crypto asset banking and how they deal with money transmission and even their state level securities laws. And I would like to see Colorado, follow some of that lead and even go beyond it, to, maybe even to the point of having, a sort of regulatory sandbox, especially when it comes to things like DEXs and decentralized protocols and a lot of the things that Gitcoin and Kevin are helping fund. A lot of those projects kind of break the mold of what a traditional company, quote unquote, even is. A lot of the most interesting projects in the space are not companies. They're protocols. They're decentralized applications. They're things that don't fit cleanly into any of these regulatory boxes. And I want to see Colorado be very welcoming to that and let this, basically this experimentation happen. I mean, the best way to lead on that is to allow for that innovation. Don't have a strict regulatory hammer. And I think Colorado's been good about this, and we're lucky to have Governor Polis, who's very progressive and understanding on these aspects on this front. And we just really need to lean into that. I think Colorado could become, one of the leading places in the world to launch your project. Part of that is there is a tension, obviously, with the federal laws, and we can only do so much on a state level. But I think we should be looking to Wyoming as an example. And, I know a lot of people in Colorado never want to be behind Wyoming on anything anyway. So we should find a way to at least match that and go beyond it, and really, really be welcoming to these, kind of unorthodox projects, because I really think that they are the wave of the future.
Yeah, and I think that's certainly, these are waters that Colorado state government has been wading through before, in terms of certainly breaking ground on the legalization of marijuana, something that still today is not legal at the federal level, but we've figured out a pretty good framework and path forward towards letting that industry blossom within the state. And I certainly am hoping that we can do the same. It's really far outside the box, a lot of the things that these decentralized protocols are doing, and the way that people get compensated for them, and the way that then the states and the federal government collect taxes for them is something that Opolis is on top of. Adam, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll answer a different question first. I think something special about Colorado is the culture that's built up here. We have this real good history of both a rugged individualism on the western part of the state and this really strong collectivism on the eastern parts of the state, on the front slope. And I think that's a very special mix that we have here in Colorado that we don't have in other places. And generally we all get along pretty well around it, right? So you can see this really heavily in the crypto world as well. And our inherent culture that Colorado has really well supports that. And I think that's something very special that most other places, or I don't know if anywhere else has, that Colorado has. And it's really good to see the government, the state government coming in and supporting. And like John said, it's good to see our neighbors to the north in Wyoming pushing legislation further there. I would love to see that as well done here, and similar stuff done here. But yeah, Colorado's in a really special spot, got a really good culture and a really good way to support it. And we have an amazing tech scene here, obviously. And the tech scene goes well beyond just development, right? Like we've got we don't just have software developers, but we have project managers, we have people with great experience scaling tech products, both from a marketing perspective and a technology perspective. So I really like what's going on in Colorado, and I feel like we've got a really special mix of people and talent here that isn't available to other communities. And I think that's really at the heart of what Colorado can push forward is that culture.
I think that's a great point to make, Adam, and I would sort of echo that within within our state government, our elected representatives from throughout the counties, whether they're on the western slope or the eastern slope, are open to and listen to those sorts of new ideas that can help their constituents. And certainly I've been in some committee sessions within the state legislature to explain what blockchain is and how it deals with transactions and how that might be impactful for things like water law. There are so many opportunities within what the state government regulates where blockchain could potentially have a big impact. It's really a matter of understanding and explaining what that impact can be, both from an economic perspective and from just a pure, people's perspective. So
yeah, absolutely.
Excellent.
And John made a good point too about putting upward pressure on the federal government to get our federal laws in line. And I think Colorado shows a lot of good leadership, and the Western states in general can show a lot of good leadership in that area and push the federal government forward in the direction that we need to go.
Yeah, I think that's right. I've certainly seen interest from the Western States Governors Council around blockchain, and I know that Colorado is certainly not the only state who's thinking about these issues and knows that there's some definite future potential for our people in our state. So great, Angie. You look like you might have something on your mind.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I want to say big shout out to everybody in comments. I'm seeing some names that I recognize, and I was thinking, Thad, that before COVID, the community that we have here in Colorado, again, sort of highlighting of what a great place this is to be. And then when it comes to our neighbors up in Wyoming, I went up and volunteered at that amazing hackathon that they have. And really, prior to COVID, we were all a little bit more connected. Even Kevin, I went up to Boulder and have lunch with him, and we had a lot of discussions of how can we continue working with each other and, strengthening the community that we have in Colorado, and even with ETHDenver and Opolis and all these entities here. And then COVID happened, and we kind of went our own separate ways in so many different forms because we're just trying to pull the ship together, if you know what I mean. And so what I'm hoping that would come out of this is that reconnecting with some of you, and then also John, would love to connect with you at Shapeshift as well. My question would be is how can we continue to come back together, as Coloradoans? And Danny, I think, are you in San Francisco? I think you guys are based out there, right?
Our headquarters is in San Francisco. I'm in Denver.
Yeah, well, but even whether Colorado based or not, what I love about the blockchain community is this sense of collaboration, right? And how we can, the technology is set up to do it so seamlessly and so quickly with that trust factor. So I think that you had also thrown out another question in terms of, I remember when you had come to our office at Burst IQ, talking about the future of Colorado. How do we equip, the future students and the college students and the undergrads? How do we wrap them into the fold of this new technology and help them continue moving forward as well? And I don't know, I think if we can kind of get back to that joining forces prior to COVID, working together, we can tackle some of that as well. I see Taylor in the comments out there, woo-woo, taking design. I know that's a passion of his, is the education part, of blockchain and the future of Colorado. So that's where my mind is right now.
Right on. Absolutely. Absolutely. Looking forward to everybody getting shots in their arms and getting back out there. Danny, let's hear from Near Protocol for a little while.
All right. So Colorado is awesome for a lot of reasons, but here are a few. I think that governments can choose to, stick their heads in the sand and avoid all sorts of things that are different or new or maybe a little hard to understand, or they can dive in and really learn about technology and empower that technology and be on the cutting edge. And I'm really excited to see Colorado taking those strides. Governor Polis has been really leading the forefront with his office in terms of doing this. Little known fact, but one of the earliest general counsels for the Ethereum Foundation is now the Securities Commissioner for Colorado. So that really makes it, it really makes it clear to blockchain companies that Colorado is welcoming, that it is focused on innovation and technology, and that they are creating a sandbox for these companies to thrive and explore in. The second part is that the advent of remote work, not just for the companies that had that before, but companies who are going to continue this as it goes. Near Protocol is an example of that. Everyone was based in San Francisco for a while, then they decided people were going to go remote, then the pandemic hit, and then it just accelerated everything really, really fast. And now we're remote forever. And that takes power back to people to make their own decisions about where they want to live. And I think that Colorado, places like Denver and Boulder and all the areas around have a really, really high quality of life. For people who want some fresh air, who want nature, who want more space, who want to still have a technology hub. So maybe not being completely isolated, but having that option to flow back and forth. And then the third thing would be that, so we just launched our pilot grants program. We're going to disperse $1 million in the next 6 months into open source software and projects. And we hope that a lot of that will actually come from Colorado interested companies, the ColoradoJam program we've been talking about with the governor's office. It really comes down to giving these organizations and these people and these grantees a place that they could potentially anchor towards. And so something you asked earlier was what are some of the regulatory issues you've come across? And so we've seen a lot of interesting grants projects who like to identify themselves as DAOs, which are decentralized autonomous organizations. And the legal teams are always telling them, well, that's nice that you want to run this through a DAO, but you're going to need a real company behind it that isn't some sort of, pre-existing structure to be the backer of the DAO from which the DAO executes. And so it'd be really interesting to see the state of Colorado delve into this and say, well, what could be some structures that were compatible with how these DAOs are being formed? And I think that could be a really cool thing. But yeah, to all the projects who are considering being around here, who are interested in building alongside ColoradoJam, we invite you to apply to our grants program. It's just mir.org/grants. And we're really excited to see all the projects that are playing in the open source space and public goods.
That's awesome, Danny. I think that your input would have been greatly appreciated on the Blockchain Council a few years ago. We did not get around to talking about DAOs and what that means in terms of a actual business organization or any of those things. And I think that those are all super important to address. And there's another legislative session coming up starting next January that we might be able to talk about getting some of those ideas into, because they're certainly important. And the other thing that you talked about that I would like to at least get a little bit of input on is, I know that for the most part, our Colorado companies have been pretty comfortable using remote talent for quite some time, and so I think the switch over to this post-COVID world wasn't as dramatic as that for those in our industry as it may have been for quite a few others. But moving forward, how does that look? Do things become even more decentralized? Do you look at recruiting your workforce from the realm of digital nomads, or are you still focusing on Colorado-based networks, people who know people? We've got a pretty solid 20+ year tradition of digital product development within the state. We've got a lot of great traditional Web 2.0 developers out there. We've got great mobile developers out there. Moving those folks over and onboarding them into the rabbit hole of blockchain is not a super heavy lift for those who are interested in doing so. So, are you guys looking primarily from the development side, recruiting blockchain expertise from outside, or are you looking at growing your teams from inside the state? John, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this has always been a topic of debate ever since we started hiring, engineers, product managers, marketing folk, anyone that might touch any of these things. I would say historically, like you kind of always have to focus on the primary skill set you're looking for. Like, it's much easier to teach a good software engineer about blockchain-based protocols than it is to teach them software engineering. And the same kind of goes for most of these things. And early on, you didn't really have a choice because there were so few people that had experience in this space. That's changing a little bit now. I think after 2017 and everything since then, a lot of people building, it's become a lot more popular, and there are people that have gotten experience in the space. I would say that we still generally hire, though, with the primary skill set first, and then we are always making sure to look that they're actually interested in crypto. If they aren't, they usually aren't going to last long because the space is just too crazy if you don't have a real passion for it. So we want to make sure that they're at least interested to learn more about it. And if we find people that already have experience in the space, that's just a huge bonus. And that certainly, it certainly is a competitive advantage if you're applying for these type of jobs and you've already worked at another crypto company. But it's by no means necessary. If you're interested in getting in the space, I would definitely, look for companies or projects hiring, like even open source protocols that are putting up bounties, like what Kevin does with Bitcoin is great. And actually, that's also a great thing, is that you don't necessarily need company level experience. If you've even contributed to open source protocols in the space, that's great experience that we're super interested in. So ultimately, we always look for the primary skill first. That's the most important thing, and we want to make sure they're interested, and then we will teach them the crypto side if necessary. But you will be ahead of the game if you've already got that crypto experience.
Yeah, for sure. And Adam, from your perspective at Opolis, what's the landscape looking like?
So I think the answer is kind of both, right? Like we look at location second, but if we can find somebody who fits who can fulfill the job role and they're semi-local or commutable, like even now in COVID, like our latest hire starts in a couple weeks out of Denver Metro, right? Like this is great because we're looking through a post-COVID era at some point. We'd like to be able to get everybody around a table as much as reasonable. But that being said, we have people in like 12 states. Like we have people. I'm guessing here, but a lot, and multiple countries as well. So we really look for people who are motivated first, and if we can find those motivated people and are willing to dig in and learn and have that primary skill set, like John was saying, then like location's not as big a deal to us. We were fully remote before COVID, so like now being fully remote's not much difference to us. It just means we don't have a central office we can go into as easily, but we will again one day. And for everybody that can get there easily, that's just bonus points, and we'd love to work with other people locally whenever possible.
Right on. Well, I know that a lot of economic analysts look towards sites like Monster and Dice for their employment numbers and recruiting numbers, hoping the same is going to be happening in the not too distant future with Web3 and Opolis.
Yeah,
sure.
we certainly think we can help bridge that gap.
Yeah. Let's see. What next to discuss? I think we could probably talk a little bit about what you guys are all seeing from the past 6 months or so, as people have gotten used to being in this pandemic, and where productivity has gone, and where ideas have been being generated from that revolve around blockchain. Because I know that this was a big pivot for a lot of folks in terms of not only how they did business, but what business they did, right? Certainly my job within the state pivoted dramatically from being primarily focused on blockchain to ensuring that our mobile exposure notifications were working, and that as a state we were leading that effort and getting people who had opted in notified. And so I feel like probably each of us has had to pivot to one degree or another, and seen some new ideas bubble up within the technosphere, certainly around blockchain. Kevin, have you seen anything new in your world? Best ideas, something that is going to be going forward, changing the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, there's that whole thing about like the slingshot between building infrastructure and building DApps. I think that we're sort of going to go back and forth between building infrastructure and then building DApps that are on top of that infrastructure. And so I would like to see actual consumer-facing applications that are built on top of the infrastructure, and then you get that mass adoption, which is what's going to change the world. But if you ask me what infrastructure I'm really excited about from a technology perspective, it would definitely have to be actually scaling Ethereum with ETH2 and with rollup technology. Gitcoin integrated rollups into Gitcoin grants this last summer, and I wish that other DApps had done that, because I think that L2 is the future of scaling transactions. And there's some interesting stuff that Near and Matic and others are doing with scaling as well. Long term, I'm really excited about homomorphic encryption, which is a way of encrypting data such that the service provider can't see your data, but you and other people that you authorize can see your data. But I think that's probably like 5 years out, something like that. But that's what I'm excited about.
Right on. Danny.
Awesome. Yeah. So what we're seeing now is a sort of a trend that's coming through is that with the freedom to work from anywhere, people get to pick their own place. And then since people are inherently social creatures, we tend to huddle around like minds. So it's really nice to have kind of like a beacon in place that says like there will be innovation related to blockchain here. And that definitely, like, I'm a New York transplant, right? And I think there's a lot of other people who sort of like, see the bat signal and like head towards that location. And hopefully, once the vaccine process has gone a little bit further, there'll be like a really like even greater and thriving community here. I think in terms of innovation, as Kevin mentioned, we're really going down the route of accessibility. So what's super cool about how we've kind of crafted this onboarding process from here is that you just need to be able to code in JavaScript, which is like the most widely known language in the world for as far as programming goes. It's actually pretty easy to pick up. You want to go a little bit deeper and be more hardcore about it, you can go into Rust. But really, you can be working on the front end side. You can work on the full blockchain sort of stack using just JavaScript. You don't have to relearn anything, which makes it really easy to upskill a lot of talent that's already working on other parts of the technology ecosystem. And then from there, making that accessibility layer also available to, as Kevin mentioned, regular people who want to use these applications. I think it's going to come down to what applications can capture real world value. So something we've seen really thrive on Near are NFTs, so digital goods sold by artists and creators. We're putting that out there. They mint it for a couple of cents, put up a store for a couple dollars, start selling. They start making real money, even though they're selling digital goods. And there's artists that have reached out to talk about their stories, like on platforms like Mintbase or Peros, where they like start making hundreds of dollars just like as a side income from their usual stuff. And I think when you can get people, like real world people, to start making some real world income and dollars through their activities, then you're creating new value and you're capturing another part of that economy. And I think that's really, really innovative.
Yeah, that's great. I think that you're right on about getting people onboarded by getting them vested, and the best way to vest is definitely money in your pocket. That piques people's interest. Angie, has Burst seen any pivots?
Yeah, absolutely. I saw the panel prior to this about digital identities, and what our blockchain does, which is it's slightly different than some of the other blockchain world, in that we have to follow HIPAA compliance in order to get that exchange of highly secure data. And, we've been talking in the healthcare field for quite a while of, what can we do about consenting data that if you're with one doctor and then you move to another state and they need tests, blood tests pulled, right? They need to see what had happened to, where were you at 5 years ago? I just recently went through this with testing myself, and, they needed to go find the records at a different lab just here in town. So what we're seeing is, Frank's passion around profiles and life graphs and a whole person and all the data that is around them. We're seeing a lot more, massively accelerated demand around healthcare, because if you have a vaccine, that falls under HIPAA compliance. And now we're talking about passports, so that big corporations, if you have your vaccine and you can prove that, and you have a digital wallet that is your passport that says that you can, then these are things that people are working towards so that we can come back together. Think about graduation for high school or colleges or even proms. If you can prove that you've been vaccinated or that you took a COVID test, but when it comes to HIPAA compliance, that compliance is no joke. And so we're seeing a lot of people coming to us asking more about the chain that we offer because we are HIPAA compliant. So a lot of acceleration there.
I think that's interesting because of the fact that we have faced this national health pandemic. There are a lot of sort of misrepresentations and assumptions about what HIPAA is and what HIPAA isn't. Being able to be very clear about the fact that sending the text message that says, please, if you have tested positive, click here to get your exposure notifications, that you opted into, doesn't really fall within that realm, but some other things certainly do. Is super important. And I think that what we're seeing is that there are a good number of startups who have come out of the gate during COVID with solutions that are very specifically pandemic related, and getting the right guardrails in place and understanding that HIPAA is no joke.
Oh gosh, the fines are enormous.
Yeah, is a very important thing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's what we're looking forward to.
And John, I know that Shapeshift has done some good product innovation, certainly, and I don't think it was necessarily COVID related, but definitely within the past 6 months, Shapeshift has been coming out with some new products, talking about decentralizing the trading platform to a much larger extent than it was before. Can you talk a little bit about what the sort of impetus was behind that, and if
Yeah, so it has very little to do with the pandemic as much as it has to do with us just seeing where we think the puck is going, for lack of a better term.
Yep.
We started as, the ethos of Shapeshift was always non-custodial. Let's empower users to hold their own keys. They might have to trust Shapeshift for a fraction of a second, but we were always trying to minimize or eliminate trust wherever possible. What we've really been watching and have been really impressed with is the development of AMM, specifically, automated market makers, things like Uniswap and related products, as well as the whole DeFi ecosystem. And a few years ago, it was very nascent and it was just starting to develop, and there wasn't much liquidity on those projects. And today, and especially, summer of last year, these things really started to explode to the point where something like Uniswap was doing more volume on a daily basis than Coinbase. So we've been very impressed with that. And we really think that kind of model fits very well into our ecosystem. In many ways, I think, and I've even talked to some of the founders of these projects, they were inspired to start some of these things, from their use of Shapeshift and seeing what we did. And so as we kind of look ahead, we just think that that's really the future of where things are going. And in some ways, these things have been our competitors over the last few years, but we've really decided to embrace that fully, and that we think that the innovation is happening faster than any centralized company can ever keep up with. So we would rather integrate with these decentralized protocols and offer that experience directly to our users. And that has some added benefits of we're no longer in the middle of the trade. There's even less trust than what we originally created. It creates a better UX for the users. And it just, everyone is happier. And we also get the benefit of all of this innovation that's happening in every direction. So it's really kind of turned into a pivot for Shapeshift that our primary goal is no longer going to be trading with customers. We think that there are protocols out there like Uniswap, et cetera, that do that better than we ever can anyway. We would rather integrate directly with these things, promote their innovation, and create a really nice UX for users to use it. Because even to what Kevin was saying earlier, a lot of these things that are being built, even though there are some very basic interfaces to use them, they're basically infrastructure level. And they really require good UX and good applications built on top of them. In order to get mainstream or wide use cases for users to actually use these things. So that's really kind of always been Shapeshift's goal, is make some of this complicated crypto stuff like self-custody and exchange as simple and easy as possible. And so we kind of, we have a lot of experience in that area. We really want to lean into that kind of product UX side of our company and do that to bring these kinds of decentralized exchanges and DeFi products and all these various protocols being developed and make them super easy for users to reap the benefits of these and interact with them directly. So that's been our focus. And yeah, we just launched this DEX integration back in January. We've gotten a great reception, both in terms of use people coming in to use the app and just, the media and the crypto community. So that definitely, we think that's the future. And at Shapeshift, we're always trying to build to where the future will be, not where it is right now.
Hard to keep up. Thanks for that, John. That definitely gives some insight. And we are almost up on time. Paul, I'm gonna open it up for one quick last word from you. And it looks like John is coming in.
Yeah, so it's interesting how John describes that, because what we're doing is an infrastructure build as well, and it's actually for banks, because we recognize that banks aren't going to go away. However, they need to be able to support a customer with digital assets. And so that integration is essential for the customer to be able to provide, be able to bank fiat or digital assets and be able to touch the payment rails. So that's actually what plugs into John. And so I really think that, we talked about, Kevin mentioned infrastructure. I think it's a hole right now in the market and we need to fill it. And right now we've got the Coinbases and the Anchorages and other custody, but they're really focused on institutional. They're really not working for mass adoption. And we really feel that the custody fitting into the bank model and working with merchants is going to make the experience and adoption much faster. So those are my comments.
Right on, Paul. I think it's a tough time to be starting up, but it's always a tough time to be starting up. So that's right. More power to you.
Never easy.
It's interesting you say that, Dad, because when COVID hit, we were actually in a funding model. We were in a funding cycle, and the market dropped out, and people just vaporized. And it took a couple of months of kind of adjusting to what this is to then get back into it. So we lost probably 5 months in the funding cycle with that. So we're back in it. So we're fine with it now. But it was just a really interesting time because a lot of our business model, our operational model, which was already decentralized, had to be even more decentralized. Which changes your entire cost structure and your ability to recruit. So
right
all
on.
good, all good.
All right. Well, thank you, wonderful panelists. I loved hearing all of the blockchain praise and the Colorado praise. We're gonna turn it back over to Matt.
I'm gonna take it from here. So
right on.
Thanks, Dad.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, so this brings us to our action-packed lightning round of presentations from companies that are interested in being a part of the ColoradoJam Technology Sandbox and Incubator. So we're not going to spend a lot of time sort of doing introductions. So basically what we've got here is a bunch of judges from the state. So Jonathan, if you could change my name from Adam Dill, that'd be great. Just put my name up there. And then secondly, if we can bring the judges in. whoever's on, so we can get rolling. We don't have a lot of time. See, look how good that is. Okay, so judges only at this point. So let's see, put Daniel and Jason back in the backstage. We'll come back to them in just a minute.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, John?
Yeah, put Jason and Daniel backstage again, please. Great. Tone, good to see you. Will, good to see you. Carrie, good to see you. All right, cool. So I think Russell and Lou and maybe the governor, who knows, is going to show up. But we've got our first presentation here. So to introduce our judges, we have people from the state of Colorado who are going to be evaluating the quality and precision of these presentations. These are lightning pitches. So these are 5-minute pitches, 1-minute questions. So they're going to go really fast, take notes, do it as well as you can. And we've got literally 10 of them to get through in 1 hour. Lightning pitches. It's like speed round. So you guys ready?
We're ready.
Okay, let's bring on Kevin Owaki from Gitcoin. He is going to be dealing with the challenge number 11. His introduction is quadratic funding is the optimal way to fund public goods in a democratic way. We can use it to fund the infrastructure builds in public goods in Colorado. It's also something that we're looking at to fund the technology sandbox and incubator. Kevin, take it away.
Thanks so much, John. Hi, Tong. Hi, Carrie. Hi, Will. What's going on? So what I'm going to show you today is called quadratic funding, and it is the mathematically optimal way to fund public goods. Can everyone see my screen? Just give me a thumbs up if so. So we created this website called WTF is QF in order to explain what quadratic funding is. Quadratic funding is based off of a paper by Vitalik Buterin, Zoe Hitzig, and Glenn Weil. The paper is 31 pages long. I'm going to explain to you in hopefully 30 seconds what quadratic funding is and why it's the mathematically optimal way to fund public goods, things like clean air, clean water, sustainable downtowns, and stuff like that. So basically, quadratic funding is a way of distributing a central pool of matching funds alongside a crowdfunding campaign. So we're funding public goods as the government, but also with community from a bottoms-up perspective. So basically, the way it works is that you've got a central matching pool, and you've got some projects that are raising money in a quadratic funding scheme. And the cool thing about quadratic funding is that you distribute the matching funds according to which crowdfunding contributions have come in. And the neat thing about quadratic funding is, due to the math, a project with a broader base of support, say that gets $10 from 10 contributors, will get more of a matching amount than a project that gets $10 from 1 contributor, because we're optimizing for public goods that have a broad base of democratic support. We're optimizing for the preferences of the the poor and the many over the rich and the few. And so what's really neat about this is that public goods have this public goods have this thing called the free rider problem, which is basically, I'm already consuming clean air. Why should I pay more in order to support clean air? I already have a livable downtown. Why would I bother in order to contribute to this? And what's really cool about quadratic funding is that the projects that have the most broad base of support are the ones that are going to get the highest match from the matching pool. And so an individual donation of $10 can be matched with $243, or an individual donation of $100 can be matched with hundreds of dollars. And so it creates this really amazing incentive to get people to contribute to public goods in a way that optimizes for the preferences of everyday people, not just those who are connected well to power. And so I am the founder of Gitcoin, whose mission is to fund open source software. Open source software comprises our digital infrastructure. We want to create incentives for people to support open source software. And we have been implementing quadratic funding on Gitcoin, which has delivered $11 million in the last 2 years to public goods. And so I'm going to show you right here Grants Round 8, which is a campaign that we ran with quadratic funding, which got 25,000 contributions to open source software worth $1 million. And this is the preference map that came out of Gitcoin Grants Round 8. So you can see in here, every node is a person or a project that was funded, and every every edge between that node is a funding of that transaction. So you can see there's a deep mesh of preferences that are being expressed for public goods in the open source community on Gitcoin grants. And so Gitcoin grants is funding the Ethereum ecosystem. It's working in the Ethereum ecosystem, but what's it got to do with the state of Colorado and our public infrastructure? Well, let me introduce you to downtownstimulus.com, which is a pilot of quadratic funding that we ran in downtown Boulder, Colorado in July of 2020 with $25,000 supporting 5 businesses in downtown Boulder. July 2020, I know you're asking yourself, like, why July 2020? Well, the downtown retail businesses have been hit really hard by coronavirus, and we wanted to find a way to help these businesses make rent, and that's what Downtown Stimulus did. Downtown Stimulus distributed about $35,000 to the businesses in need. And what's really cool about that is that the preferences of everyday Boulder citizens were expressed in how that money was contributed, and the donor funds were matched by a crowd fund. So basically, the central matching pool kind of doubled its money as that campaign happened. So I am pitching the idea of doing more downtown stimuluses. We could bring this quadratic funding primitive that helps support public goods in open source software to Colorado to support our downtown businesses. It can be applied in many, many contexts, but the concept is battle tested, and I think it would be a great way of supporting the infrastructure here in Colorado. Thank you very much for listening to my pitch. I don't know if I have time for questions, John. I was trying to be under 5 minutes there for you. Are you playing me off? Is that what you're doing?
No, you're good. Let's see if we have any quick questions from Tom, Carrie, or Will. Do we have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So are you saying that the matching funds from the crowd fund would be matched by government funds?
Yeah, a central matching pool. In the original downtown stimulus, we had philanthropists that were funding the matching pool, but you could easily use matching pool raised from a state government. And basically the pitch would be to the state government, your money is going to go further because it's going to be going to the projects that the people care the most about. And also the people are going to co-fund these projects along with you. But yes, the short answer is yes.
And in some ways, Tom, just to be clear too, ETHDenver as the community cooperative would be also participating as matching funds to people who want to contribute outside.
So from the government side, you would be people would be paying taxes, and we'd take their tax dollars and put them in based on how people are essentially voting with their donations. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thanks.
All right, well, we got him boogieing on to the next one. So Kevin, thank you, sir.
I think Will had a question. I don't mean to take up more of the stage, but
do you want to jam in real quick? We'll make a little bit of time.
In your experience so far, how large has the match been? So if you were to look at the crowdfunding versus the central funding, what's the ratio?
Yeah, so we have raised $4.5 million in quadratic funding across 8 rounds, and 60% of that has been from the matching fund and 40% has been from the crowd. Not that I would represent that what works with like open source blockchain hipsters is going to work in downtown Colorado, but that's the trend we've seen so far.
Thank you.
Thanks, John, for having me. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, good presentation. Thank you.
See you, Kevin. Okay, we're going to move on to Daniel Valentino from GamerJab. And if y'all don't know what GamerJab is, it's actually happening right now where we have our ETHDenver virtual castle event. But their platform has also been repurposed to help in the education space. So they are tackling challenge number 2 and number 11, which are really around re-entering the workforce. So as a lead-in, a key challenge facing individuals entering or re-entering the workforce is the task of starting and completing their job search. We propose an engaging immersive virtual office that uses gamification to step the job applicant through their search from start to completion. So are you ready to go?
Yeah. Can you guys see my screen? Perfect. Good. I hope everyone can hear me fine. Thanks for joining me this afternoon. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how we've repurposed gamification in this immersive 3D environment to help create virtual offices that are more engaging, and talk to you about how an application of that towards reentering the workforce. So, whoops. So the challenge is we need more effective ways to help workers enter and re-enter the workforce. And there's really three challenges around there. There's at least three distinct types of workers that are facing challenges. One is the first-time job seekers, so the typical Gen Z and millennials typically, maybe finishing high school and looking for vocational work, or finishing college and looking for a professional career. Another challenge is with laid-off workers. These are tenured workers who often face significant challenges as they seek new employment in a changed economy. This is particularly difficult right now because of the pandemic-related structural changes with permanent layoffs. And then third, it's been well talked about the challenges that women face as they re-enter the workforce after a gap of employment. So what we've done is we've created an environment that better engages people and can provide them with the resources that they need in order to address these kinds of challenges. Just a real quick background, or a little bit of background. The job market is not going to return to in-office work anytime soon. So the more that we can do to put tools in place that help people work remotely, and that implies finding jobs remotely, the easier it will be on both workers, unemployed and employed. So our solution is to use gamification in this immersive virtual environment. We found it to engage people at all three categories that I had described to you previously. At the same time as being engaging and more fun for them to learn about job resources and apply for jobs, we can also use gamification to incentivize them, all while providing them access to information that today is pretty difficult to pull together. So the first component of this is a 3D immersive environment that provides easier access to resources. That makes the job search process a lot less daunting for people who are trying to re-enter the workforce or enter it for the first time. The second thing we can do is use gamification to incentivize workers, so we can give rewards that will give workers recognition for completing training or for completing interviews. And we can build that into the job search process. And then the third thing we can do, and this ties into the blockchain, is where we can use blockchain to maintain certificates that workers or people seeking work have completed required training, that they're following the required job process. We can even start to track their performance on interviews. So we all use LinkedIn and often when searching for people to fill a position, this will help record some of the people that have been found into a blockchain that can then be used by people who are seeking employees. Part of our solution is we tie up immersion and gamification with the video and text resources that people need to find jobs, with the video conferencing that people can use to actually interview and apply for jobs. So I'm going to jump out real quick and show you the environment. Hopefully you guys can still see the screen. So this is our immersive environment. We can create booths. So Insperity is a big HR company. ColoradoJam is basically you guys. We can look through these. We can look through slides. We can look at web resources in the slides, and we can set up a booth for each aspect of the job search process. So if it's from the onboarding through to completing training certifications through to completing interviews, we can set up different booths in this immersive environment to track that. And I'm just showing here some examples of some HR companies that we've worked with. And then the other thing is we track everything, every process. So we get analytics on everything that you do in this environment. So as you complete the forms, as you complete the certifications and you fill out the various forms that are required, we can keep track of that. So we can give you analytics on where you are in the search process, as well as help the government agencies understand where people are really having trouble in training and in progressing through their job search. Okay, so I will end there and take any questions.
Thanks, Daniel. Who's got a question?
Great solution. Just a quick question. What do you offer for folks that have been out of work for a while in terms of technical assistance so they don't end up just getting stuck in a corner somewhere?
In fact, that's exactly what this offers. So first of all, let me clarify. We're not actually building any of these resources. We're pulling these resources together into an immersive environment that makes it really easy for a job seeker to find the right resources and to track that they're going through the progression of resources correctly.
Cool. Thank you, Daniel.
All right. Thank you, guys.
So, Daniel, can I?
Tom,
Go ahead, Tom.
Hi. So my understanding is that for unemployment, we have so many people who are unemployed now, and for unemployment, you have to certify every week or that you've done at least 2 interviews or emailed, something like that. Is that sort of a function that could be added onto this so that, there's some streamlining with the unemployment office?
Absolutely. One of the most daunting things is knowing how, once you get laid off and then you have to go apply for unemployment, just signing up for it and then understanding where you are in that process is often daunting. So we can build a booth specifically for filling out your certification every week or every 2 weeks. And we can help you keep track of the companies that you're interviewing with. So all of that can be done in one of these booths. But by putting it into this environment, it makes it frankly, it just makes it
a lot more fun. Yeah.
Exactly. I hate to say it's fun with unemployment, but
I mean, it's an unfun thing, but that you can make more less intimidating and less frustrating.
Exactly.
But on the flip side, since it's recorded on the blockchain, then it's immutable, and then the government side could use that as a recording mechanism that they have put in their certification, and they should get their payment, right? Is that right?
Exactly. It's proof of that. So right. Exactly. But I think it could go much farther than that. I think as you start to interview, you may do very well in a particular interview, and the interviewer may note that. We can actually keep track of that kind of feedback for a different interviewer who's looking for someone who's strong in that particular capability, feature set or capability.
That's interesting. I mean, there are privacy issues, but it's interesting. That's definitely interesting too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. Okay, we're going to jump into the next one. We have Ashish with Whirl. And as an introduction for him, do we have Ashish?
Hey, hi. I'm Ashish Anand, co-founder of Whirl.
Hang on just one second. I'm going to do an introduction for you, okay? So basically, he is attacking Challenge 13, and India's largest blockchain network. Whirl addresses the distressed sale problem of farmers, creating a trustless, low-risk digital ecosystem of sheet finance, commodity finance, thereby increasing farmers' income and reducing banking fraud. So it's essentially like a blockchain-based cooperative for farmers. So Ashish, take it away.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, John. Hi, everyone. I'm Ashish Anand from Whirl. Unfortunately, I'm unable to share my take over here. My screen is not getting shared. So then I will talk about, unfortunately, that's the only option I have today, that talk about what we are doing at Whirl. So we are the largest blockchain network of India. We have tokenized more than $500 million of agri-commodities on our platform till date, since last 1 year of operations. The first application of blockchain in agriculture financing, and also Asia's first and only blockchain platform for any sort of asset-backed lending. Today, we are trying to address the challenge number 13, that is using DAO for sustainable agriculture using Colorado LCA structure. Whirl's logo itself talks about sustaining life blocks, and we focus on, out of the 3 types of sustainability in agriculture, that is environmental, social, and financial, we focus on the financial sustainability of the farmers. So agriculture is, as everybody would recognize, agriculture is a unique industry in the sense that the supply happens once in a year and the demand is throughout the year. As a result, at the time of harvest, there is just supply side pressure, and the prices typically dip. They may dip by 10 to 30% at the time of harvest. And the farmers now are in a dilemma. Should they wait for the prices to recover back to the average level, or should they sell? If they sell, the problem is that the realization income is what we call distress sell, is much lower. And if they don't sell, then the problem is that they have liquidity crunch. They don't have liquidity for their next crop's working cycle, working capital. So World tries to address this problem by bringing a financial innovative solution called warehouse receipt finance. So in warehouse receipt finance, the farmers deposit these commodities in a particular warehouse instead of selling at low prices, and the lenders lend against these assets which are stored in the custody of a warehouse affiliated with the lenders. And that is where we are working with 1,400 warehouses. We have 3 lenders and 2 other BFSI segments, and the government of several state governments of India working with us. We propose the same solution for farmers in Colorado in a DAO structure through a LCA, wherein the patron farmers of the state join a cooperative, create a cooperative as patron members, and the lenders who will be DeFi lenders, the P2P lenders, they bring the pool of money, and together a DAO is formed in the form of a LCA. So the DeFi lenders will be getting interest against the investments they are making against this crop which is stored in a warehouse. At the same time, the farmers have the option to sell it at a later stage. And being a DAO, all the voting parameters will be coded, hard-coded in smart contract. The asset will be logged on a smart contract. And at the time of the lending, a farmer member will ask for loan. The voting will take place for the rate of interest as well as eligibility. And once the voters decided that the lending will be possible, they lend the money. The investors, patrons of LCA, investors in the LCA lend the money. The assets are logged in the smart contract. They cannot be sold. They cannot be further lent. And once the repayment comes from the farmers or from the new buyers, at that point of time, the investors receive the money as well as whatever is the excess profit, which is derived by the pool of the farmers because of a better price realization, is distributed at the end of the year among the farmers. So this is the proposal which we are doing, and this is what we are looking to address the challenge number 30.
Very cool. Thank you, Ashish. Do you all have questions for him?
I'd like to make sure I understand the basic economics here. So essentially, you're allowing farmers to get the value of selling at a different time of year when their crops are more valuable than at the point of harvest?
Right.
Okay.
And during that period, liquidity is provided by the P2P lenders.
Great. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Ashish. Anybody else have questions? We good? Okay. All right. We're going to move on we're going to catch up on a little time here. So we're going to catch up on a little bit of time here with the next presenter from Certo ID, Johnny Howell.
Hey, John. Hey, everybody. Good to see you all.
Johnny lives in Denver. So like this is, we got Colorado projects, we got international projects. So as the introduction, I'm going to give it to you really quick. Certo Mobile puts students in control of their academic credentials. This is around challenge number 16, which was to build a student-centered transcript. This app enables students to manage their identity, academic transcripts, and professional training credentials from multiple institutions and sharing selectively with employers, universities, or others. Johnny, take it.
Great. We got my screen?
Yep, we got you.
Cool. So, yep, as John said, I'll run through a lot of these intro slides since we kind of just got the rundown. So we're addressing challenge 16, reimagining the student transcript experience using Web3 technology. Our tech is built on something called cryptographically, or DIDs, or decentralized identifiers, which cryptographically tie those identities with the data that is relevant to them. And that data is in the form of a W3C standard called a verifiable credential, or a VC. You might hear me refer to. I'll refer to it as that. We have a great team. Alana, our CEO, is speaking on Thursday, so be on the lookout for that. So as John talked about, Getting school transcripts is a time-consuming and complex process. It involves a lot of paper. It involves lots of institutions and different places, especially during transfers between schools. And it starts pretty early on, even in high school. And getting transcripts for college classes taken in high school or other forms of education. So the way we're going to solve this is with something called Certo Mobile, which you might be familiar with our old company, Uport. We used to go by that name. We had a mobile app under that name too. That was a credential wallet, but this is a sneak peek at the revamped UX that we're hoping to deploy soon. So Certo is an app that allows any user to, in this case, import credentials from other places or get them natively inside of this app. So in this case, we'll look at a user named Sophia, importing her credentials from something like, let's say, the My Colorado app, where she might have a proof of identity. If this credential is in the form of a verifiable credential, which we could talk about with the state, she would be able to export that into a more general purpose mobile wallet. So here she's able to accept this credential signed by the decentralized identifier of the state of Colorado. And this is what a verifiable credential looks like. We get that in the app. Now she can leverage that proof of identity online to do a number of things that would normally take a very cumbersome manual experience to accomplish. So here she's going to get her transcript from the University of Colorado. She goes to their website. She scans the QR code with the app. She is then asked to disclose that proof of identity by using her mobile app. This is the consent layer that is very, very important to how all of these use cases should work. So here's the University of Colorado requesting to view that driver's license. She can even control on the view access and how long her consent should last. So she allows that. We are able to authorize via the biometric on the device or passcode if that's what needs to happen. Now she's able to accept the credential from the University of Colorado. They received her decentralized identifier in that previous step, so they know where to send it. She adds that to her wallet. She can see her activity on screen at any time of all the types of interactions she's performed with regards to her data and her identity with any of these institutions. And now she has 2 credentials, and she can leverage these. So she's going to go apply for an internship, maybe using something like Opolis with the state of Colorado. She applies for a job here. She's going to be a citizen data intern doing some data analytics or science stuff. And she's going to get another credential request, same pattern, opens up the Certo app. Requesting, so Opolis is requesting to view these 2 credentials. She allows those. Again, authorizes via the biometric. And now she has shared these 2 credentials. Some time goes by, let's say. So we're here at the lock screen. She's going to get a push notification that the Colorado Office of Economic Development has issued her a credential. She opens the app, and now she's able to see she has received this internship credential, and she can then leverage this credential for access to anything she needs to do in any of the systems or sites for the state of Colorado to perform her job. So it doubles as an access control credential here as well. She's able to see all of her credentials, and then very importantly, as I heard talked about in some of the earlier talks, she is able to revoke her consent. So we can use this same model of verifiable credentials and selective disclosure to keep track of where she has shared pieces of her information. So her transcript in this instance, let's say she's going to revoke access to Opolis, and she already has her job. She doesn't need a job site right now. And she can hit revoke, and this essentially issues a credential to Opolis stating her revocation of her consent that would be legally binding and give her that assurance that her privacy is being protected at least more than it would be otherwise. And so in conclusion here, Certo Mobile puts, students in control of their academic credentials, but also any other credentials that adopt these standards. Manage the identity. Very importantly, we keep all the data private and off chain. So these credentials are not living on a blockchain for a lot of good reasons. reasons. She can collect all these transcripts. She can share selectively and maintain those and manage those relationships in a more granular fashion. And all of these credentials can be independently verified by any other institution that she shares with, creating the fluidity that we want to see in across these systems and breaking down those silos. And it's built on the W3C decentralized identity standards, which we work on at Certo a lot. And this isn't our first time doing this type of use case. Back a couple years ago, one of the things we did was we allowed the Zug government to issue, that's in Switzerland, we allowed them to issue credentials to the Uport mobile app back then. And then the Swiss Federal Railway was able to then leverage the credentials on these employees' phones, and they could authenticate into work sites using that credential. So with that, I'll leave it up to y'all to ask any questions, or I can clarify anything that was that I said that needs some
questions.
Yeah.
What do we got for Johnny?
Quick question. I think this is a really great and compelling way to use the technology. For the Switzerland example, did they own the phones? Was that government property, or was that their own personal cell phone?
Own personal cell phone.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Are the institutions charging for access to these transcripts, or are there financial transactions that are having to take place throughout this?
That's a good question. I don't know if all institutions charge for transcripts, as I'm under the impression that a lot of that charge is due to the fact that there are costs involved in mailing transcripts and moving those around physically. So hopefully whatever costs that might be present in these interactions now could maybe go away, because this effectively costs only the electricity cost to move this data around the internet.
So, I have a question. So I understand MIT has already been using this for a while. Could this be modified for, say, elementary school, so that if kids are going from one school to another, they can just take their transcripts with them and not really add an additional administrative burden to the public schools?
Yeah, I think that's a great use case, and it also highlights another great use case for this type of technology, which is the ability to use DIDs and link identities together for custodian purposes. So having the parents be able to manage the credentials of the child in this case is something that this technology totally enables, and so we get around that problem too. Yeah.
And then being able to switch over when they're 18.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. We're out of time. Thanks, brother.
See y'all. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. Okay, moving on. We're going to go to TrueBit and Jason. We got Jason. There he is, wearing his Buffercorn t-shirt and everything. So TrueBit is attacking Challenge 5, which has to do with data and global warming. So TrueBit is a blockchain enhancement which enables parties to agree on complex computations. One can use it to improve climate data processing and minimize statistical model bias. So Jason, you ready?
Yeah, if we could get my screen share up there, that would be good.
There you go.
All right, off we go. So I'm Jason, the founder of TrueBit. TrueBit is probably best known as a scaling solution for Ethereum, but I'm going to put a little, perhaps a new spin on it for this talk. So as just to recap John's summary, so TrueBit is a blockchain enhancement which enables parties to agree on complex computations. So it can sit on top of any existing ledger. There, basically, you want to run it on smart contracts. But that's all I'm going to say about blockchain for the rest of this talk. You can just think of TrueBit as a black box, as I've sort of drawn it here. So you'll have TrueBit takes in a function f and an input data x, and it just outputs f of x. And it does this in a way which is communally verified, so you can have a very strong assurance that that computation is done correct. In fact, you can participate in its correctness. So, so let me flip to the topic at hand here, which is climate change. And as I said, the stakes are very high. And because the stakes are high, there's potential for conflicts of interest, which is also the same as sources for error when you're talking about modeling. So, obviously one of the objectives that was stated in this particular challenge was to protect community resources. So you have the concerns of the community, you have companies that are impacted by policy decisions. Of course, companies are maximizing revenue. You have academics at the universities that are striving to get tenure and may want to demonstrate that they have something, really innovative. So there is sometimes a chance there that, there could be, they may want to show some data and hide ones that don't support their thesis. And that is similar for the politicians who have a very clear objective, in many cases, to just simply get reelected. So we're talking about here economic incentives that are introducing bias. We've got scientific bias and political bias. So, even scientific can be biases, I guess, in the case of climate change. So in order to clean up this mess, we really need is a fresh narrative. So this is what I'm going to call collaborative data provenance. And it's pretty simple. So we're just taking the same picture we had before. So I'm using the letters F and G for functions. So you have one instance of a TrueBit. So these are now just TrueBit tasks, where you're taking in the first one up here is taking in a function F and an input X, giving you out F of X. One down here is giving you G of Y, taking in a function G and an input Y, giving you G of Y. So these are all things that would be brought in from somewhere in the world of data around climates, which is but we can standardize the way that they're sort of brought into this formal system. And once you have done that first layer of sort of bringing the data in, we can now apply another function, which here I'm calling it H, take the inputs of what we had upstream and get something which is very assured downstream. And mind you that these can all come from different places. So it could come from different districts in Colorado. It could be that we're combining from different states or different countries. So it's very important that we have a way to get consensus over the way that the data is collected, the way that it's processed. And obviously, since it's all transparent on the blockchain, anybody is free to use the streams or not use the streams that they feel are relevant to them. So just to put this all together, what we're really doing with TrueBit is eliminating the hidden bias that creeps up in all of these models. And I'm sure those of you who have lived through the pandemic of COVID-19 or are still inside of it have seen these kind of models creep up where we get policy decisions that are made where the model is made to suit the policy rather than the other way around. And there are different reasons why that happens. But so we're talking about standardized data cleaning. We're talking about publicly verified statistics. And of course, this comes from sovereign jurisdictions. As I said in the very beginning, TrueBit is a blockchain enhancement. It can sit on top of any blockchain. So communities can set up their roles however they want, and we can bring those into the pipeline across these different jurisdictions. So objective, accurate, collaborative modeling, that's what we get. So, and ultimately the outcome is better policy decisions. So that's really what we're talking about, more accurate models that have either less bias or make transparency in the way that they're biased. And I'm not going to go through this diagram, but
yeah, we don't have time.
It is a system that I've been working on for since 2015. It is fully functional. We have a very user-friendly client. We built our own architecture, and it's good to go. So black box all you want. You don't again. The last time I'll say the word blockchain, but here it is. So thank you very much, and look forward to creating some new climate applications together.
Cool. Do we have any questions from our judges?
Can you talk a little bit more about the dispute resolution process?
Yep. So in this, I don't know if that's in my slides or you were just, that seems like a general TrueBit question. So in TrueBit, you have an instance where would have, if someone says I did this computation, solver says I did a computation, verifier says I don't agree with your output. Basically, what they do is take them to court. So in this case, the court is filled with the judges are the Ethereum miners, who we assume always compute correctly, but only can compute a very little amount. So what the judge will do is force the solver and verifier to play what we call a verification game, which basically amounts to a binary search to find the first step of that computation where they disagree. So they split it in half, then if this happens, if we're good there, then we go closer to the end. Otherwise, anyway, you get it down to a single step, and that is our architecture allows us to run a single step on chain. So we were one of the very first projects to experiment with WebAssembly architecture, and in fact, even WebAssembly was complex. We break down each WebAssembly opcode into 12 sub-steps. But so anyway, that's basically it. We can get anybody can jump in and dispute a computation, but on top of that, we also have an economic layer that incentivizes them to actually do that, so that it's not just a theoretical thing. This really is a black box.
Cool. All right, we're out of time. Thank you, Jason. Okay, next one is Zachary from Operation Greenlight. We're attacking challenge 14. Thanks, Zach. Good to see you. I'm just going to give you a quick introduction. So, AI recommendation system that incentivizes participants to cooperate in positive-sum games to reduce traffic and pollution, decrease accidents, and make travel in Colorado more efficient. Rewards can be supplied in part by community businesses as a bridge to challenge 12. Zach, you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Do it.
You guys see my slides there?
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, I appreciate this opportunity. Nice to be here talking about this. This is kind of like an idea that I've been scheming on for quite a while. So it's exciting to get to, pitch it to folks that are interested. At its core, really this, I saw the challenges and, instantaneously kind of connected with this idea of incentives for commuters. The base of the idea is really focused around how can we incentivize cooperation and, improve traffic flow conditions. So this number 14 challenge, and I'm also very drawn to lotteries and games of chance. So what I realized that there's a nice bridge to kind of tackle both of these with this concept that I've been working on for a while. So the problems are pretty obvious here. There's a great TED Radio Hour on happiness where they do an experiment. They text folks randomly throughout the day. And at one point, you get a text and you reply how you're feeling at that point in time. And the most common scenario, the most negative time for people is when they're stuck in traffic, right? So not unobvious there, but people don't like traffic. So accidents are bad, pollution, right? The problems here are really pretty obvious. There's not a lot to it. So the lay of the land here for Greenlight, I was on a trip down to Buena Vista and from Boulder, kind of going through Evergreen, and just noticing the traffic patterns and how cars were not working together. And I thought, it really occurred to me that with a little bit of cooperation, we could dramatically improve the flow of traffic. And obviously this idea is not new. You have apps like Waze and things that have tried to do something like this. This is a bit of a different approach to it. So one of the ideas that I took from, that Buena Vista experience and a lot of trips up I-70 to Fort Collins, drivers, are participating in a zero-sum game, essentially. So how can we flip that script? Another important component or observation with this is that, we don't have as much information as we could. There's a lot of really relevant information that drivers simply don't have access to make decisions about when to go places, how to go places, these kinds of things. So what we'll do is we'll change the rules of the game up a little bit here. So we're going to look at this concept as more of a public service and, a nonprofit, something of that nature. And that's sort of like the base idea there is to move the motives away from making profit, right? So the system should function and, if we're doing well, then traffic patterns are reduced, right? It's not about the profit. The next thing, voluntary participation only. It would be so much easier if we could say, hey, everyone use a system like this, but obviously that's not going to happen. So we have to incentivize people to play, and we have to understand that at the lower levels, when a system like this first starts, it's going to be relatively ineffective. The more people that join, the better it would get. Another rule that's important here, we're going to assume that players are going to be anonymous. We do not want, there's people going places where they are, their GPS data, those types of things opens up a lot of different privacy concerns. So the game is going to be built around the concept of everyone being anonymous. So from there, what we do is we kind of compile this idea of a big brain. And essentially this is a AI style recommendation system, right? A recommendation engine. So this brain is collecting all types of data. We have weather, traffic data, road conditions, what's the temperature of the road, wind speeds, what events are going on in town, anything at all that could be relevant for this brain, this recommendation engine to help us figure out and recommend when and where to go places. So from there, basically what we do, you could think about players inside the game come in and they say, hey, we'll use zero knowledge proofs. So what we could do is say, hey, I'm a legit player in the game, but I'm not going to tell you who I am. So there's our anonymous nature. And, I would like to go to Buena Vista on Saturday, or I would like to go out to eat this week. I want to go to the gym sometime today. So essentially you feed into the recommendation system some information like this. Now what it's going to do is it's going to go out, it's going to coordinate, it's going to look at all the information it has, and it's going to make a recommendation about when you can go or should go. And so the idea is like, hey, if you wait 10 minutes, you're going to miss this amount of traffic. So if the system has that level of awareness and you're willing to cooperate with the system, I think that we could dramatically reduce traffic flows and different things like that. So essentially the players are incentivized and rewarded for cooperating with the system. Thus we've established a non-zero sum game where the larger benefit is reduction of traffic, pollution, and things like that. In the long run, ideally, what we could see is like coordination at an unprecedented scale, right? If everyone cooperated and said, these are the things I'm looking to do right now, you can see how this recommendation engine, this big brain would be able to kind of shift us into more healthy patterns. And so the incentive side of things, it's extremely important. And this is where that challenge 12 comes in, the business lottery. So you could see like local businesses, restaurants, donating meals, things like that into the system. As you cooperate with the system, you earn points and tokens, you can redeem those. We could create lotteries inside there to give out prizes and things to the different participants in the system. And ultimately, it's really about getting more players into the game. The more information that the big brain has, the more people that are using the system, the better it could get. So any questions?
How would this play on top of existing traffic searches and apps that we're already currently using? Any ideas there? So if I have to go to somewhere else in addition to Waze or Google Maps, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. So I would think that we could leverage APIs from those apps, right, to pull in data and help feed the big brain initially. But ultimately, what I would really love is if this were more of a public system, a public good, and it wasn't, anchored into Google and Waze, who are, essentially taking all that user map and location data and, selling it off to the highest bidder. So this really kind of anchors into a system that would help the users move back into move towards self-sovereign data stores and things like that. So maybe some API connections, and then hopefully we could outdo those apps.
Actually, that makes me have another question that's tied to that. So since all this information would be on the blockchain and transparent, could other people strip it off to use it as metadata for their own marketing and trying to figure out where people are?
Yep. Good question. So at this point, really, it's a greenfield design. We would probably be pretty careful about what we want to put on the blockchain, for those privacy and security reasons. Some of the self-sovereign data store tech that's coming out now, I think is really compelling. So we could kind of store those metadata and records in a distributed way that's accessible via, DIDs and things like that. But probably be a little wary to put that stuff on chain.
Thanks.
Yep.
Hey, John, you're mute.
Think you're muted there, buddy.
John, you're.
Okay, thanks, Zach. Good seeing you.
Likewise. See ya. Thanks.
Let's jump into the next one. We're gonna go to Arcology Builders with Paul tackling challenge number. I'm on echo. Real quick, Paul.
Paul, could you close the other tab that you have with the live stream in it? Thanks.
Yeah.
And then unmute when you're ready.
Okay, Arcology Builders revitalize vacant buildings and land into compact, affordable, and nurturing community homes, co-op businesses, farming, and schools, solar-powered and geothermalized. We address homelessness, climate change, and housing justice. We're ready for peak population 2050. Paul, you ready? Okay, you're on mute, man. Unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Unmute. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go for it. You have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. So my name is Paul, and I am working on Arcology Builder. So we revitalize urban spaces into sustainable, walkable, eco neighborhoods. And as an example, you can see on the right here is an urban building which we've repurposed to be a place where families can live, eat together, cook, grow food, are powered with solar panels, have a food co-op, collect rainwater, and in general, we nurture tribes of happy humans. So why work on sustainable, walkable eco neighborhoods? So they revitalize existing empty buildings. So buildings left vacant can be urban blight on the landscape. They can decrease the sense of safety and trust in a neighborhood. And when you revitalize them, you use less new construction materials because you're basically building on the infrastructure that you have. There's a climate benefit. So buildings are the biggest user of energy. And so the biggest climate activism that you could take is to reduce usage at the building level. And also permanent affordability. So there's a legal structure called community land trusts, and it lets communities, people who live in an area and are affected by housing prices, have a say in new development. And the structure was formed in the 60s, but there are now hundreds around the world where 1/3 of the board is governed by the tenants themselves, 1/3 by government organizations or social work groups, and then 1/3 by traditional investors who put capital into these projects, and they own the land underneath and usually lease it to buildings on top and sort of restrict the resale value to be permanently affordable, let's say 30% of the median income in the area. And once you have a surplus of housing in this way, once you have housing security for people, we live in a society that can afford to take care of everyone. And so why not end homelessness, which is the source of many social problems as well, especially during the pandemic. So what are arcologies? So arcologies were an idea from experimental architecture in the 70s by an Italian architect named Paolo Soleri, and he implemented his idea in this urban laboratory, the city in the Arizona desert called Arcosanti. And this has the key of many ideas which are used in many modern cities now. The cities are walkable, so all the living quarters are close enough so that if you were to walk to work or to your office, no outdoor transportation is needed. They're large common areas so that you get to socialize even with the social distance. And this is key to humans, emotional and mental well-being, because we evolved to live in tribes. And in this case, there's no public transportation needed in the city, but for longer, bigger cities, we could have fast light rail or buses or scooters, electric bikes. And it's also expandable and adaptable. So all the surfaces that you see here, like even the roofs of one building, you can climb on. It can be a surface for gatherings, but you can also build on them. And so the way the city would expand and has expanded in the past is to just build on top of existing buildings. And I like to joke that we already live in arcologies. If you look at the skyscrapers of any city, we have these very dense buildings together. They're still pretty far apart and they aren't connected. So you have to go all the way down to the ground floor and back up to the other. So we have some work to do, but these ideas have spread. So what's our current progress? So in the past year, we've experimented with A-frames, which are these prefab kit homes in Detroit. So Detroit, as many of you might know, is a great American manufacturing city, but has since the population has a lot of it is vacated to the suburbs. And so there's a lot of empty land. There's a lot of dilapidated buildings. And it's a shame because there's a lot of creative energy as well. And citizens left behind who are very open to new experimental technologies, new financial systems, new governance systems. And so Detroit is also an area after Denver and Colorado that is like very open and to blockchain technology. So we chose this design. So we had this design drawn up by A-Frame, which is originally an Estonian company. But the idea for these A-frames is that it's completely reproducible. So this 2-person home costs $40,000 to build from scratch. So this was an approach where we were trying to build small minimalist homes. 2 or 3 could fit on the same lot. And we wanted to attach a geothermal greenhouse as in the sketch so that heating and cooling could be provided by the earth as well. And lots of other cool ideas that I won't go into, like each home having its own rooftop mesh antenna and having data servers sort of give sovereignty to people who wanted to collect their own data within their homes. But we moved beyond this idea somewhat because it still encouraged more urban sprawl. Like we couldn't compact the housing together closely enough, and it was still on the ground level. So while this is an early stage, we lifted our sights more to entire buildings. So buildings that are already dense and may have been left vacant by their owners or businesses for a long time. So this is our timeline. In 2020, we pursued the A-frame design plan. We're now moving beyond it to acquisition of industrial buildings and land and sort of working to rezone those for commercial and mixed use. And in this phase, we'd like to make a web app interface for non-technical users, just like tenants, owners, everyday citizens, to participate, to give voice to designs, architectural designs that they like or buildings that they want to participate in, make their voice heard, and then also stake funds. So hopefully connecting potential homeowners directly with architects and builders in these community land trusts, in these dense, walkable eco neighborhoods directly in a self-funding model. And then in 2022, we hope to begin construction based on the input that we've received from our stakeholders. So a case study is this building here in Bushwick, Brooklyn. I lived here for 3 years. This is a 4-story industrial building. It's owned by a single owner, but it's been unoccupied since the 90s. It's really huge, 11,500 square feet. I'm a huge real estate nerd, so I'm sorry if these numbers are not as exciting to you as they are to me. But this building, there's a lot of homeless people around this building in New York, and there's a lot of graffiti and broken windows, as you can see. And so it's a shame because the bones are so good, and this neighborhood could benefit a lot by a community center. I usually think of these buildings as like trees of an ecosystem. A tree's roots hold things in place. Sorry, was there feedback?
You got about 30 seconds.
Okay, so the idea is, if we have a building, what should we do next? Well, we connect the stakeholders with the architectures, as we mentioned. And working with the state of Colorado, we would love to get an introduction to building owners that the city would like to see developed, to have support in a legal sense for community land trust formation and advisorship. The 1/3 of the community land trust board is given over to city governments who would benefit and have a big stake in how their citizens are housed. So that is how we hope to work with the state of Colorado. We don't intend to solve all of blockchain ourselves. I mentioned very little about blockchain in this talk, but we'd love to work with other projects that are presenting here today. For example, a rent-to-own scheme. When tenants pay rent, this record is not currently transparent. Their trustworthiness or record of building doesn't really go anywhere, and it doesn't lead to them eventually owning their own homes. So if this were managed by an automated contract, such as on Ethereum, it would build, I think, trust on both sides for this new model of rent-to-ownership. And then also online schools. The presentation of Certo before was great. We hope to have schools for sure in our ecologies, and then voting directly through the app that we mentioned, so that stakeholders could govern and manage the consent that they give to the buildings where they live. So this is our team. I'm Paul. This is Adrian. I received a lot of help from Sean Burke, who I met at this hackathon, and then other friends in Detroit who worked on this idea with me. You can reach me at paul@arcology.builders. thank you for the opportunity to present with you, and I'd love to hear your questions.
So we're kind of out of time, Paul. You did a great job at presenting, but we got like a lightning pitch. So we'll hold off on questions for the time being, if that's okay, and we will get back to you. We'll connect you with the judges and things.
Of course. Thanks, John.
No, you got it. Thanks, Paul. All right, moving on to Halcyon X. So Halcyon X is addressing challenge 10. You ready? Okay, I'm going to give you a quick introduction. Halcyon X is a decentralized immunity passport to allow users to collect their status from home and now test kits like Abbott's Navica proctored by earned and vaccine statuses to allow reentry into spaces by using smart lock bracelets or users' location at condos, offices, and public shared spaces. So this is a health-driven sort of public safety app. And yeah, let's jump in. You're on mute, you.
Hi, I'm Ubes Ron. I used to be an engineer at a startup I still cannot disclose. So right now I'm building for ETHDenver Hackathon. I'm a builder, and I'm supposed to building this application as I go through. So one of the ideas for Halcyon X is to decentralize the information at this app store, like Navica or Bax that are out there in the market, in the user's, I guess, device. Some of the applications here I listed, like Navica, Loom, Bax, and the IBM Salesforce Immunity Passport. So currently on the market, as you can see, these are the applications that I was talking about. For continuous testing or vaccine, you swab your nose with one of these cards, you put it in there, and it pretty much gives you a status valid for 7 days, for example. So right now, there's no one single solution for continuous testing or for vaccines or for re-entry to the workflows like an IBM Digital Health Pass, for example. It's all distributed, and the user will have to log in to each and one of these different, for example, testing tools. Because COVID, I think the Abbott at-home test kit was only approved for Colorado and Ohio, while Loom might win other states. It's a little bit too much of an overhead for the average user. And since the vaccine rollout is taking a while to be distributed to, I guess, citizens, this is gonna last a while. So Halcyon X is a smart contract. Right now, I'm building it with NFTs. Eventually, ideally, I will have to migrate it into an ERC 725, which is the identity protocol for Ethereum. Of course, I'm familiar with the HL7 formatting to ensure HIPAA compliance. The idea is very simple, extremely simple, actually. It's just a smart contract that the user can update, can fetch a token representing their COVID status anonymously and be able to update it or add new keys as he has more devices. So how it works is very simple. User requests an update data from the Oracle through an app or through any application that they have. The Oracle status updates the status based on that request, and they receive a response, positive or negative. So how do I plan to use this for real estate? So most of the condos nowadays, especially in Miami, use these bracelets, smart locks pretty much. And these smart locks have APIs that I can integrate with. So basically, the idea is as follows. Users will need to, I guess, the smart locks will need to require a status of a user, whether they have been vaccinated or their COVID status or any other disease status that these test kits might allow for in order to gain access to an amenity or commercial facility or even someone else's door. I think with all the investment that has poured towards this COVID-19 solutions, the infrastructure in place is not going to go away. These apps are not going to go away. I think blockchain is a good fit to decentralize. It's a good fit, I guess, to make it easy for the user to aggregate all their statuses across all these applications. since it's unrealistic to expect these companies to merge in the near future. So that's what I'm building right now. If any feedback is welcome.
Cool. Thank you for that. Very cool. Tom, Carrie, Will, any questions?
Well, I had one question. One thought anyway. Again, I'm thinking about government uses, and when kids go from school to school, they usually have to prove that they had their vaccine. So, these vaccines, they go from private school to public school, or they change schools and they have to do it. And this would be also something they could maybe integrate with their grades. I don't know. I mean, is there a package where you could put the whole thing and help kids move from school to school?
Well, ideally, this is an entry to identity, I guess, the central identity. It's an angle. Eventually I can expand to add more data to it. But right now I'm just focused on like statuses.
And right now, you're saying that there are passports. I understand there are passports where you can record your vaccine or the test, and you're saying there's no passport right now that integrates both of these in one place, that aggregates all that information in one place. Is that right?
Yeah, so it's multiple companies. It's distributed across. Like this Navica, it's valid only for 7 days after you swab your nose here. This is Abbott's product. There are multiple solutions in place and multiple competing. The centralized, I guess, the immunity passport wars is happening. It's what's happening right now across the entire world. Dubai has their own immunity passport. US is developing like a couple of immunity passports. IBM their own. And so there's.
So how is yours different?
Mine is just an API. So I'm gonna allow the user to gain control for whatever application I use. So that I would integrate to me. A smart lock can integrate to me, and anyone can just integrate to me, and I'll be the source of truth.
I see. So they can put in whatever they want. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
so Abbott will hit my smart contract, update the COVID status, and that should be it. Using the the common HL7 format Fire.
Thanks.
Thanks, you. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Up next, we have Challenge 15 with Colorado Clean Coin. And there's this troll that just keeps asking me to pitch. And he asked me 5,000 times, so I decided to let him. So his name is Russell Castanero. This guy just won't go away. So Russell is going to be talking about Colorado Clean Coin. The quick introduction is the Colorado Clean Coin and Colorado Clean Environment Enterprise leverage blockchain regulation and fee baits to allow Colorado to run on 100% renewable energy by 2040 while Colorado businesses, residents, and visitors thrive. Russell, you ready for your 5?
Ready to go.
All right, hook it up.
Okay, so thanks, John, and thanks to all the judges for giving me the opportunity to pitch here, no matter how many teeth I had to pull to do it. This proposal is to create a clean Colorado coin and state enterprise to manage this process. So we need the clean Colorado coin because we know that global warming is real. The droughts, the high temperatures, even the snow, they all show it, and it affects all Coloradans. Now, Governor Polis and the legislature agree. We have calls for a 90% reduction of greenhouse emissions from the 2005 levels to 2050. And we have an even more ambitious goal to be on 100% renewables by 2040. The only way to do this is with bold action. We can accomplish this by leveraging fee baits, that is, regulating emissions of greenhouse gases via permitting and licensing those emissions, issuing tokens for confirmable activities that reduce, sequester, or eliminate greenhouse gases, provide a reliable rate of return on tokens issued, and enforce real penalties for unpermitted emissions. Now, as far as permitting goes, any entity that emits more than a specific amount of greenhouse gases that affect Colorado residents, resources, or land would have to purchase a license or a permit for producing those emissions. And accidental emissions would require emergency permits within 30 days of an incident. The enforcement side, entities emitting more emissions than permitted would have to pay a penalty of at least like around 150% of the standard permit cost to make sure that there was some real bite there. And then, of course, if any entity couldn't shoulder that cost, we would need to hold the senior management or the ownership of that entity personally responsible. And the best part of this is, of course, rebates that can be issued to eligible entities when there's a confirmed emission avoidance or sequestration that occurs. So now this doesn't all just sort of happen by itself. It needs a lot of legwork into the confirmation and enforcement of emissions. So therefore, there's a fully self-funded state enterprise called the Colorado Clean Environment Enterprise that will be established, or C2E2. And C2E2's regulator activities include setting minimum emission levels and waivers for activity below a certain level, establish annual rates of returns for or annual rates for permits, licenses, and penalties, enforce the limits, confirm the emissions of regulated entities, and levy penalties and fines. And then the rebates, C2E2 will issue rebates and incentives via the Clean Colorado coin by awarding tokens based on provable emissions avoidance and sequestration. So they'll be able to mint coins in annual tranches. They'll be able to set a rate of return for those, and I'll go over that in just a minute, what that means. The tokens will all be traceable back to the source activity for which they were rewarded. And they'll be tradable in secondary markets, being something like an ERC20 token. And they'll be, of course, exchangeable for non-expiring, non-refundable tax credits. And that's the way that the liquidity that they are providing. So, of course, the first thing to do is to pass the legislation necessary to create the enterprise and to establish their authority as a regulator. Once that happens, then, of course, C2E2 will have to hire staff and set up everything that you normally run. But in year 2, they could start issuing permits and licenses, and of course, taking in penalties. They'll collect the fees associated with it. They'll also be able to award the tokens for confirmed savings and other activities. Everything that they do, all activities will be published on a publicly confirmable and visible blockchain. They'll also need to set the rate of return for the next year's tranche and modify fees if needed, because they do need to be self-funded. Of course, after year 3 and any subsequent year, those activities will stay the same, with the exception that whenever someone calls in a token and essentially uses it for to pay taxes, C2E2 will have to pay the Department of Revenue for those tax credits. So an example of how this would work in practice is, let's say, a company, their activity results in getting 5 Clean Colorado coins, and assuming those coins have like a rate of return that's set like 1.3%, and that the tokens are not able to be retrieved or used until the next year, the company has a couple of options. They can hold the tokens as an investment, or wait until they have a tax basis to leverage it. They can sell the tokens to another entity, or they can cash the tokens in. So in closing, we need bold moves to provide the societal, financial, and personal and business incentives to get renewable energy to the usage we need. Coloradans will make better decisions because of the Clean Colorado coin. So thank you very much. And I'm Russell Castagnero, and I know that we can use blockchain technology to show the rest of the world what urgent changes transparent blockchain technology can enable by getting Colorado to 100% renewables while Colorado businesses, residents, and visitors thrive. Thank you.
All right, we got any questions for Russell? We got just a quick sec, and then we got our final presentation. Ready?
Okay, I have Russell, good presentation. You know that states are not allowed to mint their own coins. That is to say, they can't mint money. So if the coins are exchangeable for taxes, essentially it ends up being treated like fiat. So even if there was state law to deal with the securities regulations, that would be a challenge. Is it possible to remove the tax credit aspect of it so that you're out of the FinCEN and other federal regulatory territory?
Sure. I actually, the people I talked to had said that doing it as a tax credit would actually be easier regulatory wise, because I couldn't talk to you about it, Tom. But the the idea that could be paid as a direct, as they would be like they would set the floor for those tokens, that would be very easy to set up. I mean, that's the more standard approach to it, right? So there would be no problem with doing that.
If it's tradable among itself, but not tradable and not providing some kind of actual liquidity, you are moving away from that. But if you can do that, then it becomes, much more plausible, I think.
Okay, well, that sounds like great feedback. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Russell. All right, moving on to our last pitch. Tackling Challenge 7, we have a project called Opolis, which is payroll benefits and shared services for the independent worker via Colorado LCA. It's a member-owned employment cooperative. Oh, wait, that's me. So I'm actually presenting to you all. So let's, I'm going to share my screen here. And share screen. Oh my gosh, you're supposed to already have this ready to go. John, okay, my God. Okay, let's see. Share application window. It's not letting me do it. Oh my goodness gracious. Of course, I started a new book here, a MacBook, so this is actually embarrassing. This is where I am, running the live stream, for goodness sake. Okay, let me try one more time to share the screen. If not, then we're just going to have to punt. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm going to share myself, and we're going to go into present mode. Okay, so we're going to talk about challenge number 7, which is about building marketplaces for independent workers to get benefits, services, while maintaining compliance. So Opolis is a digital employment cooperative, member-owned, for payroll benefits and shared services for independent workers in Colorado. So Colorado has an influx and a trend towards independent work, seasonal laborers, state contractors to maintain flexibility, solopreneurs, entrepreneurs, and gig workers, and specifically creatives are growing classes of workers in the Colorado economy. And this isn't just a Colorado thing. This is a national and an international thing. In fact, by 2028, it's predicted that over half of the U.S. labor force is going to be classified as independent workers. To illustrate this, you're going to meet my friend Emily. She's a state contractor with OIT. And she works through a staffing company that kind of treats her like a second-class citizen. They don't pay her very well. The benefits aren't very good. And she has to go to the open exchange and spend almost $4,000 a year more on healthcare insurance for her family. She's also working a couple of side gigs and has to manage all of this back office to the tune of $3,000 per year, plus a couple of hanging participles in 401ks that she doesn't know where to put them. So her life is crazy trying to manage all of this, and she just doesn't feel like she has the security and safety that she needs for her family. Now, the problem is that most of the existing technology frameworks and employment frameworks aren't really built for individuals. They're built for B2B engagements. In other words, corp to corp, where you've got employees as the product. Now, while employees desire more flexibility and freedom and employers desire less risk and cost, you've got intermediaries extracting massive value from the center. And actually, none of the existing solutions really support the goals that are more forefront today. The current options are, well, you can just regularly W-2 somebody, take on all the risk yourself. You can outsource it to somebody else. Or the individual has to kind of go solo and figure it out on their own. There really aren't solutions built for the next generation of employment. So Opolis is a member-owned digital employment cooperative where compliance, benefits, shared services, and payroll are done on behalf of its members. The employment experience mirrors exactly what you would typically expect from really great W-2 employment, not staffing companies sort of like shortcutting, but the actual comprehensive benefits that are customizable by each member based on what their personal goals are. Shared services are also completely handled for them. So compliance, things like actually professionalizing independent workers so that state taxes get paid, whether it's compliance with AB5 or other state requirements, FLSA, ACA, any of the other alphabet soup acronyms that are required of employment are all taken care of. And the individuals can elect to be paid in part in crypto as long as FLSA standards are being managed. Now, this experience makes Emily very happy. She has a one-stop shop for all of her support services that she needs. She's saving thousands of dollars on ACA compliant healthcare because the cooperative has the purchasing power to go out and get great care in the marketplace. She's been able to consolidate her retirement plans, and all the compliance is done. So she doesn't have to be worried. She doesn't have to worry about whether or not somebody's going to have to classify her as an employee because she's already a W-2 of her own firm. The best part is that she's incentivized to participate. She gets to consume services and be rewarded through an LCA framework, which is a limited cooperative association, of course, where we've used the unit of account tokenized, which is under the Digital Token Act of 2019 in Colorado, to keep track of patronage as it relates to the payroll mining activities that exist in the ecosystem. So for her consumption or referral, she's issued these tokens, which in the future, as a member, translate to her share of profits and dividends that are issued if and when through the network. And no tokens are sold, so these are not securities. These are just units of account to keep track of all of that. So in short, Colorado can benefit from having a community-owned organization that allows for the future and the known future of independent workers to be able to be sovereign but collaborative with one another to solve their joint challenges. Any questions?
This is great. Can you tell me more about I didn't see healthcare benefits listed. Is that a consideration in this model? Can you talk?
Healthcare benefits are done through the single EIN number through the LCA. So it's essentially a PEO strategy that's being done on behalf of individual workers that are co-employed through their own S-Corp entities. So essentially, the EIN number of the LCA procures the healthcare on a group basis. So it's not done on an individual basis that has no, purchasing power. It's done on the group basis.
Great, thank you.
All right, well, thank you for letting me kind of dip in at the end here. So Carrie, Will, we're going to go ahead and say thank you to you. We will circle back with you on feedback. Russell will be doing that as well as myself. And we will be announcing the winners of the Greenfield pitches at the closing ceremonies on Friday. Cool, thank you. Tung, stick around. Do we have Jeff?
I'm here.
Jeff, good to see you.
What's up, John? Good to be back.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we're going to dip into our evening content. Jeff, thank you so much for letting us bleed over on that. We had so many great pitches for the Greenfield events, and it seemed like Tung was having a very good time, so we just kind of let her do it. And of course, I stole a few minutes there at the end. But we're going to get out of your way. What we've got is an interview in AMA format. So the way that this is going to go down is Jeff is going to spend some time talking with Tung one-on-one, but please put your questions in the comments on Twitch, and Jeff will be reading them as we go, once he's done, and he'll be asking Tung any question you want. So put them in the chat, and we will do our best to get them all in. Take it away, guys.
Thanks.
Tung, thanks much for joining us.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi again. You're the Colorado Securities Commissioner, which means you're for the state version of the SEC, but you were also the general counsel of Ethereum, right?
I was the general counsel of Ethereum, and I started working with Vitalik and Ethereum at the launch of the Genesis block. It was like the same month. And I was with them for about 3 years.
Okay, so you got to tell us, what's that like being Vitalik's lawyer?
It's terrific. I mean, it's terrific at that time because it was, it was something that was just taking off. I think there were a lot of people who had a lot of faith in it. But if you can think about it, at that time, nobody really knew which way it would go and how it would look. And it was really exciting. Being part of a unicorn is for some something they do often. But for me, I think it was a once in a life experience.
I bet, yeah, it's sort of funny because I've had the good pleasure of meeting Vitalik a few times and some of the early Ethereum people, and they're pretty, they're pretty casual, put it that way. And I always associate
Yeah.
I used to be a lawyer, sitting in suits and boardrooms and stuff, and it's kind of a funny mixing of the two. But that's neat that you were involved in the beginning. Regulation is a big part of the crypto landscape right now, but a way to make this relevant to the people watching, I guess, is this. What advice do you have to all these sort of promising startups out there so that they don't get a call from your office or from the SEC? How do you, and at what point do you need, lawyers are expensive, when do you bring them on? So give some advice to the folks out there about when they have legal questions, what they should do about it.
Sure. So let me just start by saying I'm here in my individual capacity. I don't speak on behalf of the division or the state of Colorado. And I just want to make sure that I say that because I'm a lawyer, and that's important to say. For folks who are working in the blockchain space, one thing to think about is that when you're dealing with tokens, you're dealing with the economy in a way that's really direct, like money. And so what you have is you have regulations, right? Securities, or it can be considered a coin. You can be considered money, so it can be considered a commodity. And all these things are regulated, and there are multiple regulators for different aspects of it. And then you have banking regulation. So if you have an idea, I think the first thing to say is if you have an idea that is not trying to use a coin to unbank the unbanked and things like that, where you're clearly stepping into banking, then as long as your coin is used like a laundromat token, where it's purely used for within that own system, and it doesn't end up being liquid or exchanged for money, then you are in a better situation. Any coins where you're trying to eventually exchange it for money, exchange it for real cash or fiat, some kind of fiat, you're going to start to be triggering regulators.
I'm going to interrupt you there. What if you want to raise money? Because you have a great idea, you're building it, you want to share some of the tokens, and I'm going to sell some of these tokens to my friends. That's not really issuing a security. That's a private sale, but it seems what if those tokens start leaking into the broader universe? So
no, it can still be a security. So there's the Howey test, which is the federal Supreme Court test for what a securities is. And if you're selling something like tokens where there's some kind of the people who are buying in think they're going to do it to get some profit, and that's reasonable, right? Why would you give somebody money and not expect something back, right? So if you're doing it for that reason, you're doing a capital raise and you're expecting to give these people something back, there's a very good chance you're going to be in the securities realm. So that's what I'm saying. If you're doing something that is not close to that, then you are in a better situation generally. However, in 2019, Colorado passed the Digital Token Act, and that has a carve-out for tokens that are being used as a utility. So that means once your platform is going and your tokens are being used, like in the laundromat system, where it's just used within that system, then you don't have to register with the securities regulator in the state. And there are some provisions that might allow you to do some kind of raise. Now, what that means is, though, big picture is that if you do that, it has to be within the state of Colorado, because only Colorado controls Colorado law. And so that means you do it within Colorado, but this definition of digital token, which is very similar to utility token that Singapore and Switzerland have promulgated, can't cross the border, can't go to Wyoming, it can't go to Nevada. As long as it stays in Colorado, the Digital Token Act of Colorado would apply, and you'd have these exemptions from registration. So that's not a bad thing, because I think I've mentioned before, Colorado has over 5 million people, and that is the same population as the entire country of Singapore. So it's like a small country. So you can still do a lot of commerce within those parameters. If you want to do that, then you do have to file a notice with my office, the Division of Securities, and there are other provisions that you would need to follow. But let me give a citation for any states that want to, for any businesses that want to look into that. It is let's see, it's CRS, Colorado Revised Statutes 11-51-308.7. So that's 11-51-308.7. You can look up the provisions there and see if it works for your business.
But Toon, what if it's just a small project, it's a good idea, seems to have some traction, and they need a lawyer? I know if you call up a big law firm and say, I want a securities lawyer, you're going to get a request for a retainer of $100,000 and some very expensive advice. What if you're sort of a small, scrappy startup, you don't have the funds, but you have the idea? What's the best way to kind of get some common sense legal advice without, basically handing over all of your fundraising?
Wow, that's a difficult question. I guess you could look for pro bono attorneys who are helping small businesses start out. Securities is a tough area to securities is a tough area to start out in, you can always, if you want to start something up, you can read the laws yourself. You can read a lot of the different journals that are out now that publish things. I think Coin Center usually talks a lot about how this works. The key things to think about are like the Howey test, and it's not difficult to read. You can read the Howey and understand the four elements to it, and I think that that would be the way to go. It's a tough area, and I think as a public policy matter, I think society makes it tough because money policy and being able to control it within a country is pretty important. So I don't really have good advice on that. I'm afraid.
Fair enough. Get a lawyer, everyone.
Well, let me say, when I started with Ethereum, I did it for free. I knew people, they needed help, and I had all this background in corporate governance and securities, and so they'd already issued, so I didn't do any of the securities work, but they needed some corporate governance work, and I just did it for free because I knew the people. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs, and the ecosystem is made up by a lot of people who volunteer. So that's another way to go.
That's a great idea. And you mentioned Coin Center. They're a wonderful outfit in DC. It's some really good people working there. They do a good job of explaining a lot of the stuff in plain English. So I think that's a great tip. Got some interesting questions in the comments about Colorado's initiative. What you're describing sounds like it's sort of a sandbox. You stay within the state borders, you're going to be okay. That said, though, the very nature of blockchain and crypto is sort of global. How exactly do you do that? Do you geofence your users, or how do you not? I give out some tokens to some people in Denver, and they give them some in Boulder, and the next thing, those tokens are popping up in Montana and California. So how do you use the sandbox without getting in trouble?
Okay, so first of all, I would just step back and say it's not really a sandbox. A sandbox is a place where you're innovating with special waivers from the regulators, right? This isn't a waiver for just this project or that project. This is a state law, and everybody gets to use it right now. So how do you use it, though? Well, this is not a unique question, because Switzerland, I did a lot of work with Swiss law. Switzerland actually set out something very similar to this before Colorado, and they set out something called a utility token. Singapore has done something similar, and it only applies for their jurisdiction, right? So this isn't something that it's something that I think every jurisdiction is grappling with, because we don't have consistent law across various countries or even states. So what Singapore has done is they do KYC AML. So you have to know your customers, and they have to certify that they are not from wherever, or they're not going to use it wherever, and they're not using it for profit. They're just going to use it in this system, and that is how other jurisdictions do it. And I think that your intention to keep it within the state of Colorado, and making sure that the people you sell it to stay within the state of Colorado, that would be the way to do it. I don't think it's that unusual nowadays. For example, marijuana had the same situation, where you need to stay within your state because federally it's not legal. And so you just have to find parameters to do it. Hopefully people can.
I have to say, I moved to Colorado 2 years ago from New York, and I do like the regulatory environment here. I love the marijuana here, the beer, and now there's tokens too. So I think Colorado is doing a lot of things right. But I do want to go back to sort of the serious stuff for a sec, namely what's going on in Washington. There's it seems like the blockbuster case of the SEC suing Ripple, and Ripple's, I think, older than Ethereum, and XRP is for a long time been the third biggest token traded out there. I'm curious if you can give us some insight into how that's going to play out, because if the SEC can sort of crush Ripple, and the SEC is also suing Ripple's CEO Brad Garlinghouse and Chris Larson, one of its founders. I know Ethereum is now in the clear, but for other projects out there, this seems like big trouble. So how is this going to play out?
Here's the thing that we can't underestimate in this particular situation, which is, we've had a change of administrations, and we both at the level of the president, but he's going to have his own SEC commissioner, and so Clayton has resigned, and Gensler has been, I believe, nominated, and he's going to go through the process of being confirmed. And so it's not clear how this is going to play out. It probably wasn't clear before, but now it's really clear as mud, because you have a new chair, and the balance at the SEC is also switching, because you have a number of commissioners, and it was the final vote was, I think, Clayton's, because I think it was an odd number. I can't actually remember, but the chair is now going to be a Democrat, and it's going to be Gensler, who was the head of CFTC, who was a very strong and forceful regulator who believed in really results. So where is he going to put his energy? What's going to happen with Ripple, I think, is really more muddy than it was when the opinion first came out, when the filing first came out. That said, it's a long opinion. I'm sorry, I keep calling it opinion. It's a long filing, and Ripple, the SEC is using the Howey test, and we'll just have to see if it comes out and it goes to court, and a court comes out and is able to distinguish factors applicable to Ripple. And at that point, then, I think it would be a good idea for anyone who's interested in issuing coins to try to find a way to distinguish themselves from Ripple in a meaningful way, and relying on what that opinion says.
Yeah, it is messy out there. And I believe when Ethereum sort of got the green light and was officially in the clear, the SEC used the word sufficiently decentralized. It was suggested that a project can start out centralized, like Ethereum kind of was in the outset, and then in time become sufficiently decentralized, whatever that means. Is that still the kind of going yardstick? And how on earth do you tell when the tipping point is when you go from centralized to decentralized?
Well, actually, the language in Howey is common enterprise, right? So if they're in a common enterprise, and the profits, and people buy in expecting or hoping for some profits, and there's a common enterprise that you're not actually participating in, then that is a security. So for example, in Ripple, when I read the opinion, they talked about a number of things where, I'm sorry, I said opinion again. When I read the filings talked a number of times about how Ripple would have control over XRP. But they also talked about how Ripple was promoting XRP and saying, we're going to, XRP, if our software works, Ripple is selling their software to institutional banks. If our software works, XRP is going to increase in price, and you're gonna make money. So that kind of promotion is evidence of people expecting a profit, and the people who are controlling Ripple knowing it and believing that that profit is tied to a common enterprise. So I think that will be very fact specific. Ripple will have its day in court in trying to prove that there isn't a common enterprise, and that they didn't promote the idea that investment in XRP was for profit. So they're going to have to work, it's going to be very, very fact specific. And my guess is they're going to have, they're really going to have to prove there's no common enterprise. And it may be difficult based on the filing that I read.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's messy out there. I've got a great question here, though, which is that if you could identify one piece of legislation, like if you're going to pass a law to clear some of this up, what would you ask for? You could wave a wand tomorrow and Congress passes a law that's going to bring some clarity. What should that law target? Name sort of 3 things that should be Congress's first priority when and if they're going to clear up some of these questions.
Here's the thing that and I don't mean to talk around this, but I think what I found in my experience, so I started out as a Wall Street attorney for a large law firm in New York City, and then I became a regulator, and then I went in-house. So I've had this career over a number of decades from different perspectives, and I think what this community wants is the same thing that every financial community wants, which is certainty. So I don't know if I were to wave a wand exactly what I'd want, but what I'd want is some certainty. I'd like either the legislature or the SEC to come out and say, we've decided, and you may like it and you may not like it, but this is what it is. Then we can build around that certainty. I find that the uncertainty is really the problem. And especially in this community, people are so creative. It's not, I don't know that you'd have to ask for one thing or another thing. I think you just set the rules and then they will, the community will find a way to work with it. So I can't say as a regulator what I'd like to see other than what I think everyone wants to see, which is some clear guidance on this so that entrepreneurs can start out and build and not be taken by surprise down the line in terms of how regulators are going to treat what they've done.
That makes a lot of sense. Here's another question. I'm curious about your job. I know often regulators are, kind of caricatured as kind of know nothing, out of touch, Luddites, but I also know I've met enough of them. And it's true. You seem very savvy, and you were the GC of Ethereum. So, but I'm curious for how do lawyers and regulators at the SEC and your agency get their hands dirty with crypto? I mean, do they bring people in? Do they have hardware wallets? Do they have Coinbase accounts? What's, take us behind the scenes a little bit into, how you educate regulators on, what this stuff is all about.
I think that so I was not a state regulator when I was working with Ethereum and when that was all kind of getting really exciting. So it's hard for me to say. I think state by state, it depends on the state regulator and how much interest they have and how much they are engaged in it. I know state regulators who have been commissioners for 30 or 40 years. They've spent their whole career there, and they're not necessarily going to be the most flexible in terms of new technology, right? So that would be depending by state. But I would say the SEC is very interested in whatever is happening that is creating a lot of security issues. So I think they brought in people. I think they trained up. I think they were interested and concerned pretty early on. And I can't say for sure, but I think so. And I would say that they probably are thinking a lot about it. I mean, they just started a fintech hub just recently, and I think that is pointing to their interest and concern. Also, I just don't think you've got market capital of $200 billion right now for Ethereum. I don't think the SEC is pretending it's not happening, right? So I think they train up and they do that. Now, how do you reach regulators? Here's the thing. If you want to know what securities regulators think about, they think about protecting the public. They think about the retail people protecting the public. So if you can get on their level in terms of thinking about that, they're really going to hear you, right? So if you can explain to them how whatever you're doing isn't going to somehow end up with a mom and pop investing and losing their money and going on welfare or losing their life savings so they can't put their kids through college. If you can think about it like that and speak to them about that, that's what they're concerned about, right? So I think what I see is industry sometimes thinking they're Luddites and regulators thinking industry is just don't care about anybody, and they're inconsiderate, and they have all these big ideas, but they don't realize they're harming people, right? And that's a disconnect. I don't think that's true on either side. I think the reason why regulators might seem like they're out of touch is because they're thinking about something all the time that most people aren't, which is how do we protect the retail investors so that they aren't taken like they were with tulips, right? Or a lot of people lost a lot of money. We joke about that, but that was a big deal. And they're not taken by things like Bernie Madoff, where people's lives were ruined, right? That's what they're thinking about all the time. And so that may be the disconnect, because they're not thinking about how to make this business better and how to, how to change the financial industry. They're thinking, if you do this, how many people are going to end up destitute? That's what they're thinking.
Right, and I think that's fair. I'm getting some pushback in the comments, though. I mean, I certainly I watched the ICO boom up front, and a lot of those people were flat out scammers and criminals, and the SEC is right to nail them to the wall. That said, we're watching what happened in the markets this week, and you're saying, we have to protect people, but we're also letting people kind of mash their Robinhood app and buy stonks all day long and lose all their money on GameStop.
Yeah, it's a real problem.
Fairly singled out here.
Well, no, it's a real problem because you've got to, the regulators are part of, in the US, we're part of a capital market, which means that you've got to have rules, but the rules can't tell people what you can and can't buy, right? So that's where I know it doesn't seem that clear to people who want to use Robinhood, but the thing is, you want rules like disclosure, right? So the idea behind securities is you need to disclose everything, but once you disclose it, people are allowed to buy and sell whatever they want, right? And with Robinhood, that was the case. But then there's these other triggers, right? There are capital, there are like net capital requirements that you have to meet. With Robinhood in particular, there was some talk about the fact that settlement. So the settlement houses that are settling their trades, if they see too much volatility or they see that the brokerage is out too much money, they'll immediately ask for a net capital call. And so Robinhood has to put up that money, or they won't be able to continue, right? And so I think with Robinhood, that was what caused the stoppage. It wasn't the SEC didn't swoop in and say you have to stop, right? They had their own clearinghouse net capital requirements. So I'm not sure if that is to the people who are listening, whether they think that is different than the regulators saying you need to follow disclosure requirements. Is it?
I think that's fair. I mean, yeah, it's all about the disclosure. And you're right, with Robinhood, the trading was slowed down or halted because Robinhood had basically a giant margin call. And that was, some people like it was a conspiracy with hedge funds. It wasn't. It was simply that. But, my point is that we can let people go wild buying, foolish things on Robinhood, like GameStop. No disrespect to those of you who like buying GameStop, but traditional market analysis says that was sort of a silly idea based on the future cash flow. But I'm just wondering if the reins are too tight on the crypto world, if it's sort of a double standard.
So no, the crypto world is held to the same standard. So GameStop did disclose everything, right? And whether people read it is a different thing. We're not in a country that says you have to read it, or if GameStop says they're kind of in a bind, you're not allowed to buy it. We're in a capital markets where we say, hey, everybody gets to buy whatever they want. The rules of this game are that whoever's selling can't lie and has to tell you everything, right? So it's the same thing as crypto. Anybody who wants to issue in crypto, you got to do that whole registration that GameStop did. And in that registration, you have to list all the risks. You have to file with SEC, just like GameStop did. GameStop did all those things. So did AMC. So did Nokia, right? They all followed those rules. And if you do it, then yeah, you can trade it. Then you can say, look, my thing is super risky. You might not even make any money. And if people buy it, the regulators won't stop you. The rule is you just got to tell everybody exactly what you're doing, even the bad stuff. That's the rule. It's a disclosure issue. So if the crypto guys want to issue, they have to tell you everything, and then they can. Like Coinbase is about to do a direct listing, but they're still going to have to put out, they're still going to have to put out disclosure about how their business runs and what they're doing. And if they do that, then they can start selling their shares. So everybody needs to follow that. The idea is everybody has to do that same thing. They have to register. They have to put out that information, and then people can choose to buy or not to buy.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think transparency and disclosure is important. And we saw in the ICO era when, issue tokens, oh, but I'm not going to tell you, I've actually pocketed 10 million for myself. And that changes the calculation of the investment. And you're right, that should be out there. What about the criticism, though, that, compared especially to Asia, that America risks sort of stifling crypto innovation here? People say it a lot. I don't know if it's true. I don't know how many people are actually leaving, but is that something that comes up, enters your mind or comes up in conversation with regulators? I mean, do we risk kind of killing the golden goose? I think New York's BIT license is very unpopular for good reason. Is there a risk that, all the action moves to Singapore and Hong Kong and Zug, Switzerland?
I think that is a serious risk. I think that unfortunately, we still don't have certainty in a lot of areas for tokens, and I think it is unfortunate in terms of where the business goes. I mean, if you assume that it's here to stay, which I do, and that it's good, that it's just a different part of the economy, then to give that economy certainty, clear rules that they can follow as soon as possible is important. I think is how economic communities thrive. They just need to know the rules and they need to be clear on them. So I think that clarity. I think because we didn't have that clarity for a long time, Singapore and Switzerland trying to put out that clarity earlier made them more popular and more attractive for a number of companies.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And everyone, if you have questions, please send them our way. We're getting some good ones already. I like this one. What will be the SEC's take on Uniswap's airdrop? Now we're going to get into the field of DeFi. And so is that something you're watching?
I'm watching it, but I don't know. Again, I don't speak for the Colorado Division of Securities here. I'm speaking for myself, but I definitely don't speak for the Feds, the SEC. So I don't know what their take is going to be on that. And like I said, I don't know. If there's a time that we don't have clarity, now is the time, because we really need to see what Gensler's going to do. We're going to need to see how Heather Pierce, who is a commissioner at the SEC, she's very pro crypto, how her influence is going to play out. She has proposed something like a 3-year period where crypto companies can start out and start issuing tokens, and then within after the 3rd year, if they can show it's really decentralized, then they kind of have a pass. And I'm paraphrasing, but she has these ideas, and I don't know how much traction they'll get. And so I don't really know what the SEC is going to do with Uniswap.
Right. But, I'm going to push you a bit. I know you're right not to give us sort of a really direct answer because, you're not sure and it's the SEC's purview. But with like forks and airdrops, I mean, I find it interesting. Like with Bitcoin SV or whatever it is, in my opinion, some garbage token I didn't want anything to do with, and it appeared in one of my accounts because they did a fork, and that, risks a tax headache for me. I didn't want that. So, I mean, I think sort of these forks and airdrops, on one hand, very cool if you like it, but also sometimes it's being forced on people who don't want it in the first place. Is that something that we might see regulators take up in the next couple of years?
Maybe, but I think that's more of a tax issue. If you get something for free, like a fork, right, and it ends up being realized, you're going to get taxed on it. So, I don't know that that's a securities issue as much as it's a tax issue. But I will say I've known people who have gotten, tokens, and there's been some delay in when they actually get it, and so they end up paying taxes on when it. I mean, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase it. There's a delay in terms of when it was paid and when it was owed, and then they ended up with a huge tax bill. And that I've seen that with tokens a lot, but that isn't really new in the sense that if it was a car, or somebody gave you cash, it was the same kind of thing. If you had a delay in when it was promised and when it was given, you could have a disproportionate tax bill. So that's I think with the drops, it's more of a tax issue. I think they've pretty much come out and said, I'm sorry, the forks. They pretty much come out and said, there's a fork and you get extra tokens, you got to pay tax on them, right?
Yeah, and part of this is just that tax is a headache, and none of us can dodge it for sure. And also, I'm impressed the number of companies that are coming up building stuff to kind of automate compliance and tax software. But before we put the audience to sleep, I don't want to stick with that too long. How about this? I mean, do you own any Bitcoin or Ethereum yourself?
I don't really. I don't. I have a little bit here and there, but I mean, I don't really talk about my own personal holdings. But I certainly don't. I don't think anybody. I think it's a capital market. People should buy what they want to buy, right, and hold what they want to hold, and sell when they want to sell. For us, for regulators, it's just a matter of whether the people who are selling this stuff to you are fulfilling the requirements to fully disclose in the U.S. Right? That's the U.S. That's the U.S. paradigm. Other countries have different paradigms, but in the U.S., if you're doing it in the U.S. to U.S. people, it's got to be fully disclosed, and that's how it works here.
Sure. I promise to move on from tax, but I do have one more thing. I know Coin Center and others are calling for a de minimis exemption, which basically means if I buy a cup of coffee with a Bitcoin debit card for $3, that doesn't trigger a capital gains event. I think the call is to make like everything under $200 is kind of, it's too small potatoes to tax. The law currently doesn't view it that way, but what do you think of those calls for de minimis exemption? And do you think that might happen?
I don't think that's going to happen, but I do think that if they ever did it, that it would seriously attract business to any jurisdiction that did that. Because like you said, who wants to run afoul of tax laws because you've been paying for coffee with Bitcoin for 20 years? Nobody wants that, right? So I think that's I would have serious doubts. I don't speak for the IRS. I'm not part of the IRS, but even if I were, I don't speak for them. But it'd be hard for me to imagine that they would do it. But if they were to do it, I think they would really attract a lot of attention. Attract businesses to come here and be creative about it.
We just have 2 minutes left, but let's go right into the deep end. Here's a question: what about staking? If when Ethereum goes to sort of 2.0, people are getting staking rewards, every 6 minutes or something. How are we going to solve that in terms of compliance? Or do you want to save that for next year?
Well, we can save that for next year, but I think with taxes, if you get it reward, you're gonna have to record it and pay taxes, or else there are problems with that. So I think taxes are a big issue with the tokens and value.
Okay, and way in the deep end, I confess this goes over my head, but I don't know what they're referring to. Has the SEC reviewed EIP 1559? If you can
I do not believe that they have. I'm sure I can't imagine that they're not talking about it.
And what is this?
It is and you guys who are more technical, go ahead and shout out and tell them that I'm full of it. But I believe it's this Ethereum improvement proposal where they're going to burn the transaction fees when you're paying fees. Instead of it going somewhere, I guess they burn it, and so it ends up reducing the number of overall ethers in the ecosystem. Is that right, guys? Are they saying yes or no?
Yeah.
Did I get it right?
Going to be a whole bunch of this stuff for next year. Okay. I believe we're at the top of the hour. I think some of the VIP guests are coming on. Vitalik's former lawyer, Tung Chen, thank you so much for joining us, and look forward to seeing you all in person next year.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Tung. We really appreciate you guys. Okay, so we're going to wrap up this evening's content with cutting right to the live stream that we've got happening concurrently with Monte Cristo and the governor of Colorado, Jared Polis, who are going to be, Monte Cristo is going to be live streaming a match where League of Legends is going to be happening. Governor Polis is going to be playing in it, and it's going to be insane. So stay tuned here. It'll be streaming here, both here and on Monte Cristo's page. You can check out details at ETHDenver.com/gamingwithgov. And we will see you there.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to a very special event here at ETHDenver. I am Doa. With me is Monte Cristo. For those of you who don't know us, we have been esports casters for a very, very long time. We lived in Korea for years where we together casted League of Legends, among other games. So it's great to come back, Monte, for this auspicious occasion, this epic event, this esports battle extraordinaire, a royal rumble of epic proportions here at ETHDenver. We got the governor of Colorado, Jared Polis himself, versus another collection of esports, well, professionals, notable esports characters. We'll leave it at that. It's going to be a good time,
we do
isn't it?
have some people who work professionally in the esports industry as part of this.
We do.
And the reason why Doa kindly agreed to come onto my stream and do this with me, just because I am a Colorado native. He is a hopeful future Colorado resident, as am I. So please bring more esports to Colorado, and that's what we're trying to do here. Obviously, when we take a look at this, we've got some Colorado State University players, some University of Colorado players. Those guys aren't so smart. That's why they couldn't figure out that University of Colorado would be UOC. They weren't that clever, so they kind of spell it CU. I grew up in Fort Collins with my father as a Colorado State University professor. So I do have some bias towards the Rams, I would say, and I went to many CSU versus CU football games growing up. And was mostly disappointed by the quality of the CSU football team. But I will not be disappointed today by the quality of the CSU esports teams. I believe that.
Well, let me just talk about my Colorado experience now. All right, I've never lived in Colorado, but I visited many times. In fact, before the Overwatch League began, we were out there every weekend for a bunch of stuff. I've been to Garden of the Gods. That's a popular thing near Denver. It's pretty awesome. I've been hiking in the Flatirons. That's been awesome as well. So I love Colorado. I love whenever I get a chance to go there, and of course, I love casting League of Legends with Monte Cristo. So, but before we get going with that, we actually have something extra special as well. Monte, you interviewed the governor of Colorado in preparation for this match, didn't you?
I did. And for those of you who don't know, Governor Polis is a legit gamer. I remember when he was in the House of Representatives for the U.S. Congress, and he was doing interviews about playing League of Legends. And this was back in 2013, 2012. So he's been playing League for a long, long time now, and has he comes from a tech background, and he's really interested in supporting ETHDenver and the kind of progress of blockchain development and esports development in Colorado.
Yeah, it is exciting. I was hyped about this event too because I've been getting into learning about cryptocurrency lately over the last year or two. I own a little bit of Ethereum myself, and of course, crypto's going insane today with Bitcoin going through the roof. Ethereum, I'm pretty sure, is hitting its highest high ever today. So I feel like it's an appropriate day for this to happen because it's such a significant day for cryptocurrency right now, and it's been cool learning a little bit more of that through watching some of the panels that I've checked out for ETHDenver over the last couple days. But without much further ado, I think, are you ready to show people this interview that you did?
I am. It's very interesting. It's very casual. It's very Colorado. I will say that. The spirit of Colorado and Colorado casualness runs high in this video, I will say.
All right, well, let's check it out. I'm waiting for the scary blue horse to appear that's at the airport to greet you when you land. I don't know if that's going to happen. I can't guarantee it. But let's roll the interview. Let's check it out.
Today, I'm very fortunate to be joined by Governor Jared Polis from the state of Colorado, my home state, even though I currently live in Los Angeles. I'm a Fort Collins native myself. And what we're here to discuss is ETHDenver, which is the Ethereum and blockchain hackathon that's going to be coming up. And as part of that, Governor, you're going to be playing in a League of Legends game that I will be casting with my longtime co-caster Doa, with some other Colorado notables. Why don't we start off by having you tell us about your history in gaming and League of Legends, because you've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, no, I've been playing League of Legends for a really long time, so it's fun. I kind of fell out of it for a few years, and then I went back into it a few years ago too. So it's fun. I usually do Anivia or Maokai. Those are my mains. Maokai jungle, Anivia mid or top. It's a lot of fun. I play it with my partner Marlon. Usually we duo. And it's a great game. You never know who you're playing with on there. It could be the governor of Colorado. It could be somebody who's a billionaire. It could be a Saudi prince. You never know.
Yeah, it is. It is quite fun, and I had a similar experience of being very into it, falling out of it, back into it again right now. So let's talk now, before we go into some more of the esports and streaming stuff, about ETHDenver, which is a blockchain hackathon event. Why are some of these technology and blockchain, like really cutting edge technology projects, important to the state of Colorado?
So last year, I got to. Were you at ETHDenver last year?
I was not. No, I live in Los Angeles, so I couldn't
It was
go.
so much fun. Now it was pre-pandemic, so it was just like massive. Now you'd call it like a germ fest. I mean, everybody like all packed up next to each other. So it's not the same now, but it was really a great community of hackers and coders in Colorado. People came from other areas too. It was really a lot of fun.
So Colorado as a state has been over the last couple of decades really pushing into having technology startups within the state, and has contributed to the overall economy. And now that this pandemic has occurred and many more people are working remotely, are you taking any initiatives in order to kind of lure more people? Because, for example, I myself would love to go back to Colorado because of quality of life reasons. I live in California, so lesser state income tax is like a huge factor as well. So are you seeing an influx of people who are moving to Colorado in order to enjoy these things? And what are you planning to do in order to kind of attract more of these technology and white collar workers?
Yeah, we absolutely are. And even within Colorado, really Western Colorado, which are iconic mountains, for those of you who aren't from Colorado, I mean, so many people want to live in our mountain communities, whether it's, Grand Junction or Eagle County or Summit County or Grand County. So there's actually been a boom in residential real estate in those areas, because if you have location independent employment, why wouldn't you want to live in one of those amazing places? But also, of course, boom for Fort Collins, Boulder, Denver, as you indicated. We have a lot of jobs in those areas, but the ability to telecommute, and we're really doubling down on our economic development to promote companies that offer those kinds of opportunities.
Excellent. And do you have any specific initiatives that you're able to talk about right now, or just to expand a little bit?
So first of all, we're doing a state investment of millions of dollars in broadband to connect more of our rural and mountain areas that otherwise, it's a prerequisite, obviously, for not just working, but living. Secondly, a lot of our economic development incentives that we have through our Office of Economic Development, we're aligning, and we have a special program to help attract folks that is part of it. Like if they say a quarter of our jobs are location independent, a quarter of our jobs are telecommuting, there's extra incentives for those kinds of companies to locate in Colorado.
Is there anything that you're thinking about specifically when it comes to trying to get companies who are involved in new media like esports or streaming or game developers come to Denver in order to set up shop and really offer permanent jobs to Coloradans instead of having just DreamHack sweep through over a week?
Also, we have a gamer as governor.
You do. That's the most important thing. I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot. That's why we're having this conversation.
We have our high school CHAZA, our high school sports have esports. Most of our colleges have teams. As you indicated, like there's nonstop flights to Japan, to Europe. Denver's all in the middle of the country, which is great because you have gaming communities on the East and West Coast, and it's like a whole day to get from one to the other, but it's like a quick trip to get to Colorado.
This is music to my ears. This is what I love to hear.
Yeah. So I think it's well situated. I think we're on the map. We have a young, great community. It's an amazing place to live because a lot of gamers, when they're not gaming, we do enjoy the great outdoors, whether you go skiing, boarding, hiking, kayaking,
I do all of those. So yes.
All of the above. Yeah. You fit the demographic. Yeah.
I'm a Colorado native, so I am the demo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think it's great, and we're all for it. We have some film incentives, by the way. I mean, we don't have the dollar amount of New Mexico, but we would be happy to see how we can target those for opportunities in gaming, because we don't have enough to compete on kind of the Hollywood production side. We just don't. So we can target those around real opportunities to highlight Colorado assets and gaming.
Yeah, I think for the most part, though, we don't need Hollywood level assets, right, in terms of our own productions. So it's more about, I think, finding alternatives in our industry that are lower cost while maintaining that quality, and also providing a quality of life that people enjoy. Because as you know, I'm sure there are a lot of people from the Bay Area, from California, that have a lot of fatigue of being in those places, who are currently moving to Colorado as a result of being able to work remotely, or changes in kind of their employment style.
Yeah, that's right. And we have a really a wide open, way of looking at that. I mean, as you said, we have far lower taxes in California. It's, 4.5%. So it's much lower. But also, we're leading the country in marijuana law reform, all these things. We have marijuana delivery available in Colorado. I think California might have that. I can't remember.
We do.
We're one of the few states.
As somebody who personally enjoys that.
Yeah, and remember we did beat California. We legalized marijuana ahead of California.
I know. In fact, that's one of the kind of sponsors that we would be excited to kind of engage as an industry more, and hopefully we're moving towards federal legality where that's going to become less of a hot button issue. But I mean, it's no secret that many gamers enjoy a little bit of marijuana used responsibly if you're 21 and older.
Yeah, sometimes I tell when they're on my team and they don't perform.
They don't respond to your pings for assistance. Yeah, I know, that's frustrating. I don't like playing competitive games while using marijuana responsibly.
Well, I mean,
that reason.
Does anybody think it's performance enhancing? It's definitely not. I mean, it's just not. I mean,
That's right. I appreciate that. Game at your best, game at your peak at all times. Don't drag your teammates down. That's definitely my attitude.
Yeah.
So in terms of the esports space, are you starting to think about, or the streaming space, because we have major streamers like Summit, who I believe still lives in Colorado Springs. Are you thinking about ways that you can kind of lure more of these people into the state via various incentives, or do you have ideas percolating that you're at liberty to talk about?
I mean, it's really just our quality of life. I mean, people, they can choose to live anywhere, essentially, right? And so why not tout Colorado on its merits? I mean, just the ability to, without driving very far, be in the beautiful mountains. I mean, we got everything here. So it's really just touting it on our quality of life. Obviously, you need high-speed connectivity. All of our metro areas have that. Increasingly, many of our mountain areas do as well. So that's obviously a big focus as well. But yeah, it's just, you can live where you want. Why wouldn't you want to live in Colorado?
That's a great point. I know I do. Going back to the connectivity, one thing that my hometown is doing in Fort Collins is providing fiber internet that's owned by the city. Is that something that you're carefully looking at to potentially roll out into other parts of the state?
So it's permitted here. So that means that we let municipalities do this. Fort Collins is in the forefront. There's Delta Montrose in Western Colorado did through their electric co-op, did broadband internet. So we encourage creativity and innovation. I mean, there's no better or worse path to it as long as you have inexpensive, high-speed access. Kind of agnostic about who the provider is, but having more competition for big cable companies, obviously a good thing.
I love that attitude. I wish more places would do it, because I know that.
Look, I live in a town, Boulder, where big cable works. It's great. We have Comcast. I'm very happy with it. But I mean, the more competition, the better, right?
Yeah, I think my experience has been similar in big cities. Generally, I don't have issues. I have AT&T fiber that works wonderfully for me here in Los Angeles, and I've never really had issues with it. But at least in Fort Collins, I know from my parents' perspective, it has been a little bit tough in order to get quality internet there, and especially in more rural areas, it does seem like it kind of has to be a public utility, just because in the cable company's eyes, the profit margin might not necessarily be there, but it is something that, as you stated earlier in our conversation, everybody absolutely needs at this point in time. And it can really help revitalize rural areas by having people with high incomes who can have remote jobs and still enjoy life the way they want to, especially in a time where rural areas have been really hard hit by immigration to major cities.
We're doing one of our state stimulus items that we're working on with our state legislature is Main Street reinvestment dollars. So we're seeking about $70 million in money that goes into basically supporting kind of Main Street improvements in a lot of small towns across Colorado, which is just, it goes a long way to say, $500,000 invest in the small towns. So outdoor areas, benches, broader boulevards, facade improvements, really just because that part of that quality of life, whether you live in the downtown of a small area or you're in a rural area and you want to go into town, it's really important to have that strong cultural vibrancy in town.
Do you have any plans about kind of building out any cutting edge industries in the future? Anything exciting that people should look out for coming up?
Yeah, I think, part of it also is a chance to better yourself. We have great in-state tuition at our different programs, community college and college. A lot are oriented. We have everything from game developing, visual arts, you name it. Colorado State University Online, CSU Global, so people can do it fully online, even pre-pandemic, and it's popular. One of the
my father actually runs the honors program and is a professor at Colorado State, so I'm very familiar.
Go round. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, whether you want the campus experience or, you just want to, a lot of folks in gaming, I mean, they're not interested in the degree per se. They just want the knowledge, for a particular area. And if you learn best the structured opportunity, there's an opportunity to get those inexpensively. Focusing on our economic development dollars, absolutely gaming and everything associated with it is one of our big areas that we see as a growth opportunity for our state.
Yeah, and if you are an esports fan, which I assume you are, if you're going to be watching this recorded interview, I know at Colorado State, the largest club on campus is actually the esports club. So there's a huge engagement among the student bodies. I've had interactions with CU's esports club as well, but there's a significant enthusiasm, I can say, among Colorado college students. So certainly consider heading out to Colorado if you're not a native and looking for degrees out there. Well, thank you very much, Governor, for your time. Really appreciate this. And I'm looking forward to casting your game in a few days' time. You'll be seeing it right after this interview, most likely, as we're recording it for release at that time. So thanks a lot. Looking forward to seeing you play.
Thank you. Take care.
Welcome back, everybody. And that was a great interview. Monty, you had so many questions, so many intelligent things you had to say, but it's time to move on. Unless you want to follow up on that. Do you have any comments, on that now that you're reflecting on that interview, anything you could have done better? Let's give yourself some feedback here. Let's go through this.
I could never do anything that I do better. That's actually impossible. So I was very pleased with the way that interview turned out. I do have some tips for Governor Polis, though. I really would like him to say, we are giving tax breaks to esports business. I was disappointed that he didn't commit to that instantly in our very casual interview. So that's something to work on for the future, though.
Hey, esports Mecca, Colorado. It's possible. It's possible. There's other cities. I mean, Minneapolis coming up. Denver, you got to watch out.
Get out of here with your Minneapolis. This is a Colorado stream.
I'm just saying there's some threats out there that need to be considered very seriously. But you know what? I've got my iridescent spork. I'm ready to move on. Let's check out the teams that are going to be playing today. Let's check out Team Buffacorn first. Now, Team Buffacorn is, of course, being helmed by some people we know quite well. Pyrotechnics, of course, a veteran of the LPL Chinese scene, as is
EU
and EU
LCS.
That's right, and EU LCS
for Pyrotechnics. He's also a University of Colorado graduate, so he has that Colorado legacy. And Kelsey Moser, my friend, who was doing 100 Thieves Academy, doing LPL stuff for years, now is working for Evil Geniuses, doing North American talent development. She is a Colorado native as well. So we do have, native or Colorado adjacent people here. But I think they're called Team Buffacorn because we have Carson, who is the captain of the CU League of Legends team here, even though Kopari is, in fact, a Colorado State student. So I think he is betraying a little bit by representing the Buffs.
Or is it more like kind of a Goku Vegeta thing where they're like joining together, at a crucial moment?
No, it's never like that in Colorado University.
And much more divisive than I expected. Okay, well, let's move on. Let's take a look at Team Gov.
Okay, Jordan Spence, by the way, is the CMO at My Crypto, so that he's representing more of the cryptocurrency side of ETHDenver, which is like most of it. But he was also with Leaguepedia and Azubu for years, so he has worked in the esports space.
Indeed. All right, moving on to Team Gov. Well, obviously we've got Governor Jared Polis as well, but there's some scary players on here. Legit Korea is one of the very best players on the ladder at the moment. He is a force to be reckoned with. I don't know how
Former challenger player.
I don't know how lopsided these teams are going to be right now, but it might get messy.
Yeah, and Krasuit also is the GM of Simplicity and Flamengo Esports. Flamengo is one of the biggest football clubs in Brazil. They now have a CB LOL spot, so that's very exciting. Kichi is the head of the LOL program at CSU, so we should expect some skill out of him. And Kowalczyk is from the School of Mines, so a player over there. And of course, Governor Jared Polis, longtime League of Legends player and fan. So really No slackers on this team either. I like how they gave the governor the challenger player. That was really nice.
it was kind, but it's also, we're doing everything we can to, grow esports, right, in Colorado. So maybe the governor has a good game, and maybe that helps. Maybe that helps down the road. I don't know.
I'm not surprised that Governor Polis would align himself with Colorado State University too, considering it is the superior university in Colorado. So I would understand why he would want to be on that team.
I have no horse in this race, so I cannot comment. But it sounds like we're ready for the draft right now to get into the game. So let's go ahead and do that here and see what people pick. Now it will be blind pick, so we could get two Shens. That is a possibility. It's something that we have some experience with, though, so that's good. We won't go into this one blind.
When they asked us whether it should be blind pick, we said yes for two reasons. One of which is because we wanted two Shens, and the second of which is because we definitely want people playing their best picks here and not having bans. Even though nobody knows Governor Polis's real account, he has been smurfing here, obviously. Because he wants to continue to play League of Legends in relative secrecy and not have his lol chat held against him at a public level, which I think is something we can all appreciate.
Yeah, I heard it's hide on bush, which is not a political pun. That's a faker pun.
Yeah, I think his name is Tarzan, but that's why he never went pro. Just we can't have that getting public. Well, we can't have that getting out publicly because the things he types in chat are just abhorrent.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. We gotta protect. We got your back, Governor Polis. Don't worry. We're not revealing anything. All right, we got Ari locked in for legit Korea. No big surprise there. The governor of Colorado himself is locked in Anivia. Okay, we heard he likes Anivia Maokai. Maokai didn't surprise me. A trees man in Colorado. That should shock no one.
I'm actually super disappointed he didn't play Maokai.
Yeah, that's the only time I get to make that joke. Not during the riff, not when we're on the riff, but whatever. We got a Jin for Kichi. We got Udyr for Crosset. We have Rel being played by Kowalczyk. Oh, Pirate did play Singed. I know that is what he considers to be his best champion. Kapari on Silas, Ezreal, Carson, Sona, Spence Coin. And it looks like Remark Soon will be Orn.
Remark Soon is Kelsey Moser.
Right. I was going to say, yeah. Kelsey on the Orn.
Kelsey on the Orn.
I'm a TFT main now. So all of this, when I see Silas, I'm like, oh yeah, he was Moonlight Brawler, but he's not in 4.5, so I haven't seen him for a while.
Do you think, we are going to have to wait for the spectator delay here for a minute, guys? So sorry about that, but we can talk about this. So it appears that Kelsey Moser is going to be jungling Ornn, which would mean that Pyrotechnics is going to be in a lane against the top Anivia of Jared Polis, the governor of Colorado. Is he going to proxy farm against the governor? That seems really BM. I don't know if I would have the balls to proxy farm against the
It's also quite a story. It's also quite a story, and we knew when we got into esports years ago, someday we would peak when we got to cast Pyrotechnic versus the governor of Colorado.
I would not have believed you if you had told me this like 3 years ago.
I know. Well, the thing is, we've done some celebrity show matches before in the past. The most notable one I can think of is we did do a show match between the CEO of Intel and Mark Cuban back at like some ESL event. Remember that? Yeah. I am. Yeah.
In the Sharks arena. That was quite interesting.
That's right. We were in a Shark Tank of a different kind. That one.
Well, I think that the nickname of that stadium is the Shark Tank, so that was actually surprisingly meta.
It was very on point for a Mark Cuban experience. That's for sure. That's one where he was dropping F-bombs and getting extra money for charity.
That's right. He was on stage. That was quite charming.
That's right. Now,
he never invested in that esports team. In fact, said it was a terrible business publicly. So he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
He became a Wall Street bets enthusiast after that. I had heard. But enough about Mark Cuban. Let's get back to the game at hand in our current celebrity show match. Like we said, Pyrotechnics versus Governor Polis. That is really going to be sort of like the premier matchup, I would say, because ranking doesn't matter in this. Come on, let's be honest here.
Yeah, I think the jungle matchup, Krasuit using the very meta pick of Udyr right now.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a little bit. Do you think that's kind of bad form? We know Udyr is insane
Look, I have boomer hands, okay, which means that it's very hard for me to have mechanics in any game, but you know, League of Legends being one of those. So as you know, I've always played Udyr, so the fact that Udyr's meta now is absolutely wonderful for me. I'm enjoying the boomer hands meta of Olaf, Hecarim, Udyr. This is my time to shine on the ladder, though.
All right. I just played absolutely killer Blitzcrank game. So my mechanics are still on point. But, you know, we'll play some games. I will 1v1 me, bro. Like, we're going to take a quick break, though. Apparently, when we come back, we'll get this game started. All right, here we are coming into the game, and it is time to see what these teams are made of.
What are they made of, Noah? Human flesh and blood.
Human flesh and blood?
That's what their bodies are made of. That's what they're made of.
Oh, it's mostly carbon. I've been watching Breaking Bad lately. I learned that.
Yeah, you're like 10 years too late on that one, buddy.
I know. Well, my wife hasn't seen it, so we're rewatching it. So I get like 1 hour of total depression a day when I watch an episode of that show. It's very good, but still. Ooh, wow, big time invade actually from our blue team here, from a Team Gov. Oh,
the bait.
No, they kind of
the bait.
Kowalczyk's kind of just going out there with the rel. They're all right. Well, you know, they invaded, but they didn't really want to go all out for the surprise of the blue buff, I guess. So they're gonna retreat back into their own jungles. Oh well.
I appreciate the try hard of it, though. The try hard nature.
Yeah. Oh nice my. Start. Yeah.
Jared Polis with a double stun on the Anivia Q to start off the game.
Yeah.
That's a good way. It's a good way to do it.
Indeed it is.
Wow, Singe starting with a dark seal. That's a bold play.
Dude, when you are going up against a sitting governor, but he's not. Actually, he's going up against legit Korea with that top lane Ari. So I think Pyrotechnics has his work.
He's going up against the Anivia.
Oh, you're right. Okay, so here's what happens. Like when you cast games and everything is done for you, they move the champions around so everything is in the proper lane. Not like this right now. All right.
I like how Governor Polis is not running teleport, but is running heal instead. I wonder what he's gonna do with this. Is he planning on using Ghost Heal to like chase down the Singed? He's also tanking the caster minion wave and taking a lot of damage. So far, maybe it's a next level bait.
I mean, this is called posturing, Monty. Pyrotechnics, look at that. He walked right into that stun. He had no chance. This is the governor of Colorado we're talking about. Have you never seen a sitting governor play in a League of Legends show match before? Because I've seen hundreds. I know. They all play.
Who's the best governor in the League of Legends Governor Bowl?
Schwarzenegger was pretty good back when he had a very early version of League of Legends at the time. But yeah, nothing about that. Let's move on to something I obviously can't talk about. It's classified, but. Pyrotechnic's getting aggressive. He actually is taking a lot of damage here from this Anivia. Singed, here's the thing. You got to be a bold Singed, right? You got to walk up and flip him. You can't just walk up and take the damage. Ooh, a little bit of aggression from a Kowalczyk there, actually. Oh, Kichi, though. Kichi takes a bit of hits on the Jhin. It was actually a Jhin Rel bot lane that I dominated this morning on my Blitzcrank, by the way. This is bringing back some great memories.
Is that right? Is that right?
That's right.
Who is your AD carry in lane?
Callista, and they were amazing, actually. They never threw me in unless they knew my ult was up, and just followed up on all my hooks. Like, it was a dream. It was a dream bot lane to be matched with. It was great. We got to call it bot lane, not ADC anymore. Times have changed, Monty. It's not even marksman anymore.
I like how Governor Polis just face tanked the wave so he could freeze this lane and then build it up. This guy playing close to his turret, his Udyr, getting the top crab, protecting the governor, right?
He knows what he's doing. And the thing is Pyro's going to have a hard time doing that proxy farming that we talked about, right? Oh, there's a flash engage onto the Sona. That's a lot of problems for Spence Cone. Meanwhile, Carson not really worried about it. Firing into Kowalczyk. Oh, nice. Kapari comes down. First blood, though, does go in the favor of Team Gov, but it's an even trade at the end of the day.
Yeah, that TP, though. So it was a recall coming in from the mid lane because Legit Korea was dominating there. And now we have a gank up top.
Well,
Kelsey Moser trying to dominate the governor. Only
That's right,
level 2?
Well, the thing is Kelsey and Pyra have the LPL synergy. They used to work together on the LPL back in the day.
That's true.
Yeah. So they've probably played a game or two together in the past. Might have been a while, but I'm sure it's all coming back to them now.
I'm concerned about this Ornn and the fact that it's 4 minutes 45 seconds and Kelsey is only level 3.
13 CS, not probably where you want to be at 5 minutes. Pyra getting some health back. He has gained the CS lead over Jared Paulus's Anivia. So he does have that going for him, at least. I like a Legit Korea is calling out his abilities. Surely his team will follow up on that. Outplay. I have no doubt.
Pursuit is trying to gank this Silas.
Yeah, coming in. Flash bear slap. Oh, the charm does land, and he is going to go in for the stun. So a good amount of damage on Kapari there. Not bad. Meanwhile, Ornn is having a little bit of trouble with the Raptors. Oh, no. No, not like this.
No,
not like this. Kelsey. Oh, you hate to see it.
I kind of don't hate to see it. I find it amusing.
I meant you in sort of a generic sort of sense. There's a flip. He flipped the bird. I can't believe he flipped the bird at the governor of Colorado.
That is so offensive. Pyrotechnic.
Wow.
Please, you can get fined for that.
Have you no decency?
Have you no decency, Pyra?
Let's put politics aside here and just play a good, clean game of League of Legends, okay? Pyrotechnics, please.
I like how Governor Polis has just frozen. He's role playing the iceberg, freezing this lane the entire time.
Pyra says he didn't mean to flip the governor. He just typed it in chat, but I don't know. It doesn't look like Governor Polis is really having any of that. He's just ulting anyway. Yeah.
All right, we have a roam here from Legit Korea into the bot lane.
That's right. Legit Korea coming down. Ooh, he lands the... Oh, did he not connect with the charm? No, Carson flashes away. Do they get the Ezreal? They do indeed. Kowalczyk steals that one away, as a bloodthirsty support should. I'm a fan of Kowalczyk now. He's won me over. He earned that kill, and I'm proud that he took it.
So we still have the Silas in the mid lane there. Kursuit, he's popping his bear stance very late on these ganks. Leaves me with a lot of questions.
It's
Kelsey on the jungle Ornn, coming around with the pink ward, controlling the vision game. That's
She had
Coach Kelsey.
20 CS at this point. 20 CS.
All right.
10 times 2.
lurking around the
Yeah.
bot side.
Right.
Pings on Kelsey.
Uh-huh. You know, Kopari's keeping up pretty well in this lane against legit Koreas. He's 12 CS down, but you're not going to be too surprised to see that with a Silas versus Ari matchup. You know, very common matchup. We see it all the time.
Yeah, very good right now in the current meta. Very strong.
You've analyzed this matchup for a countless hours. Yeah. Kelsey Mosier does manage to claim the blue buff. That will help.
You know,
That
the real
will help.
the real problem for Team Buffacorn right now is that they need this Silas to roam, but you know, they don't really have a lot of opportunities because this Ornn is pretty underleveled. Gonna come in for a gank though. Here we go.
All right. Yep, that's right. Here comes Kelsey. Does land the Q. There's a breath. Can they slow down legit Korea enough? Looks like they've got this. No, they don't. Cruz coming in. And now Kelsey in a lot of trouble, has to flash on the Ornn, but leaves Kopari on his own. Carson coming up to try to make something happen here. Misses the Q. Can he get the closeout? Oh, legit Korea finally finished off. But it is going to be 2 kills on Team Gov side of things. They're going to find an easy one onto Carson as well. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, the 1v1 continues. All right, curtain call. Curtain call, but, you know, a full health Sona, I don't know. You're going to need some help with Kowalczyk with that one. He does land the slow, and that's going to let Cruz catch up. Gets the stun, gets the kill. Another one for the bear.
Yeah, when you tag the Sona with the curtain call, though, you can follow up with the Jin W root. Oh my! The solo kill in top lane.
He did it.
Jared Polis asserting his dominance.
That's right. He's governing this top lane. That was the lowest effort joke I've ever made. And I'm so sorry.
Did you ever wonder if his last name is Polis, which is the word for a Greek city-state, right?
Really?
Yeah, but he's governing a regular state. Don't you find that a little bit weird?
Well, we don't
like
really
if he
have
was the
city
mayor
states
of Denver, I would kind of understand it, but it's strange that he would be named Polis and the governor of an entire state.
I mean, just moving up in the world, I guess. You know,
that's right.
Why stop at just a city? Next, the world. I mean, maybe next the presidency, but after that, the world. One step at a time. Legit misses the charm there, but it's okay. It is 7-2 in kills overall for Team Gov. Oh no, the Gromp was not taken. The Gromp.
Why did she use the blast code? Why did she use the blast code?
Well, she did use it now, but it only pushed her still further into the jungle. Now Pierre coming in. It was all a clever bait. Was it? Was it? Pyra on the run. He hopes they chase him. He is. Oh, Governor Polis lives. Wow, Pyra, I think, trying to get him to chase him because he's like, haha, chasing a Singe, LOL, but nobody fell for it. Meanwhile, Kowalczyk goes in. There's a root onto Sona, the W from Singe coming in, but he does manage to stop down Kichi's damage for a second anyway. They do escape. This game is action-packed, Monty. This game is delivering exactly like I hoped it would.
I feel like the Buffacorns might be softballing a bit for the governor.
Maybe a bit. Kowalczyk down, though.
Oh,
now they're turning it around. Legit Korea. Oh, take it out. And so, wait, let me get this straight. Pyra loses the 1v1 to Governor Polis, but then he wins the 1v1 versus Legit Korea. So by transitive property, then that means that Governor Polis is like a top challenger player right now.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Wow. We got to find that main account.
All right, this Ornn is finally level 5. Yeah, I love how Kelsey's playing because she's just using pathing to try and counter jungle.
Yep.
Kowalczyk's there though. I mean, it's smart though. You know, your bot lane wins.
Wall.
You're able to take some of those Krugs and then escape.
Yeah, that's true.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta take your opportunities when you can find them. If you can't find them in your own jungle, you just gotta go and try to steal from the other side.
Kelsey reminds me of how I jungle, because if you look at my stats, like I have like legit like an A or A+ in map control, and then I have like a B or B- in combat. According to the LoL client. I just play counter jungling objectives.
I gotta look that up. I'm sure I'm S rank though. It's a lot of damage on Pyre. He does get the slow onto Governor Polis, but Governor Polis, you know, I really respect his play style here. It's very safe. He's not taking any risks he doesn't need to. Meanwhile, there is a dive going on in bot lane. Legit Korea comes in and they absolutely blow up Spence Coin. No question there. Rel taking a lot of this turret damage, though, and I mean a lot of this turret damage. Rel nearly down. Kowalczyk is taken out, but it does lead to the double kill, though. for Legit Korea. Makes it happen. Kowalczyk actually lived, by the way. Oh, nice block. The Ari blocking the curtain call. Oh, 2 out of 3, though.
There were 3 people who didn't block for him.
He had a chance.
I like how Krasuit put on the turtle stance and then didn't block the shot. Also,
Ari will take it. Ooh, flash fair slap onto Kelsey. I had to say it once. You can't blame me.
It is the most fun thing to say. A fine, quick shotism it is.
It
Meanwhile,
is one of
Governor
the greatest
Polis in the
calls
top
in the
lane,
history.
he did get his Anivia passive popped
Yeah.
by Pyrotechnics on the Singe, but he was
right.
under turret, so there was no real follow-up.
Yeah.
He was also given the blue buff by his team, which I think is very nice of them.
Yeah. Oh, charm into another combo. Kopari chasing down Legit Korea. He was able to use Ari's own abilities against her. Wow. Turnabout is fair play.
He keeps taking the Ari ults with Silas,
Yeah.
which has been fun to watch. Couldn't quite get the kill the first time, but that time ends up working out just perfectly.
Indeed. All right. Well, the governor of
think
Colorado's come down to the mid lane now. Oh, but he's running into a strong Silas and Kopari. Yeah, sure. You got away with it, Pyrotechnics, but not Kopari. Kopari's going to get himself caught, though, between Kowalczyk and Krasuit. That bear doing work, but the Silas is pretty tanky, and he does have the support from Spence Coin. Now the Sona ult comes out. Kowalczyk under turret, though, and he's able to back away. That's a lot of minion damage, though. But he's on a horse, and his horse is amazing. He's be able to get out.
No one gave it a lick, though.
Oh, curtain call, Legit Korea. Doesn't land the charm onto Carson, so Carson going to back up. There's the Ornn ult. Does get dodged by Ornn himself, which is not really what you want to do. Oh, flash after the charm. Oh, Kelsey. Oh.
Kelsey was charmed, so couldn't actually get the Ornn, the second hit on the Ornn ult. That's such a bummer.
It is.
Meanwhile, Ketchy's reloading his gun under the tower. This is what they call a fiesta, though. I like how Ketchy tower dives while Jin is reloading his gun. That's quality. That's quality.
I respect the fiesta, though, because that brings back another Colorado institution in Casa Bonita. It's a Casa Bonita shout out by the fiesta we've got going on, the clown fiesta in this game right here. Kowalczyk, though, gets ganked. Good gank from Pyrotechnics, working with Kopari to set that one up. They're going to go for the dragon. Wow. This is the first time here at nearly 15 minutes that a team has paid attention to the dragon.
That's an objective. I'm really disappointed that Casa Bonita is not a sponsor of Gaming with Governor. Imagine if this was Gaming with Governor brought to you by Casa Bonita.
Right. Or ETHDenver. Come on, Casa Bonita. Step it up. Step it up. You got a lot of free promotion from that South Park episode. We got to take it one step further now. Come on.
Tragically, they've probably been closed because of COVID for a long time.
Yeah, that's true. That gorilla's just been in there doing like dives off that waterfall by himself for the whole year. Very sad.
I like how if you don't know what Casa Bonita is, you have no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's look it up. Look it up. Google Casa Bonita.
And then be sad that you can't eat their terrible food and watch cliff diving gorillas.
It's not about the taste. It's about the experience. That should be their slogan, by the way. All right. Sona ult. Does it save him? No. Legit Korea grabs the kill anyway. Ooh, but it is a trade. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, oh no, Kelsey Mosier caught out completely. The governor of Colorado comes by just to check things out. He's like, all right, good work, everyone. That's called delegating. And he's going to go back up to the top lane.
We go delegate some more minion waves. Kelsey got baited by Kopari, who was at turret. So Kelsey thought that she'd come around on the Ornn and collapse with Kopari, but Kopari wasn't there to help out, tragically.
So I feel like Pyra's plan this game is scaling, right? He's going for that late game singed power spike with his.
Oh my God, Kopari.
Force gets lead. That is bold, man. He's gonna cause the egg. All right, wait for the egg. Wait for the egg. Oh wow.
No, that was tragic.
He just
slapping the governor with some chains, like you do.
I like the little delay too, because that means it's just going to be that much longer. Just 1 second, 2 seconds longer for Governor Polis to respawn. Clever move, as it does give them maybe this Rift Herald. Well, I mean, they were going to take it anyway, but maybe they have a chance to take it away. We'll see. Probably not.
Yeah, I think this Rift Herald's definitely going to go over to Team Gov.
Seems
pick
that way.
them up some extra gold. Credit to Team Buffacorn. They're actually sort of coming back in this game. They were
Well,
down
like I said-
3,000 gold at like 2 mints into this game, and that gap hasn't
Clearly.
grown. So
It's clearly a late game scaling situation for Team Buffacorn. All right, they're just waiting it out. Soon that 3K gold deficit is not going to matter at all. Just wait. All right, they found the ward. Nicely done. Enjoy the gold.
gonna go for all the Ornn upgrades. That's the strat.
That's right.
I mean, the Stylus does have 7 kills.
Yeah, I mean, Kopar is doing quite well. He's going to find Kowalczyk near his own blue buff. You know, legit Korea coming down is going to keep him zoned away. Here comes the Ornald. Oh, it does not connect again, I believe, but Carson does find a kill here. So that's another one for Team Buffacorn, and they're going to chase down Crescent as well on this Udyr. And hey, you know, it's only about a 2K deficit now. That's not that much when it's 30K to 28K.
Yeah. We'll see if there's a turret that's going to be taken by Governor Polis right now. He's clearing that minion wave with his ult. And Kelsey, again, CC'd during the Ornn animation. So she can't push the ram back over. Now going to dive legit Korea.
Yeah, that's right. Pyro's going to go after legit Korea. And meanwhile, Spence Coin tanking the turret, but Kichi manages to turn that into a kill. Curtain call on the Kelshi Mosier, and that's going to be another one for the Jin. Kichi starting to rack him up. 616 already. Gets a double kill right there, as you can say. That's a nice route onto Pyra into the charm. There's no escape for Singe now. And Pyrotechnics, 1, 2, 3 is not a great stat line, but and the CS lead is shrinking. Only 4 ahead of the Governor now.
Yeah, Governor Polis got the top lane in the middle of that fiasco. Kichi really showing the superiority of Colorado State Rams mechanics over Team Buffacorn right there with the Jin ults. I'm impressed. 6-1 and 7 overall. 13 out of 19 on kill participation. That's really good. It's really
He's a big
good.
threat. That's right. I mean, it's really Kopari on the Buffacorn side of things. I mean, Carson's not doing too badly, but on the other side, it really is Kichi with that great Jin stat line.
I mean, so here's the problem, Doa, is that I don't think that this Buffacorn team is going to be able to kill anybody with these builds. They have a Leandries in the mid lane, and then I'm not even sure what is going on with this Terabad Ezreal build that I'm looking at.
I mean, they changed all the item icons. I don't even recognize anything anymore. It's irrelevant to me. They are going to find Kopari, though, in the enemy jungle. He was trying to be a hero. He does get a little bit of a slow, but I think he's going to have to hope for a death to the turret.
Oh,
but
that shutdown goal is going to be...
Exactly. It's still going to go over the Jin. And that's a worst person possible that they could give that to. Oh, no, Pyra takes a turret shot, and that's going to give another one to legit Korea as well. It's slipping away, Monty. We cursed them.
Yeah, we did. So, I mean, the Ezreal build is going to be doing quite a bit of damage to low armor targets. So,
True.
Yeah, there is some possibilities here, especially if he wants to focus down either the AD carry or the mid laner.
Yeah. Look at Kowalczyk's horse. His horse is amazing. It turns into armor. Oh, it's going to be Infernal Drake now, and trying to be stolen away by Team Buffacorn. Can they grab it? There's going to be a fight over this. I don't think Team Gov wants to give this one up easily. Dragon regaining health, and yeah, they're going to have to back away. Everyone's backing away. Wow. These teams more careful than some professional teams I've seen in the past.
Well, they're taking a lot of hits from this Infernal, though. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Nobody's going after the crab either. The crab is just sitting there.
Oh, here's a curtain call. Carson in a lot of trouble. They're going to try to pick him off. Meanwhile, Kowalczyk tangling with the Kopari up on top. Governor Polis is taking a lot of damage as well. There's another one for legit Korea, though. And there are going to be a couple kills going down on each side. But blue team does claim the dragon. Team Gov does get that Infernal Drake buff. And now it's just a matter of cleanup. Pyra trying to get something done, but this fight is over, man. Can he get anything? I don't think so. He tosses the Governor of Colorado, getting poisoned into the egg now. And you can ult the egg, really? Did I just see a Sona ult on an Anivia egg? I don't think the egg's going anywhere.
You did see a Sona ult on the Anivia egg, though. I can confirm that is the thing that happened.
I've heard that, during pregnancy, if you play music for the baby, if it's classical music, it makes you smarter or something. So I suppose we can kind of translate that to like Sona playing music for the egg.
Yeah, but it's actually impossible for Governor Polis to be smarter, so it's ineffective. It's very ineffective.
That's true, I suppose, and it has to be the right kind of music as well. Of course. It's just my theory, all right? It's basic science, but may not be rooted in reality. Those two things are mutually exclusive.
I mean, this gold gap really hasn't grown at all this whole game, and with the ornaments eventually coming in, although Kelsey Moser is 3 levels behind in the jungle right now, so it's going to be a bit until you can actually start upgrading items. However, I think, we have to wait and see the damage output of this composition, because they have a lot of damage over time, or they can do damage to kind of low armor targets. But you know, as Rel and Udyr get tankier, because this Udyr is going to be building full tank, basically, it might be very, very difficult to win these team fights for Team Buffacorn.
You know, I will say they have a lead, of course, but it's not an unthrowable lead. So we'll see. Anything can happen in a game like this.
In a game of League of Legends.
A game of League of Legends. We casted SKT versus KT, you know, that summer finals back in the day. But, you know, this could get crazier.
They're chasing the Singe, Doa.
Yep, that's right. They're also chasing Legit Korea in the bottom jungle. Meanwhile, Pirate does get chased. He's going to do a good amount of damage to crush it. All right, they'll back off. Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Take the kill on the Legit Korea.
Pop ult, you're just not going to catch him, even if you are Udyr. Legit Korea, yeah, he's gotten some kills, but he's also been throwing with his map awareness at times.
He's been inting a bit, yeah. Not going to lie. It's been some dubious moves here. All right. W doesn't connect with Carson, so they can't really follow that one up that much. Everyone's going back. All right, time to regroup. Ooh, is this a Baron opportunity? I only say that because the teams are watching. I'm just saying. They all went back.
No, we're on a delay, fortunately, but no. Is it? You know, the thing about it is you really can't commit to the Baron if that Anivia is alive, because she'll just ult the pit and absolutely dominate you. Also, curtain call. So yeah, you have to get a few more kills, I'm afraid, if you're Team Buffacorn and actually want to go for that Baron. I think Team Gov, they're looking to stack these Drakes right now. I mean, you're still 2 away because 15-minute first Drake was very late. I honestly, if I was that Udyr, I just would have soloed it against that underleveled Ornn, but
maybe he doesn't know. I don't know. It is going to be a Baron though for Team Gov. Hey, I talked about it.
They can do it very fast with the Anivia ult. That's the thing.
Let's face it, Monty. I'm better at analyzing these types of games than you are. All right.
No, I'm saying against. Never mind.
Don't try. Kowalczyk goes in. They do take the Baron. Now, can they win the team fight? Sona all comes back, hits Caressa. It does prevent the Udyr from coming in, but it doesn't prevent Legit Korea from picking up one. Now Kowalczyk on the run. There's going to be the Ornn ult coming through. Kelsey Moser, stunned, so she can't send it back. And now they're going to turn their attention onto the Rel. And Team Gov cleaning up the fight. Spence going the last one standing, the last one to fall. And with the Baron buff, how far can they push this? Do you think they can actually end here, Monty? Or is this a little bit too early?
No, not with 20 seconds left on a couple of them, but they can definitely get in him and maybe one of the Nexus turrets here. If they do have the minion wave with them, which they do, and they do the Baron buff, but they're really, really low and they need to recall.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that's a safe play, isn't it? And they have been doing that pretty well. Man, I got to shout out Kichi again on this Jhin. 10, 1, and 11 right now. Insane stat line for the Jhin. Legit Korea redeeming himself a little bit. 10, 5, and 6 now. He's doing well. And, the governor of Colorado, Jared Polis himself, holding strong with a 2-3-8 on the Anivia. Respectable stat line.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing well. His walls, his zoning have been good. It was absolutely the right call to go for the Baron there when you have the opportunity and you have, the Anivia just burns through the Baron so quickly when you put that ult there. So definitely understand the kit.
Oh, Kelsey, no.
The thing is,
time to
you kind of have to go in there.
Oh my God, no. The directing camera didn't even swap fast enough to follow the teleport.
Oh no, he died instantly.
He did. It was like whack-a-mole, but Singe was the mole. And another easy kill. Now they're just kind of filtering in 1v1, and that is war 1v5 rather, and that is not what you do to win games of League of Legends. Another Infernal Drake does go over to Team Gov as well. And, We talked about it being pretty close earlier in the game, Monty, but I feel like it's all elementary at this point for Team Gov to close it out.
I mean, you still have the Baron buff. Now you've actually gone back and purchased full HP. They're still down 2 players. Be another inhib.
Oh no! Oh no! No!
Yeah, sometimes you just got to throw bodies at them to throw them to slow them down, Doa. Otherwise, they might be able to end on this. So
let the damage hit the Ornn. Let the damage hit the Ornn. There goes the inhibitor. Kichi does take a lot of damage. Clutch heal, actually. Coming in to save him. Meanwhile, legit Korea not going to survive coming out of that Zonia's. And so a little bit of life left in. All right. They found Governor Polis as well. So a little bit of life left in Team Buffacorn here.
Slapping the chain on the governor.
Team Gov delved too greedily and too deep.
They did. It's a little too much though there. And they also had used a lot of their important ults before they had even tried to push forward towards ending the game. But it ends up there that because Kelsey went in on the tower and they did pop those ults, especially the curtain call, that they're actually able to slow that push and get some important shutdown gold as well. For a game where they've lost 2 inhibitors, the fact that they're only down 7k gold is not awful, actually.
Yeah. I mean, it could be worse. It really has been Kapari, though, on the Silas, playing a pretty amazing game. Look at that. He's thinking about going after the Jin here, but no.
No.
You dead.
There's the W.
My friend. Oh,
there it is. Oh, the miss. Here comes Chris. Can he reach it? No, doesn't want to go after him. Now, Carson finished Ravenous Hydra, so the AoE damage coming off this Ezreal is going to be pretty brutal if the members of Team Gov do decide to group up.
True. It's not over yet. It's pretty much over, but it's technically not over. The game is not actually ended, so we do have that at least. All right, well, a lull in the action. Governor Polis. Decent amount of CC. Oh, no, Pyrotechnics gets caught. Can he finish him off? It's a wide open space, a little bit easier to chase the Singe here, too. Pyro trying to fucking weave through the weeds. Can he do it using the alcove the first time anyone ever has? He's going to blast code back over. Oh, but it took all 5 members to take him down, but they finally did. Kichi with another kill, 13-1-13, because why not?
Absolutely insane. Kichi's performance here. Casual 26 KDA. Not bad.
LCS teams, are you taking notes? Probably not. But it's a pretty good Jin game. True shot barrage, who nearly takes out Governor Polis. Yeah, they're going to turn their attention on to Kelsey Moser again. Ultimate does not connect with anyone from the Ornn. Now they're going to turn around. Spence Coin able to get everyone out. All right. Here we go. Curtain call from Silas. Stole it away. Legit Korea does pop that Zonias. They're going to turn around onto Carson, who does flash away that Ezreal, doing a lot of damage zone. They do take out Kowalczyk on the Rel.
They're staying alive somehow, although we are reaching a point where Baron's going to come back up in 30 seconds, and we have the sole point in just a minute left right now.
Oh no! Spence Coin. Oh dear. All right, 2 kills though. Legit Korea does give over another one right after that. Kapari doesn't connect with the chains there. Meanwhile, Governor Polis coming in, trying to be a hero 1v3. Doesn't work. No eggs available.
I mean, Kapari might have just gotten them the dragon, or the Baron rather, by coming in with that teleport from behind. He's making all the plays right now. Kichi barely managing to escape. Baron is up.
Ping's going down. They know. It's now or never. I mean, you got to take some drastic measures here if you're going to win this game. If you're Team Buffercorn, he's going to back them. No.
So I think the logic here is that they want to set up for this dragon that's coming up because they know that Governor Polis can't be there fast enough because he doesn't have TP in the top lane. So there is an advantage that they can push out this wave and then set up to prevent the soul point. I would have gone a little harder, Doa, personally. I would have gone for that Baron.
I know. Years of playing games on these has made you more aggressive, and then that's valuable. Okay, here we go. Big ult onto Team Buffercorn. They're going to turn this one right around, though, on to Kowalczyk. That Rel rather, went in a little bit too aggressive. All right, that's going to give them an Infernal Drake. They might be able to deny the soul here. We'll see. That's a curtain call. Pyro blocking a little bit of that damage, but this dragon is going down really quickly. Maybe going to seal with the curtain call. Legit Kree comes in. Oh, he did! He stole it! He stole it! Kichi, what a hero! Stealing the red dragon away, stealing the Infernal Drake. I can't believe it. I just saw getting a double kill out of it as well. Kichi for MVP. I don't care what you say. That was a game-winning move.
He saved his 4th bullet on the curtain call in order to get the steal on the Infernal Drake for Soul. What an amazing play.
I have never been so hyped. 16, 1, and 14. You can't spell domination without Kichi, because that would make it a misspelled version of domination. Kichi's having a good game on the Jin. That's what I'm saying.
Full build Jin. This is the Jin dream right here. 16,
really
1, and 14.
Jin to win. And they're going to take out these Nexus turrets, and that is going to be it. Governor Polis, his team, Team Gov, led to victory by this insane Jin from Kichi, and they will take it. GG. Carson was like, man, leave it at the end. Oh, no. Oh, that was great.
That was really fun. That was really fun. It's great to have Governor Polis, coming in here and willing to spend his time to play some games with the fans, picking up the big win there. I'm gonna look at some advanced stats, Doa. You ready? I actually want to know how much damage this Jin did. 37,000. Legit Korea actually did 33,000. Governor Polis did 18, so pretty respectable right there. 37 though, you'd expected more than that given how hard we did see Kichi carrying there. I was quite impressive. But yeah, really fun stuff.
It was really, really beautiful. I mean, Kichi just playing a great Jin in that you stay back. You use that range. He had kind of that Old West skin going on, so a little bit of Colorado synergy there, a little bit of maybe Casa Bonita synergy there as well. They do the Old West photo things. We got to bring Casa Bonita back into it as well.
Yeah, go to Casa Bonita once they open back up. Help local Colorado restaurants.
We can't let this
theme
institute
restaurants.
Can't let it die. That's right. So I believe we're going to get Governor Polis on the line with us soon to chat. Yeah.
Before we do that, by the way, guys, this is for ETHDenver, which is an Ethereum and blockchain hackathon. So for this week, you can head over to ETHDenver.com. They do have bounties if you are a blockchain developer. So lots of fun stuff. They have done it annually. Obviously, have to do it remotely this year, but it's great to have a little bit of esports as well involved in a larger event.
Indeed. Oh man, it was a ton of fun, and I think we have Governor Polis on the line right now. Can you hear us, Governor?
Yeah, you do. ETHDenver was it's just a great. I mean, everybody should come back in person next year. It's absolutely incredible. Last year was just amazing, and I'm glad we're doing some stuff online this year. And I'm glad I got to play. So thanks for streaming it.
Yeah. Well, speaking of incredible, you played a pretty incredible Anivia in the top lane. I'm not making that up. You got some of those 1v1 kills. You were keeping up in CS. Like I've heard it's between Anivia and Maokai. That's your main. Do you actually have one that you favor? It's time to be honest. It's time to come clean about
I don't know. It was fun. This was my first streaming game, so I'm glad it was a victory. I held my own. What was I, 3-5-16? I mean, I held my own.
Yeah. Whose call was the Baron? Because with Anivia, you guys could do it really fast. That was a really good call for you guys to pick that up. Helped you close out the game.
Yeah. I think we were all talking the whole time. So good communications is key. So we were just, we were talking the whole time, and we saw that, we saw where they were, and we knew we had time to grab Baron. I think we were up already. We were pretty dominant the whole game. They came back a little bit towards the end, but I think we had it. But yeah, Baron was a big plus, and I think we had most of the dragons. I think they got the first, and then we got the next few.
Were you guys hyped when when Kichi stole the final soul dragon with the 4th shot on the Jin?
It was awesome. That was just great. I mean, that was just absolutely incredible. Yeah, to steal that dragon, it was just sort of the nail in the coffin for them.
Yeah, really fun stuff. So let's talk a little bit about ETHDenver. So what do you like about this event, and why do you enjoy promoting it on behalf of Colorado?
Well, Colorado is really open to blockchain. We have some, we have exemption for Digital Tokens Act, exemption from our security laws. We have a great community here of developers, hackers. Last year, there were just so many people that came together at ETHDenver, and it was just a really, really fun event. And it will be again next year. So I think, Colorado is really a center of, innovative thinking, and we're glad to host ETHDenver.
All
Excellent.
right. Well, yeah. Well, we appreciate you for playing the game and doing the interview earlier and getting involved with esports a little bit. I got to ask, like, what got you into esports in the first place? When did you kind of start watching?
Well, I mean, I grew up gaming, so I don't know. Like, I played League. I'm a longtime player of League of Legends, so I mean, in fact, there was like a year or two where I didn't play and then came back to it. But played it really before it was even popular. I think you mentioned I do like an Eevee and Maokai. The other ones I played, I mean, I played Wukong. I played who else? You know, there's a few others I play here and there, but those are my two favorites.
All right. Awesome. Cool. Well, I guess before we let you go, do you have any other questions, Monty? Otherwise, you know, usually when I interview people in esports things, I ask if they want to do any shout outs. I've never asked a sitting governor that before, but
He wants to shout out Casa Bonita. That's
oh yeah,
the theme of this broadcast. Can you tell us about your appreciation for Casa Bonita?
You don't go for the food, right?
We were talking about it earlier, and
Yeah.
I literally said, you know, when I took Doa there for the first time when we were casting, we were doing some Overwatch in Denver, and I hadn't been there in years, and the food was somehow even worse than I remembered it, but the experience overall was even better.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. It's absolutely fun, and we have kids. You know, our kids are 6 and 9, and they loved it. We went, you know, before the pandemic and all, and so I think it's a great experience. Yeah, just you know, eat beforehand and then head on over. But yeah, no, and this was a fun experience too. I've been playing for years, but I never streamed a game, and I'm just glad I wasn't embarrassed, you know, playing with all those top players.
You know, politician streaming is becoming more popular all the time. I feel like. Do you think we're going to see any Governor Polis streams in the near future?
I am up for it. You name it. I'll do it for charity. I'll do it for grudge matches against other elected officials. You name it. I'm there.
All right.
The government Among Us match. We can get AOC back. Have that. She was on there playing Among Us with some of the other streamers. So now it's time. Government Among Us. I mean, it is metaphorically like Among Us, I'm sure, sometimes, but
that's who's the imposter. We won't get into that. That's a little bit deeper than this interview is supposed to get into.
Yeah, it
well,
seems like
thanks for streaming me. We'll totally do this again sometime. And I know Colorado is a special place in your heart, Monte Cristo, and we're just excited we have such a great ETH community here, gaming community, you name it, esports community. It's really great.
Well, thank you for your time, Governor. It was fun to cast you.
Take care. Thanks.
All right. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Governor Jared Polis of Colorado, champion in this show match today, and it was a really entertaining game. That was so much fun. I had an awesome time. How about you?
Yep. And thanks for all the college students and people who are affiliated with Colorado from the esports scene who have joined us to play in this game or to cast in this game. We really appreciate everybody's time as just something fun to do.
Yep, that's right. And so with that will end our segment here. But ETHDenver is continuing, I'm being told, with DJ Chill Room. So don't miss that. It's going to be sick. But thanks for watching, everybody. Enjoy the rest of ETHDenver, and hopefully see you guys again in the future.
programmers. Media ain't got no manners, really just a bunch of scammers. So we gotta rewrite the narrative, exposing these American terrorists. Cut the budgets and take care of it so we can share it. No more Karens calling these embarrassments off of their terrorists just cause Tommy and Timmy are not racist like their parents is. It's apparent that these views are passed through education, handed down through generations, way before the Federation. Y'all could use some meditation, maybe it can help you see color is irrelevant to one's identity. As a human being, breathe steadily, just like you and me. I promise we could build a better world up in unity, instead of keeping people starving. Cause a lawn isn't worth pardoning, time isn't worth pardoning unless it's used for marketing. What the hell you think we marching for? Ain't trying to start a war. Y'all act like it is such a fucking chore to simply have equality across the whole board. Oh Lord. Open up your damn mind and see the views, cause your government don't give a shit about me. Yeah, you. These motherfuckers wanna keep us in a narrow frame, manipulating masses through their fear-mongering games, making us mold toward the causes that they're targeting. Sports is distractions from the evilness, harboring. It's astonishing and frankly fucked to the core of it. What's in store for this? Got me thinking about ignoring all the rules and storming and transforming all the norms in the establishment before these warlords tear it up like bombs over Baghdad again. Profiting off murdering, they're sitting back and pulling strings. It's all a puppet show to make the money grow and keep us dumb and slow. History is written and delivered by the vision of the sinners, keeping us convinced our nation isn't killing folks. This ain't a dinner joke or anything close to a kind gesture, not a blind conjecture. Deep behind the scenes, these crimes fester. All the while they got your time checkered and divided in the manner that your life requires. Slave-like labor till it's expired, selling us some dreams of retirement. These cycles spinning while we steady grinding them. Let's rewind and let a new style dial in. No more being silenced. Let's put an end to all the mindless violence, politics and swallow shit. I think it's time to call it quits. Change the way we're following these leaders who ain't lead us to the pieces that we need to truly see us. We in a land of non-believers and brain feeders, with delusions of some freedoms while they never give a flying fuck if we are starved and beaten. Inequality, the philosophy of all the greed, treating us like sheep but I ain't trying to fall asleep. Breaking down these fallacies, we gon' change up our reality. Ripping through the boxed in mentalities. Let's snap these chains and smack each brain to put them back in gear. This the kind of shit they fear. They can put a wicked twist upon the grip with which they steer. Now they crash and burn. It's time for some action, sir. We cannot just act concerned. We must actually learn and take this turn down a new road. Or we can pave way to greater days instead of the elite controlling fate. Where my flow can be the heat without the hate. Speaking to the beat without debate. Let it steep before you taste, all the steam will scorch your face. Jet fuel melted steel beams for real G. False flag enactments on the TV, you feel me? Democracy, hypocrisy as far as my eyes can see. Ostracize minorities in order to control the streets. Feds flipping Francine and supplying fiends. Please be careful what you seek before you OD. RP to all the victims of the system. For those who sat and listened, I will part you with this wisdom. To go fishing for in the digital information store. As we face this force, bringing all the power of a raging storm. Taking down the cage that they formed to rearrange the ways we've been torn.